Chapter 1734. Your companion wasn't very tactful, so he died. Yang Kai stared at Zhang Fu indifferently, without the slightest emotion in his eyes, causing Zhang Fu to sweat profusely. Zhang Fu wanted to escape, but he found that he couldn't summon up the courage to do so. He had a feeling that if he really tried to escape, the next one to be beheaded would be him. I hope your answer can satisfy me. Yang Kai observed Zhang Fu's expression and continued to put pressure on him. Zhang Fu's face was ashen, his eyes filled with panic and dread as he pursed his dry lips and asked, "If I tell you what you want to know, will you let me go? What do you think?" Yang Kai sneered. Zhang Fu's body trembled as he said bitterly, "Since you won't let me go, why should I cooperate with you? The only thing that awaits me is death. I'll give you a quick death, one that you won't even realize you've died." Yang Kai smiled gently. This smile was like that of a demon crawling out of hell. Zhang Fu felt that facing this young man was even more terrifying than facing Master Li. "I need to think about it." Zhang Fu gulped, his eyes darting around as he spoke, apparently trying to find a way to escape. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile before suddenly flicking his finger, causing a golden light to flash, causing Zhang Fu to scream and hurriedly retreat. But as soon as his body moved, an extremely powerful force field wrapped around him, making him unable to move in the slightest. Zhang Fu's eyes trembled violently as he looked down and suddenly found that there was an inch or so of his finger on the front of his left hand. It had been cut off by some kind of sharp weapon, causing blood to spray out into the air. This kind of pain was nothing to an origin-returning realm master who had been on the battlefield for a long time. What really frightened Zhang Fu was that he had no power to fight back in front of Yang Kai. Both of them were third-order origin-returning realm masters, but the other party was like a god who could easily control his life and death. The golden light flashed again. Zhang Fu felt pain again as his finger that had been cut off an inch. Unexpectedly, another inch had been cut off. The severed finger floated in the air and slowly drifted off into the distance. The other party didn't say anything else. He just continued to shake the golden thread around his hand. It kept flashing with light. 1 inch. Another inch, Zhang Fu's left hand. Inch by inch, Kai Yang's entire hand was cut off, but he still didn't show any signs of stopping. Instead, he continued this action with relish, controlling the size of the cut to the exact same degree. What made Zhang Fu extremely aghast was that while the other party continued to play this game, an extremely cold voice came from his mouth. "After cutting off your left hand, I will cut off your right hand, then your left leg, then your right leg. I believe that with your cultivation realm, you won't die for the time being. After that, I will cut open your body inch by inch. Don't worry, I promise that before I cut your heart, you will still be alive. This way, you will be able to clearly see how you die." Zhang Fu could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He endured the piercing pain and roared, "Enough. What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. Don't torture me." It was only a matter of time before he died. It was better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. Zhang Fu really couldn't bear to see how he died with his own eyes. Just thinking about that scene made him shudder. Yang Kai's hand movements paused slightly. He looked at him calmly and chuckled, "If you had done this earlier, you would have suffered less. Why bother?" Zhang Fu gritted his teeth and growled, "Winner takes all, I'll tell you." "Good. Who are you?" Yang Kai didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "We are from Sword Union." "Sword Union?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Sword Union was considered a big force in the star territory. It controlled several cultivation stars. Although it was not as big as Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, its strength was not to be underestimated. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had also dealt with the cultivator of Sword Union, but that was many years ago. In the star territory, in addition to Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, Sword Union, Purple Star, Galaxy Ridge, Abandoned Lair, and many other forces each occupied a piece of the star territory. They competed with each other and occasionally had some conflicts. "Who are you hiding over there to ambush?" Yang Kai asked again. Zhang Fu's eyes flickered and he seemed a little hesitant, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's also someone from our sword union." Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Zhang Fu immediately shouted, "I'm not lying to you. We're only ambushing our enemies. Although we're all from the Sword Alliance, we're still divided into factions." Yang Kai nodded gently. From the other party's eyes, Yang Kai could see that he didn't show any signs of lying and that his explanation was reasonable. For a big force like Sword Union, it was naturally impossible for its internal affairs to be monolithic. There would always be some internal struggles, but it was a bit inconceivable that they would need to ambush someone like this. "Be more specific, to be safe," Yang Kai asked. Since Zhang Fu had already chosen to cooperate, it was naturally impossible for him to conceal anything, so he immediately told Yang Kai everything. There were several different factions in the Sword Alliance, but there were two largest factions. One was the faction represented by the current Union Master, while the other was the faction of the Vice Union Master. These two factions had been fighting openly and secretly for many years. The masterly he mentioned before was Li Minghai, one of the top masters in Sword Union and belonged to the faction of the Vice Union Master. This time, the one they were ambushing here was a rising star from the Union Master's faction and also the descendant of Sword Union's Union Master Gu Zongyun, Gu Xianxia. A rising star, even if he is the descendant of your Union Master, is not worthy of such great attention? You actually sent an Origin King to ambush him? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Fu in amazement and asked thoughtfully, "What is so special about this person that you need to do this for?" Zhang Fu smiled bitterly. If he was an ordinary Origin returning realm master, naturally there would be no need to pay so much attention, but young Union Master possesses the Great Void Sword body and has now reached the Third Order Origin returning realm. If he were to break through to the Origin King realm, the Vice Union Master's faction would no longer be able to stand out. So, taking advantage of the fact that young Union Master does not have any strong helpers around him this time, we planned this operation. However, your appearance made Master Li feel that his plan had been disturbed, so he wanted to kill you. Great Void Sword body? Yang Kai rubbed his chin. Is that a special physique? Being able to make you feel such fear, is he very powerful? Young Union Master is only 60 years old this year, yet he has already reached the Third Order Origin returning realm. Do you think he's powerful? Zhang Fu said solemnly, "I don't think your real age is very old, but your strength is quite good, but if you were to encounter our young Union Master, it is not certain who would win." Is that so? Yang Kai chuckled. A cultivator who had reached the Third Order Origin returning realm before the age of 60 was indeed a heaven-defying talent. However, Yang Kai's age seemed to be around 50 years old. In fact, he was even more powerful than Gu Xianxia. However, when a cultivator cultivated, they often could not perceive the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor, so they did not care much about age. Now that you mention it, I'm a little interested in your young Union Master, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Zhang Fu looked him up and down and nodded. People like you will collide with each other one day and create amazing sparks. However, the young Alliance Master had to be able to escape this time's pursuit. Alright, I've told you everything you wanted to know, so you may begin. Have a safe journey. Yang Kai nodded lightly to him. Begin. Zhang Fu urged impatiently, but Yang Kai still did not show any signs of taking action, but in the next moment, his consciousness blurred. Sure enough, there was no pain. Standing in place, Yang Kai took off Zhang Fu and Lu Dong's space rings, flicked out two demonic flames, and burned their corpses to ashes. Glancing back thoughtfully, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and rushed back. He did not want to take the initiative to provoke trouble, but that Li Minghai had killed him just because he was passing by, and Yang Kai could not tolerate it. After being hit, how could he not fight back? Yang Kai was ready to join in the fun. If he could find an opportunity to kill Li Minghai, that would be even better. Inside the asteroid sea, a group of cultivators led by Li Minghai waited quietly, like dormant beasts, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After a long time, someone frowned and said, "Why haven't Zhang Fu and Lu Dong come back yet? With their ability, they should have succeeded by now, right? Did they encounter some kind of danger? How could there be any danger around here? You don't mean to say that he was killed by that guy, do you? How could that be? That passerby took a blow from Master Li and was lucky not to die, so how could he have the strength to kill Zhang Fu and Lu Dong? However, not returning after so long is indeed strange. Master, do you want this subordinate to go out and look for him?" the man asked Li Minghai. "No need, if they can't even handle such a small matter, there is no point in living. Don't act rashly, in a day or two, young Union Master's starship will pass by here, all we need to do is wait quietly." "Yes." After exchanging a few words, the group fell silent, only occasionally glancing in a certain direction, looking forward to the arrival of the young Union Master's starship. This asteroid sea was very large and easy to hide in, otherwise, Li Minghai would not have chosen this place to ambush Gu Jianxian's starship. It was precisely because it was so large that when Yang Kai sneaked around from a very far distance, no one noticed him. At this moment, Yang Kai was less than 100 kilometers away from Li Minghai and the others. He was also hiding on top of an asteroid, looking in the direction of Li Minghai and the others with a cold expression. With his current strength, he could go up and fight. Even if he could not defeat Li Minghai, killing a few of his subordinates and then calmly retreating would not be a problem. However, Yang Kai was not prepared to do so. It was Li Minghai who had injured him before, so he naturally wanted to settle accounts with him. Yang Kai was also waiting for that young Union Master to come, waiting for the two sides to fight, then waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and give him a taste of his own medicine. Chapter 1735. Hiding somewhere in the asteroid sea, Yang Kai concealed his figure and aura. He believed that even if there was an Origin King Realm Master on the other side, it would be impossible for them to discover him within 100 kilometers of each other. Yang Kai checked the stone mongoose's situation again. It was because he noticed some changes in the stone mongoose that Yang Kai wanted to settle down in this asteroid sea, but in the end, he was discovered by Li Minghai and attacked. Now that he was waiting, Yang Kai naturally turned his attention to the stone mongoose again. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The cocoon-like layer that wrapped the stone mongoose was actually cracking, just like when the stone mongoose was born. Now, it was obvious that the stone mongoose was about to break out of its shell again. Space rings were not suitable places, nor were these asteroid seas. Yang Kai did not know if the stone mongoose's evolution this time would cause any obvious signs, so if he stayed here, Li Minghai and the others would only discover him. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only summon the sealed world bead and take the stone mongoose into the small sealed world. Since the elites of the three clans from Tongxian realm were brought to High Heaven sect, the mysterious small world had once again become vacant. Now that Yang Kai had arrived, it was still quiet. The stone cocoon was placed in front of Yang Kai, and he stared at it quietly. After a while, the stone cocoon began to emit cracking sounds. The cracks that were already there became bigger, more numerous, and denser. Finally, when the stone cocoon was filled with cracks, the stone mongoose burst out of it. Its small body landed nimbly in front of Yang Kai, and its eyes, which originally only had a faint glow of light, became extremely bright, as if they contained the light of wisdom. Seeing Yang Kai staring at it, the stone mongoose grinned, stood there, and scratched its head with its knee-length arms. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and released his divine sense to scan the stone mongoose. After a while, he muttered, "There's nothing special." A suspicious look appeared on his face. He thought that the evolution of the stone mongoose would bring about a drastic change to the stone mongoose. But now, it seemed that his expectations were a little too high. The stone mongoose did seem to have changed a little. After all, it had devoured a large amount of rare minerals on that Death Star. After refining the essence of these minerals, the stone mongoose's strength and sturdiness would definitely increase. This was equivalent to a cultivator eating spirit pills used for cultivation. Their strength would definitely increase. However, there wasn't any great change. On the other hand, the stone mongoose's eyes became brighter. It was obvious that its intelligence had increased as well, but it wasn't to the point where it could defy the natural order. "Show me." Yang Kai ordered the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose obeyed. In an instant, it transformed into a 10-meter-tall stone giant. It was awe-inspiring and gave off a strong sense of oppression. "What about the lava armor?" Yang Kai asked again. The stone mongoose's body immediately emitted scorching hot sun's true fire. It caused its entire body to turn red. The layer of armor that covered its body was like flowing magma. It was extremely terrifying. As expected, there aren't any obvious changes. Yang Kai frowned and thought hard. He still couldn't figure out the reason. Logically speaking, the stone mongoose had devoured the remaining trace of source energy on that Death Star. There was definitely a huge benefit to it. After all, after devouring it, its reaction was very strong and it even turned into a stone cocoon. But the final result was a little surprising. Since he couldn't figure it out for the time being, Yang Kai didn't continue to investigate. Anyway, there was still a long way to go, and he would have time to study it. After the stone mongoose returned to its original form, Yang Kai left the small sealed world with it. Just as he returned to the asteroid where he had been hiding, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. 100 kilometers away, Li Minghai and his group had all used a secret technique to conceal their auras, almost disappearing from Yang Kai's perception. And in a very distant location, there was a battleship slowly approaching them. The starship where Sword Union's young Union Master was. No wonder Li Minghai didn't hesitate to kill him when he discovered him. Obviously, they were running out of time and he didn't want any accidents, so he didn't hesitate to take action himself. In the end, not only did he fail, but he also provoked a hidden enemy. If Li Minghai knew about this, it was hard to say how he would feel. Yang Kai looked at the position of the starship and the direction it was heading, estimating that it would take at most an hour before the two sides would meet. So, he held his breath and waited for the show to begin. Time passed little by little, and the atmosphere in the huge asteroid sea seemed to become a little dignified. As the starship approached, Yang Kai discovered that Sword Union's young Union Master had more than one starship. The one in the middle was a slightly larger starship, about 300 meters in length. To the left and right of this starship were two smaller starships, each about 200 meters in length. Obviously, this was a team composed of 3 starships. Because he was too far away, Yang Kai didn't know what grade these 3 starships were, but he could imagine that they were definitely not lower than Origin grade. Sword Union's wealth was not small. Origin grade starships could be regarded as sect-hallowed treasures on Shadowed Star, but here, there were 3 of them. However, the appearance of these 3 starships was different from the one Yang Yen had refined. Strictly speaking, they were more like large ships, especially the one in the middle. It was like a huge ship sailing through the void with a sharp ram at its bow. The shape of this starship was extremely smooth, and from a distance, it looked like an unsheathed sword. On the decks of these 3 starships, one could vaguely see a cultivator moving about. The approaching starships were completely unaware of the crisis lurking in the asteroid sea and continued to sail straight towards Yang Kai. When the distance between them was only 50 kilometers or so, Li Minghai's side, which was hidden among the asteroids, decisively took action. Even from 100 kilometers away, Yang Kai could clearly feel a clear energy fluctuation coming from the other side. Immediately, this energy fluctuation grew stronger and stronger, and from several locations in the asteroid sea, a fierce light appeared. Immediately afterwards, several dozen white beams of light shot out from the asteroid sea like arrows from a bow and shot towards the 3 starships in the distance at lightning speed. With such obvious abnormalities and such strong energy fluctuations, the 3 starships were obviously aware of the approaching crisis. The cultivator on the deck quickly summoned their own defensive artifacts to block in front of the starships as best they could. At the same time, the 3 battleships also reacted with extreme speed. With a flash of brilliance, energy barriers visible to the naked eye lit up on the 3 starships. Not only that, but they also made evasive movements in an attempt to escape from the territory they were being attacked. However, Li Minghai and the others had been lurking here for a long time and were well prepared. The timing of their sneak attacks was also perfect, so it was impossible for them to avoid all of these attacks. Several dozen white beams of light instantly submerged the 3 starships, and from a distance, it looked like a monstrous wave had submerged 3 reefs. An even brighter light burst out from a certain spot. It turned out that the leftmost battleship was unable to withstand such an attack. First, its defensive shield was disintegrated, and then, the huge hull was directly penetrated by several beams of light. After suffering such heavy damage, the battleship actually exploded. Not a single person was able to escape from such destruction. The cultivator on this starship, along with the starship itself, was actually wiped out in the first round of sneak attacks by Li Minghai and the others. The starship on the right was relatively lucky. Although its defensive shield was also disintegrated in a very short time, it did not suffer too much damage, only 2 white beams of light piercing through its hull. Although the starship was completely destroyed, it did not explode, so it was unknown how many people had died. The cultivator who was still alive fled from the starship in a panic. Everyone was panicking as they searched around for traces of their enemies. After seeing the fate of the starship on the left, while some lingering fear filled their hearts, they also felt an unforgettable hatred. Of the 3 starships, only the largest one in the middle was in the best condition. Although it had suffered more attacks than the other 2, the grade of this starship was obviously extremely high. Its defensive shield was not completely broken, but it had become extremely dim. Before anyone could recover, Li Minghai and the others had already rushed forward. The moment the attack was launched, Li Minghai and the others had already begun to act. They seemed to have anticipated this situation, so as soon as they arrived in front of the starship, they summoned their offensive artifacts and bombarded it. Finally, the already dim defensive barrier was completely broken. Li Minghai. It turns out to be you. From the starship, a shocking roar rang out. From this voice, one could infer that the owner of this voice was not very old, but because of his monstrous anger, he shouted, "You dare attack this young master? Do you know what the consequences will be?" This old master is naturally clear about the consequences of attacking young Union master. Among the crowd, Li Minghai, who was recognized, wore an indifferent expression, not showing the slightest panic. This old master is one of Sword Union's elders, so how could this old master not understand the rules of the Union? However, if you want to use the Union's rules to suppress this old master, you'll have to wait until young Union master escapes this calamity. Good, very good. It seems that you are mentally prepared to bear this young master's monstrous anger. From the starship, at the same time Gu Jianxian's voice sounded, the figure of a young man appeared on the deck of the starship. This young man was handsome and had a jade-like complexion. His eyes contained an extremely sharp charm, as if there were 2 swords hidden in them that could pierce one's soul. Sword Union's young Union master, Gu Jianxian. Standing upright on the deck, even in the face of an origin king like Li Minghai, this young man's expression remained indifferent as he stood straight like a sharp sword. Beside Gu Jianxian stood 2 women, one on his left and one on his right. One of them was tall, with ample breasts and ample buttocks, and a pair of enchanting eyes. The other was relatively petite, with a picturesque face and long black hair that almost covered her buttocks. The temperaments of these 2 women were completely different. The only thing they had in common was that, like Gu Jianxian, neither of them showed any fear on their faces and instead seemed eager to fight. Chapter 1736. Li Minghai and Gu Jianxian's gazes collided in the void, sending out fierce sparks. The former's brow furrowed slightly. He was shocked to discover that Gu Jianxian's aura seemed to be thicker than the last time he saw him. The rumors were indeed true. If there were no accidents, young Union Master Gu Jianxian would be able to break through to the Origin King realm in the next 3 to 5 years. Once he succeeded in breaking through to the Origin King realm, with his great void sword body and his left and right sword servants behind him, no one in the First Order Origin King realm would be his opponent. He would even be able to put up a fight against a Second Order Origin King. A monster. No wonder Vice Union Master Wei Qianzong was so anxious to eradicate Gu Jianxian. Obviously, he had also noticed the terrifying growth of Gu Jianxian. Fortunately, this was a rare opportunity. As long as Gu Jianxian's group was killed, Sword Union would belong to the Vice Union Master's faction in the future. A genius who had not matured would never be a true genius. Li Minghai, this young master only has one question. Gu Jianxian crossed his hands behind his back and stood on the deck. How did you know this young master would pass by here? Li Minghai narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold voice, young Union Master already knows the answer in his heart, why ask this old master? Gu Jianxian nodded lightly. It seems that this young master really has some untrustworthy people around him. Very good, after this matter is over, this young master will find them. Young Union Master shouldn't worry about this, you have no future. Li Minghai said as he waved his hand and shouted, kill them all, don't let a single one escape. If even one of them managed to escape, they would be in big trouble. This time, their actions were intended to leave no survivors. With this order, the Origin returning realm cultivators around Li Minghai took action, forming groups of 3 to 5 as they attacked the cultivators who had managed to escape earlier. On the starship where Gu Jianxian was, a large number of cultivator also emerged and rushed forward without hesitation. For a time, in the territory near the asteroid sea, filled with colorful brilliance, the power of artifacts and secret techniques continued to bloom. Although Li Minghai's side did not have many people, at most 30, all of them were masters at the Second Order Origin returning realm or above. Therefore, his combat power was especially strong. On the other hand, although Gu Jianxian's side had more than 200 people, their cultivations were uneven and their high-end combat power was inferior to Li Minghai's. More importantly, with an Origin King like Li Minghai presiding over them, the pressure was simply too great. The Origin returning realm masters on Gu Jianxian's side were unable to display their full strength. As such, as soon as the two sides clashed, cultivator after cultivator died, and all of them were from Gu Jianxian's side. On the other hand, Li Minghai's side suffered no casualties. For a moment, the momentum of Li Minghai's side soared to the skies, causing Gu Jianxian's forces to complain incessantly. The battle had already begun, but Li Minghai did not rush to take action. Instead, he looked at Gu Jianxian and the two women beside him with a serious look on his face. It seemed that the man and the two women in front of him, he was an opponent that deserved to be taken seriously. Since Yang Kai did not move, Gu Jianxian naturally did not dare to act rashly. He could only watch as his subordinates fell one after another, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. After a long time, Li Minghai said faintly, young Union Master, do you want to do it yourself, or do you need this old master to escort you? Old dog Li. Do you think you can defeat this young master? Gu Jianxian shouted coldly. Li Minghai slowly shook his head. Since this Li dared to act here, naturally he was prepared. Young Union's young master is a dragon among dragons, possesses the void sword body, and has his left and right sword servants who have cultivated together since childhood. They are indeed extremely difficult to deal with, but young Union Master, you have not yet reached the Origin King realm. If you had, this old master would definitely not be your opponent. Unfortunately. Young Union Master, you are destined not to be able to escape today. Whether I can escape or not, you'll know once you try. Gu Jianxian shouted as a snow-white long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Wrapped in sword light, he leapt up from the deck. The sword light was like a rising sun, covering the earth in a powerful light. At the same time, the two women who had been standing behind him also moved. Like Gu Jianxian, the two of them took out their own long swords and wrapped them in sword chi before following closely behind Gu Jianxian. Unlike Gu Jianxian, the two women's sword lights appeared like crescent moons and stars, as if the moon was pouring down and the sky was filled with stars. The three sword lights merged into one mid-flight and exuded a power that surpassed that of an origin-returning realm master, as if they were capable of cutting through the heavens and earth, slashing down towards Li Minghai's head. Li Minghai's eyes flashed, seemingly shocked by Gu Jianxian's secret technique as he shouted, "The sun, moon, and star three-sword brilliant secret technique is truly worthy of its reputation. With this strike alone, young Union Master is invincible in the origin-returning realm. Unfortunately, your left and right sword servants' cultivations are a bit lacking, and you are not an origin king. Let this old master show you just how big the gap between the origin king realm and the origin returning realm is." As he spoke, an invisible force spread out from Li Minghai's body. Territory Field. It had been 500 years since Li Minghai broke through to the origin king realm and could be considered a veteran origin king realm master. Even if the power of his territory field was not that great because his cultivation had stagnated, it was still his territory field. Any origin-returning realm master who was shrouded in his territory field was destined to be completely suppressed and unable to do anything. However, Li Minghai's territory field was unable to stop Gu Jianxian's trio in the slightest. From the combined sword lights of these three, a different kind of power emerged and easily broke through the blockade of Li Minghai's territory field. Li Minghai's eyes flashed as he shouted, "Minghai territory dividing mirror. The alliance leader really did bestow this treasure to you." The Minghai territory dividing mirror was an origin king grade artifact. After using it, one could resist the territory field of an origin king to a great extent. If the other party was not strong enough, it was even possible for their territory field to collapse. Throughout Star's territory, this artifact was quite famous. After all, there were only a few artifacts that could resist a territory field. With the help of this artifact, Gu Jianxian and the two sword servants were not suppressed by Li Minghai's territory field and were still able to send their attacks towards Li Minghai. Facing the sun, moon, and star three swords radiant secret technique, Li Minghai did not act carelessly. With a flip of his wrist, the long spear artifact he had used to attack Yang Kai before appeared in his palm. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, the tip of the spear burst forth with a terrifying power as it engaged Gu Jianxian's trio in close combat. A series of clanging sounds rang out in an instant. Spear images and sword lights filled the vast space, and the figures of Li Minghai and Gu Jianxian's trio were almost impossible to see. In the distance, Yang Kai watched all this in amazement, a look of amazement on his face. Being able to fight an origin king with an origin realm cultivation was not something that could be done casually, but Gu Jianxian had done it. Although he had borrowed the strength of the other two women, he was still able to hold his own for a short time. Moreover, the cultivations of these two women were obviously not as good as Gu Jianxian's, seemingly only second-order origin returning realm cultivators. However, the three of them cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed them to combine their strengths and display strength beyond the origin realm. Sword Union's young Union Master is really something. When the two sides began fighting, Yang Kai had already run out of his hiding place and arrived at a position closest to the battlefield, where he concealed himself and secretly observed the situation. He focused 80% of his attention on Li Minghai, ready to see if there was a suitable opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Against an origin king like Li Minghai, if he couldn't grasp the right opportunity, it would only alert him, so Yang Kai could only wait patiently. Originally, he was a little worried that Gu Jianxian and the others would be defeated in a single blow, but now it seemed that this young Union Master was actually able to fight for a while. While he was investigating, Yang Kai discovered that there were several streaks of light that were fleeing towards the asteroid sea. Obviously, the battlefield had begun to expand, and some of the cultivators were trying to find a way to escape, and this asteroid sea was undoubtedly the best place for them to flee. The ones fleeing at the front were two weaker cultivators, and judging from their physiques, they should be women. The one chasing behind them was the cultivator on Li Minghai's side. From the looks of it, the cultivations of the two fleeing women were only third-order Saint Kings. Such cultivations really didn't have much use in this kind of battle. On the other hand, the cultivator chasing them was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. The difference in strength between them was simply too great, so it was already a miracle that the two of them were able to escape. Because of Li Minghai's order not to leave anyone alive, the second-order origin returning realm cultivator did not intend to let these two women go and pursued them relentlessly, quickly closing the distance between the two sides. The relationship between the two women was obviously good, and even while fleeing, they did not abandon each other and continued to guard each other tightly. However, what made Yang Kai feel helpless was that the direction they were heading towards was actually where he was hiding. If nothing unexpected happened, they would fly past him a moment later. Sighing secretly, Yang Kai prepared to take action. A moment later, the two fleeing women really flew past the asteroid where Yang Kai was hiding. At such a close distance, and with the two women looking around from time to time, looking for a suitable hiding spot, they naturally discovered Yang Kai's existence. When their eyes met, Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, and the two women opposite him were obviously stunned as well. At that moment, the second-order origin returning realm cultivator who had been chasing after them finally arrived at this place and suddenly shot out a ray of light from his hand towards the two dazed women. Judging from the power of these attacks, even if the two women resisted with all their strength, they would not be able to escape the fate of serious injuries. However, these rays of light inexplicably dissipated halfway through, as if they had never appeared in the first place. What happened? The pursuing second-order origin returning realm cultivator was startled, but before he could react, he saw a golden light flash in front of him and a faint golden thread-like object cut across his neck. The Saint Chi protecting his body was like paper, unable to play any defensive role at all. Feeling a sharp pain, the cultivator's vision went dark. Chapter 1737. Amidst the asteroid sea, Yang Kai stared at the two women not far away in amazement, seemingly a little surprised. The two women were undoubtedly even more surprised than Yang Kai. When the origin returning realm master who had been pursuing them inexplicably died, the two women both let out exclamations and turned their heads to look around, seemingly trying to see who had come to their rescue. Seeing no one around, the two women finally cast their eyes back to Yang Kai again, already having some guesses in their hearts, their beautiful eyes flashing a look of disbelief. "What are you waiting for? Come over here quickly." Yang Kai called out in a low voice, waving his hand as he did so. Only then did the two women react, glance at each other, turn around, and land 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, constantly staring at Yang Kai with surprised expressions. Yang Kai looked at them with a grin and raised his brow. "What's wrong? After not seeing each other for so many years, you don't recognize me?" Hearing what he said, the two women let out a sigh of relief, confirming that their guesses were not wrong. However, it was precisely because of this that they felt even more incredulous. The woman in the lead even reached out her hand to cover her mouth and whispered, "Yang Kai? Is it really you? Did you kill that man just now? How did you become so strong? And why are you here?" The other woman, who looked a little younger, asked a lot of questions in one breath, but after she finished asking, she suddenly became vigilant and grit her teeth. "Are you one of Li Minghai's people?" As soon as she opened her mouth, Yang Kai didn't have time to answer her questions. The older woman in the lead looked at Yang Kai seriously before slowly shaking her head. "Little sister, don't speak nonsense. If he was one of Li Minghai's people, why would he help us just now?" Yang Kai chuckled as he glanced over at the younger woman and teased, "He Miao, it seems you're still as reckless as ever." Hearing this, He Miao blushed and said shyly, "I'm sorry, I was a little frightened." "It's fine," Yang Kai smiled lightly, looked at the two women, and sighed, "I didn't expect that after so many years, we would meet again. I didn't expect to see you here." These two women. They were none other than He Zhao and He Miao, the first cultivator that Yang Kai had encountered when he first entered Star Territory. It had been many years since they had left the floating continent. After parting ways. After that, they never saw each other again. Therefore, Yang Kai was quite surprised when he saw it. But thinking about it carefully, He Zhao and He Miao were the cultivator of the Sword Union. It was not impossible for it to appear here. It was just that the two sisters were quite unlucky to be involved in this kind of thing. "That's right, it's really been many years." He Zhao sighed. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Did you kill that person just now?" "Yes." Seeing Yang Kai admit it, even though they had already guessed it, the sisters were still shocked speechless. When they first met Yang Kai was just a first-order saint. The two sisters' cultivations were slightly higher than Yang Kai's, one third-order saint and the other second-order saint. Nearly 30 years later, they had both reached the third-order Saint King realm. Their aptitude was quite good, and their cultivation progress was extremely fast. But compared to Yang Kai, they still seemed somewhat lacking. Being able to instantly kill a second-order origin returning realm master, even if it was a sneak attack, meant that Yang Kai had at least reached the origin returning realm. Perhaps, he was a third-order origin returning realm master. Because the moment Yang Kai attacked just now, He Zhao felt an energy fluctuation no weaker than that of young Union Master Gu Jianxian. The two sisters were deeply shaken. Suddenly, He Zhao's expression changed again as she asked, "Yang Kai, can I ask you for a favor?" "What?" "Save my honored master." "Your honored master?" Yang Kai frowned, but quickly reacted. He Zhao should be referring to the beautiful woman Yushi. When they arrived on the floating continent, the honored master of the He Zhao sisters, Yushi, was also there. Yang Kai had some dealings with her, but they didn't get along very well. Because Yang Kai's origin was too remote and his cultivation wasn't high, Yushi looked down on Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai had killed one of Yushi's disciples at that time, causing Yushi's hatred for Yang Kai to deepen. However, later, for various reasons, Yushi changed her opinion of Yang Kai. In the end, with the help of Yang Kai's strength, she successfully escaped from the floating continent. It turned out that her disciple wasn't a good person either, so her death wasn't worth regretting. "Yushi is also here?" Yang Kai glanced towards the battlefield again, but all he could see was a large number of flashes, making it impossible to tell who was fighting. He Zhao wore an anxious look on her face. "We were able to escape thanks to honored master delaying the enemy, but her situation is not optimistic. I don't know how long she can last." "Yang Kai, can you?" She obviously knew that her request was a bit excessive. The battlefield was in chaos right now, and there were even origin kings fighting. Anyone who intruded would likely be crushed to pieces. However, she was just a third-order Saint King and was unable to help Yushi, so she could only grit her teeth and ask Yang Kai for help. "Big brother Yang." He Miao called out in a low voice, a pleading look on her face. Now, she no longer had her usual cleverness and seemed to be in a daze. When she thought that her honored master might fall on that battlefield, He Miao almost burst into tears. Perhaps it was because of the experience of escaping from the floating continent, or perhaps it was because Yang Kai had just killed a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, but the two sisters had an inexplicable confidence in Yang Kai, seemingly believing that as long as he took action, their honored master would be safe and sound. Yushi had given Yang Kai a bad impression, but her attitude towards her two disciples was unquestionable. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life alone to delay the enemy and allow He Zhao and He Miao to escape. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Seeing this, He Zhao and He Miao didn't dare to urge him and could only wait anxiously. After a while, Yang Kai raised his eyes and said seriously, "Speaking of which, the reason I hid here was mainly because I wanted to sneak attack that Li Ming Hai." He Zhao and He Miao suddenly exclaimed as they stared at Yang Kai in shock, a look of disbelief flashing across their beautiful eyes. An Origin returning realm master actually wanted to sneak attack an Origin king. This kind of thing was like an ant hiding in a corner and stretching out its leg to trip an elephant. It was simply unbelievable. I'm not joking, when I passed by here before, he attacked me, so I decided to stay here. Yang Kai looked at them faintly. It's not convenient for me to show up now. The brilliance in the eyes of the two sisters quickly dimmed. However, since He Miao has even called me big brother, I can't just sit back and watch, Yang Kai chuckled. He Miao looked at Yang Kai in surprise, a trace of shyness and blush flashing across her pale face. Come out. Yang Kai suddenly let out a low shout. In the next moment, a fiery red stream of light suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body. Then, the stream of light transformed into a human figure. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful woman with an explosive figure strangely appeared in front of He Zhao and He Miao. This beautiful woman had a head of fiery red hair that was as gorgeous as a burning flame. The clothes she wore were also fiery red. At such a close distance, He Zhao and He Miao both felt a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation coming from this woman's body. It was a destructive power. "Master, what are your orders?" As soon as the woman appeared, she respectfully asked Yang Kai, not even sparing He Zhao and He Miao a single glance, as if in her eyes, these two women were like air, existences that could be ignored. "Go with them and protect their safety." Yang Kai pointed to He Zhao and He Miao. The woman then turned her attention to the two sisters and nodded lightly. "Yang Kai, she is?" He Zhao asked hesitantly. "My friend, you can call her Lu Yen." Yang Kai replied. Even Yang Kai did not notice that when he introduced Lu Yen to He Zhao and He Miao, Lu Yen's beautiful eyes flashed with a faint but extremely bright light. "So it's elder sister Lu Yen, I'll have to trouble elder sister this time." Although He Zhao could see that Lu Yen was not a living creature with a physical body, the other party appeared to be very intelligent, so He Zhao did not dare slight her in the slightest. "Lu Yen will obey master's orders." Lu Yen was not a woman of many words, but her words were concise and to the point. "Go." Yang Kai nodded lightly to Lu Yen. Lu Yen understood, and with a twist of her body, she once again turned into a streak of light and drilled into He Zhao's body before she could react. He Zhao exclaimed in surprise, but soon a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. Because she felt that there was a terrifying power dormant in her body. Although this power was not under her control and even gave her a slight sense of heat and discomfort, with this power, she would be able to rescue her honored master from that battlefield. She looked at Yang Kai gratefully and said, "Thank you. Be careful." Yang Kai smiled lightly. The two sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, exchanged glances with each other before heading towards the battlefield. With the assistance of Lu Yen, the safety of the two sisters was no longer a problem. Since swallowing the heavenly thunder fire of brilliant flame sect, Lu Yen had not only evolved her sentience but also her strength. Before swallowing it, she could fight a third-order origin returning realm master without falling into a disadvantage. After swallowing it, she could fight against an ordinary first-order origin king. In that battlefield, only Li Ming Hai was an origin king, so no one else was Lu Yan's opponent. It was easy to imagine what kind of change He Zhao and He Miao, who brought Lu Yen back to the battlefield, would bring to this one-sided battle. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai turned his attention back to the battle between Gu Jianxian and Li Ming Hai. Their battle was the fiercest in the entire battlefield, and the energy fluctuations were the strongest, so it was easy to find them. Yang Kai was able to spot them at a glance. Gu Jianxian and his left and right sword servants were still one, their bodies wrapped in sword light as the three manifestations of the sun, moon, and stars dazzling together. Li Minghai's long spear moved back and forth like a nimble snake. The two sides had been fighting for so long and were actually evenly matched. Chapter 1738. With just a glance, Yang Kai could see that Gu Jianxian's side was in trouble. When he and the two women used this secret technique before, the sun, moon, and star manifestation had been extremely bright, with the crescent moon and stars lingering around them, mutually nourishing each other. But now, the sun, moon, and star manifestation was showing signs of dissipating, and the momentum of these three was much weaker than before. On the other hand, Li Minghai was still the same, not showing the slightest sign of weakness. It seemed that if nothing unexpected happened, Gu Jianxian would be defeated in the end. Taking advantage of the intensity of their battle, Yang Kai also began to move closer. It was not easy for Gu Jianxian to achieve this, and even if he could not severely injure Li Minghai at the last moment, he would at least be able to hinder him. At the very least, he should be able to distract Li Minghai's attention. As long as Li Minghai's attention was distracted, Yang Kai could take advantage of this opportunity to attack. In a flash, Yang Kai had already arrived 10 kilometers away from the battle. This was the limit of what he could approach, and if he moved any closer, Li Minghai would definitely notice him. Just after concealing himself, Li Minghai's shout rang out, "Young Union Master, if this is all you have, this old master will send you on your way." Gu Jianxian did not speak, perhaps because he did not have the energy to speak or simply did not want to respond, but the sword light he and his left and right sword servant summoned suddenly expanded, instantly transforming into a giant sword wave 1,000 meters long that slashed towards Li Minghai. Li Minghai laughed loudly, "Petty tricks. Young Union Master, do you still want to put up a desperate struggle?" Saying so, he flicked the soul breaker spear in his hand. A jet-black light shot out from the tip of the spear to meet the giant sword wave. The two streaks of light, white and black, collided in mid-air, and a halo of light spread out like ripples. This halo of light contained a terrifying power that even origin-returning realm masters had to retreat, showing just how fierce this confrontation was. The two distinct lights were in a stalemate in the void, but the stalemate was quickly broken. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique Li Minghai had used, but the pitch-black light suddenly expanded and directly suppressed the sword wave. A loud bang rang out. The sword wave burst apart. Amidst the muffled groans, the three figures shot off in different directions. Gu Jianxian's face was pale, and there were traces of blood flowing out from the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered some injuries. His left and right sword attendants were even worse. They had cultivated together with Gu Jianxian since childhood. The left and right sword servants existed for Gu Jianxian. His cultivation had always been lower than Gu Jianxian's. In addition, he had shared a lot of the damage just now. At this moment, the left and right sword attendants' delicate bodies were trembling, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Large amounts of blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. His clothes were dyed red. Li Minghai's eyes flashed fiercely, but he did not take this opportunity to take Gu Jianxian's life. Instead, his figure flickered as he raised his spear and charged towards the left sword servant who was closest to him. As an Origin King Realm Master, his combat experience was naturally extremely rich. Although this was the best time to kill Gu Jianxian's identity was extraordinary. He even had the clear sea-divided territory mirror on him, so there was no guarantee he had other even more powerful artifacts on him. Li Minghai did not have the confidence to kill him in a single blow. As such, he chose the left sword servant as his target. As long as he did not have the left sword servant's assistance, Gu Jianxian would not be able to use his sun, moon, and star three swords' brilliant secret technique. At that time, Li Minghai could simply grind Gu Jianxian to death. Li Minghai's actions were imprinted in the right sword servant's beautiful eyes, and a trace of determination and uneasiness flashed across her beautiful eyes. Hurriedly stabilizing her falling figure, she pushed her Saint Qi and rushed towards the left sword servant with all her strength. As for Gu Jianxian, he screamed hysterically, "Ling Yu, hide!" As he shouted this, he also desperately rushed over to the left sword servant like the right sword servant. 3 streaks of light chased after the left sword servant, quickly closing the distance between them. Li Minghai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile as he realized that the time was right. Suddenly, he turned around and threw the soul-breaker spear towards the right sword servant. Everyone was stunned. Only now did everyone understand that Li Minghai's initial goal was not the left sword servant, but the right sword servant. Or perhaps he was simply adapting to the situation and choosing a better target to attack. After the soul-breaker spear flew out of Li Minghai's control, it transformed into a giant python, opened its bloody maw, and released a violent aura. In an instant, it arrived in front of the right sword servant and was about to swallow her whole. This was a true Origin King-grade artifact, and the right sword servant alone would not be able to block it. If she was hit head-on, only death would await her. At that moment, somewhere on Gu Jianxian's body, there was a flash of brilliance. Using some kind of secret technique or artifact, Gu Jianxian somehow appeared in front of the right sword servant and wrapped his arm around her, shielding her behind him as a cyan artifact armor made of scales appeared around his body. This artifact armor glowed brilliantly and was obviously an excellent defensive artifact. After being pushed by Gu Jianxian's Saint Qi, an energy membrane appeared around this artifact armor, giving it an extremely sturdy appearance. Just as he finished doing all this, Li Minghai's attack arrived. The giant python swayed its body and bombarded Gu Jianxian's artifact armor. The bright energy membrane dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye and lasted for less than 2 breaths before bursting apart. The remaining force of the collision slammed into Gu Jianxian, causing him to bleed profusely as he was sent flying backwards. Even the right sword servant he was protecting coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale and bloodless. Young Union Master really values friendship and righteousness. This old master admires him, but, even if you can save one, can you save a second? Li Minghai's triumphant voice rang out with a hint of mockery and ridicule. Gu Jianxian, who was sent flying backwards, fixed his eyes and saw that Li Minghai had appeared in front of the left sword servant again at some unknown time and was now raising his hand to slap it towards her. Saint Qi surged from this palm and formed a vortex visible to the naked eye. The power of this vortex combined with the pressure of an Origin King Realm Master suppressed the left sword servant completely, rendering her unable to move or resist. However, even though death was imminent, she wasn't worried about her own safety. Instead, she looked at Gu Jianxian with worry in her eyes. When she saw that Gu Jianxian hadn't been killed and had only been seriously injured, she smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, and her red lips moved slightly. Although he could not hear her voice, Gu Jianxian knew that she wanted him to escape. Li Minghai. Gu Jianxian's roar resounded through the void like that of a wounded beast, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. "Young master, run!" The right sword servant, who was being held in Gu Jianxian's arms, grabbed Gu Jianxian's arm and cried out in Gu Jianxian's ear, "Elder Sister Ling Yu doesn't want you to risk your life. As long as you leave, Elder Sister Ling Yu's death will be worth it." Gu Jianxian remained motionless, but a look of astonishment appeared on his distorted face before a look of pleasant surprise flashed across his eyes as he turned to look behind Li Minghai. He discovered that at some unknown time, a figure had appeared behind Li Minghai. This person was like a ghost, approaching less than a meter away from Li Minghai without Old Dog Li noticing. Immediately, this person stretched out his hand and sent out a series of pitch-black, crescent-shaped attacks towards Li Minghai like a storm. These attacks contained extremely profound and obscure fluctuations of power that even from a great distance, Wuxia Xianxia was able to sense. As soon as these attacks were launched, Li Minghai finally noticed and shouted, "Who's there?" Hurriedly turning around, he sent out a palm towards the person who had attacked him. What shocked and excited Wuxia Xianxia was that Li Minghai's palm was not able to disperse all of these attacks, and some of them still managed to hit Li Minghai's arm. Old dog Li's arm was strangely disappearing little by little. It was as if it had never existed, as if it had been swallowed by the void. Feeling a sharp pain, Li Minghai roared madly as he stretched out his undamaged hand and summoned back the soul-breaker spear. Glaring at the young man who had attacked him, Li Minghai roared fiercely, "Junior, I'll make you pay. You won't have the chance." The young man coldly snorted as he flicked his wrist and summoned out a bladeless, dark green sword. This long sword trembled slightly before transforming into the image of a giant dark green dragon that rushed towards Li Minghai. A dragon's roar shook the sky as dragon pressure filled the air. Li Minghai let out a strange cry as he hurriedly urged the power of the soul-breaker spear to transform into a giant python to meet this attack. The two monsters transformed from artifacts collided in the void, but how could a giant python defeat a giant dragon? After only a breath of time, it was destroyed by the giant dragon. Li Minghai's eyes finally showed a look of horror as he tried to find the trace of the young man who had attacked him, but to his horror, he couldn't find him. Just as he had appeared like a ghost, after summoning his artifact, he had disappeared like a ghost. Sensing a murderous intent behind him, Li Minghai's heart clenched and he quickly released his territory domain in an attempt to reverse the situation. Although he had only fought with the young man who had attacked him for a moment, Li Minghai was keenly aware that his opponent was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Against an origin returning realm master, one's territory domain was undoubtedly the best weapon to rely on. Not everyone was like Wuxia Xianxia, who had a treasure like the bright sea-dividing territory mirror that could restrain one's territory domain. Li Minghai had a good plan, but to his surprise, when he released his territory domain, another shur began to take shape. Not only was it not suppressed by his territory domain, it was even able to compete with it. There was a mysterious power contained within the shur. The surrounding space began to collapse as thin void cracks began to appear around Li Minghai, wrapping him up in an airtight manner. "Space Force!" Li Minghai exclaimed. At that moment, the giant dark green dragon that had destroyed the giant python rushed in front of him, opened its bloody maw, and bit towards Li Minghai. Behind him, a chilling murderous intent enveloped Li Minghai like a tidal wave. He was surrounded on all sides and had no way out. Chapter 1739. Old Dog Li. At some point, Wuxia Xianxia had also arrived and sent out a dazzling sun-like sword light towards Li Minghai like a falling star. At the same time, a golden light burst out from the surroundings and golden threads danced about like snakes, cutting through the void. The void cracks around Li Minghai's body also began to expand and squeeze towards him. Almost in an instant, Li Minghai, who was at a loss, was overwhelmed by a variety of forces. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from where Li Minghai stood, illuminating the surrounding starry sky territory as a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering energy fluctuation pulsed from this light. Wuxia Xianxia was once again sent flying backwards at a speed faster than when he had attacked. The right sword servant, who had been prepared, hurriedly rushed forward and caught Wuxia Xianxia. With a cry, Wuxia Xianxia leaned into the right sword servant's arms and coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Young master!" The right sword servant called out tenderly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Wuxia Xianxia, however, did not have the time to answer as he simply stared forward. He did not know whether Li Minghai was dead or not, but from the feeling of that sword strike just now, it was clear that it had struck Li Minghai's vitals. But that was still an Origin King Realm Master. This was the first time Wuxia Xianxia had fought a life-and-death battle with an Origin King Realm Master, so he lacked experience. Before seeing Li Minghai's corpse with his own eyes, he did not dare act carelessly. The light gradually dissipated, revealing a figure standing in the void. Gu Jianxian's eyes shrank sharply. Li Minghai. Under such a terrifying attack, Li Minghai had actually not died. However, after suffering such a powerful impact, this Origin King Realm Master's hair was disheveled and his clothes were in tatters. At some point, he had put up a protective artifact armor around his body, but this artifact armor had been completely destroyed. What made Gu Jianxian overjoyed though was that Li Minghai's injuries were obviously not light, because his body was in tatters. It was like he was just a rag. Large and small, grotesquely shaped holes littered his body, and from these holes, one could even see Li Minghai's bones and wriggling flesh. Li Minghai's face was filled with anger and fear. He was afraid. He felt the threat of death. So he was afraid. Sure enough, this was the case. Li Minghai looked around. His gaze only paused on Gu Jianxian and the right sword servant for a moment before shifting his gaze away and continuing to search the void. Unfortunately, nothing. He did not find any trace of the elusive young man who had ambushed him before. Junior, one day, this old man, this old master, Li Minghai's face as he shouted as he could be. Li Minghai shouted fiercely before turning into a stream of light and continuing to flee into the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood along the way. Don't let him escape. Gu Jianxian shouted into the void, gasping for breath. As soon as his voice fell, a five-colored light bloomed somewhere in the void. This five-colored light was like an invincible sword chi that carried with it the power to split the heavens and cut straight towards Li Minghai. Li Li Ming Li Li Li, Li 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 Li, of a Li Minghai. However, at this moment, Li Minghai was undoubtedly putting up a strong front, and the method he used was unable to block the five-colored light that had transformed into sword chi. The five-colored light passed by Li Minghai's body and disappeared into the void like a shining meteor. Li Minghai's body stiffened in place, his eyes bulging as he no longer moved. The vitality in his body and the light in his eyes quickly dissipated. A dignified Origin King Realm Master had died here. Gu Jianxian, who was watching from a distance, could not figure out the situation, but with his heavy injuries, he did not dare act rashly and simply stared at Li Minghai's body vigilantly. It was not until the left sword servant, who was still in shock, flew over and checked Li Minghai's condition that he flew back to Gu Jianxian with joy. When the left sword servant returned, Gu Jianxian asked anxiously, "How is it?" "Li Minghai is dead." The left sword servant replied. Gu Jianxian let out a long breath as he could no longer hold on and collapsed into the arms of the right sword servant who had been supporting him, muttering with lingering fear, "It's good that he's dead, it's good that he's dead." "Young master, that person just now." The left sword servant looked surprised. "He's not from our sword union." Gu Jianxian shook his head, took out some spirit pills from his space ring, stuffed them into his mouth, and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. Go support the others first. Old Dog Li brought a lot of masters, I'm afraid they won't be able to, oh." As Gu Jianxian spoke, he turned his head and glanced towards the battlefield and suddenly discovered a strange scene. Many of the cultivator on his side were still alive, while Li Minghai's subordinates were almost all dead. Gu Jianxian had been fighting with Li Minghai just now, so he had not had time to investigate the situation, but now that he saw this scene, he couldn't help feeling a bit incredulous. Gu Jianxian was naturally aware of the difference in strength between the two sides. His side was obviously weaker than Li Minghai's. After all, Li Minghai had been prepared for a sneak attack and ambush, so how could he not have been fully prepared? This time, Gu Jianxian was able to kill Li Minghai by chance and escape this disaster because of the help of his benefactor, but how could his subordinates also be so brave? Gu Jianxian couldn't believe his eyes. But after watching for a while, he finally understood why all this was happening. It was because of Yu Shi and her two disciples. Yu Shi, He Zhao, He Miao, and Gu Jianxian knew each other. In any case, these three were cultivator who had followed him. Although Yu Shi only had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was still an origin returning realm master, so Gu Jianxian naturally had some impression of her. At this moment, the three of them were rushing to the forefront, facing enemies who were much stronger than them, but their expressions remained unchanged. Every time they clashed, a red light would bloom from He Zhao's body, and then her enemies would inexplicably fall. What is this red light? Gu Jianxian couldn't understand what was going on. He never knew that he had such a strange cultivator among his subordinates, one that could accomplish such an unbelievable feat. The overall situation had been decided, and Li Minghai's side had been utterly defeated and was now fleeing in panic, being chased by his own subordinates. Gu Jianxian calmed down and took a deep breath before cupping his fists towards the void and shouting, "Dare I ask for this friend's name? This Gu is deeply grateful for your assistance just now. If it is convenient, could you come out and meet me?" Young Union Master is too polite." A burst of hearty laughter came from somewhere. Gu Jianxian turned his head and was surprised to see the young man he had seen before walking out of the void. Gu Jianxian's eyes lit up, and the left and right sword servants also looked at Yang Kai with a curious and grateful look. If Yang Kai hadn't suddenly appeared just now, they wouldn't have cared if the two of them had died, but their young master would definitely have been killed. As such, the left and right sword servants were extremely grateful to Yang Kai for turning the tide and looking at Yang Kai with eyes full of kindness. Gu Jianxian only took a quick look at Yang Kai and confirmed that he was really just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, the combat power he had just displayed was far beyond this realm. Perhaps, even if he and the left and right sword servants joined forces, they might not be his opponent. Gu Jianxian was shocked. As the young Union Master of Sword Union, he had been given an advantage that ordinary people did not have since he was a child. He was not an unambitious second-generation young master, he had lofty ideals and a broad future, so he had been cultivating diligently over the years. He believed that as an origin-returning realm master, there were few in the entire star territory who could be his opponent. But today, he saw one. A martial artist of the same generation and cultivation level who made him feel great pressure. Shuayu's third young master. Gu Jianxian asked suspiciously. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Do I look like such a sissy to you?" Gu Jianxian smiled awkwardly, and the left and right sword servants also couldn't help laughing. The left sword servant, who had a charming appearance, even burst out laughing, but then she seemed to feel that something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. "Sorry, this Gu and Shuayu's third young master have been friends for a long time, but we have never met," Gu Jianxian explained. "Then your excellency is Zidong? Who is that?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Purple Star's young master." Gu Jianxian was at a loss. "What's wrong?" In young Union Master's opinion, only the young masters of these great forces are qualified to talk to you? Yang Kai looked at Gu Jianxian with a smile. "This Gu did not mean that," Gu Jianxian quickly said. "It's just that this Gu finds it hard to imagine that someone could be so strong without the support of these great forces. If I'm being rude, I hope this friend can forgive me." "It's fine," Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, "I'm not from any great force, my name is Yang Kai." Gu Jianxian was startled. He had never heard the name Yang Kai before, but he was certain that he was not from any great force. Because of this, Gu Jianxian was even more shocked. Cupping his fists again, Gu Jianxian nodded solemnly, "So it is Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning his eyes towards the distance. Over there, the battle seemed to have been settled. With Lu Yan's help, how could Li Minghai's subordinates be his opponent? One by one, they were all killed without a single one escaping. "Brother Yang, this Gu has a question, but I don't know if I should ask," Gu Jianxian suddenly said. When I was passing by here before, Li Minghai launched a sneak attack on me, so I set up an ambush here. Yang Kai glanced at him and gave the answer as if he had foreseen it. Brother Yang, good courage, and good means. Gu Jianxian's brow twitched. If an ordinary Origin returning realm master was attacked by an Origin king, if they were lucky enough to survive, they would definitely run as far away as possible. All they could do was grit their teeth and curse behind their backs to vent their anger. But this Yang Kai actually dared to return and launch a sneak attack. Doing such a thing, either he was extremely daring, or he had a trump card to rely on. Judging from the results, it was obviously the latter reason. It seemed that he had not used his full strength in the previous battle. Moreover, this guy was obviously a vengeful master. Chapter 1740. Since it was a sneak attack, why didn't Brother Yang wait for a better opportunity? For example, when Old Dog Li killed me and relaxed, Brother Yang chose to take action at that time. It must have taken some effort, Gu Jianxian asked. Just because it took some effort doesn't mean he couldn't have killed him. Yang Kai smiled confidently. What young Union Master wants to ask is, why did he want me to save you? Gu Jianxian nodded. It's a pity that a man who is willing to risk his life for his woman would die like this, Yang Kai replied. Gu Jianxian had personally blocked a blow from Li Minghai in order to protect his right sword servant. Yang Kai had seen this clearly and knew that if anything had gone wrong, both he and his right sword servant would have been sent to the Yellow Springs. Yang Kai had also risked his life for Su Yan and had even faced a master like Luo Hai head-on, so he agreed with Gu Jianxian's actions very much. A man who was willing to risk his life for the woman he loved was definitely not a cunning and sinister person. Gu Jianxian was startled. The left and right sword servants on the other hand blushed slightly as they glanced at Gu Jianxian affectionately, their beautiful eyes filled with sweetness. Gu Jianxian laughed, the vigilance in his eyes finally dissipating as he proudly declared, "It seems that Brother Yang is also a sentimental person. This Gu is truly fortunate to be able to meet Brother Yang here." Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "There is another reason. I know someone from your sword union." "Oh? Brother Yang knows someone from our sword union?" Gu Jianxian asked with joy. Without even mentioning that Yang Kai had saved his life and had done him a great favor, Yang Kai alone had given Gu Jianxian a good impression of him and the idea of making friends with him. Now that he heard Yang Kai say he knew someone from Sword Union, he was naturally overjoyed. "Who does Brother Yang know?" "They're here," Yang Kai gestured to the side. Gu Jianxian turned his head and found that it was Yu Shi and her two master disciples, who had shone brilliantly in the previous battle. "It's them." Gu Jianxian was surprised. He thought that the people Yang Kai knew must be the top experts on his side, but he didn't expect them to be this unremarkable master and disciple trio. A moment later, Yu Shi, He Zhao, and He Miao flew to a spot not far away. The three of them first saluted Gu Jianxian and inquired about his situation. After learning that the young Union Master was fine, they breathed a sigh of relief. Big Brother Yang. He Zhao and He Miao had more contact with Yang Kai. This time, it was thanks to Yang Kai's help that they were able to turn the situation around. Therefore, she didn't regard him as an outsider and called out sweetly as soon as she came back. Yang Kai nodded slightly, stretched out his hand, and a red light shot out from He Zhao's body. He sucked it into his palm. "Thank you, Yang Kai. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. The three of us can't thank you enough." Yu Shi sincerely thanked him. Yang Kai did not say anything. He calmly accepted the other party's thanks. Big Brother Yang actually knows Lady Yu and her master, this is truly fate, Gu Jianxian laughed. "If Big Brother Yang doesn't mind, why don't you come to this Gu's starship and rest for a few days so this Gu can properly entertain you?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment, but did not immediately agree. The reason why he had stayed here was mainly because he wanted to sneak attack Li Minghai, but now that he had killed this guy, there was nothing else he needed to do. Seeing him remain silent, Gu Jianxian didn't urge him. He Zhao and He Miao, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai eagerly, hoping he would stay. What is young Union Master's destination? After a while, Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Big brother Yang, just call me brother Gu. Calling me young Union Master is a bit of an outsider. Gu Jianxian smiled. I won't hide it from big brother Yang, this Gu is going to Azure Tree Star. Azure Tree Star? It's a cultivation star under the jurisdiction of my sword union, and it's only a month's journey from here. Is that so? Yang Kai thought for a moment, seemingly thinking of something, and nodded. Very well, this Yang is indebted to brother Gu for inviting me, so this Yang will not disturb you. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Gu Jianxian's eyes lit up and he seemed extremely happy. Without any reservations, he stepped forward, grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and pulled him towards the direction of the starship, acting as if he was already familiar with Yang Kai. Under the attack of Li Minghai and the others, one of the 3 starships had exploded and the other had been crippled. Now, only the largest starship, which Gu Jianxian was on, was still able to sail. Although it was damaged to a certain extent, it only needed to be repaired. After arriving on the starship, Gu Jianxian arranged for Yang Kai to stay while he went to heal his wounds. Gu Jianxian's battle with Li Minghai had been thrilling, and although he had not suffered any fatal injuries, he had still suffered a lot of damage. This kind of damage could not be healed by simply taking spirit pills and would require him to meditate and recuperate. Yang Kai could understand this and naturally didn't care. After a day of repair and inspection, the starship began sailing again. Yang Kai was arranged by Gu Jianxian to stay in an extremely luxurious room. The room was very large and the floor was covered with a thick layer of fluff and inlaid with hundreds of night pearls, giving the room a soft and warm light. There was also an incense burner in the room that emitted a fragrant scent that relaxed one's mind. Yang Kai had his own considerations as to why he had agreed to Gu Jianxian's invitation. Along the way, the space arrays he had arranged had all been left on the various dead stars as transfer stations. Now, it was time to connect to a real cultivation star, otherwise, the cultivator from Shadowed Star would have no clear destination. According to Yang Kai's own observations, Azure Tree Star was a good cultivation star. If Yi Shiyun and the others came here through the space array, they could use Azure Tree Star's world energy and world principles to try to break through to the Origin King realm. Another point was that Yang Kai did not have many space spirit crystals left. Although Yi Shiyun and the others had plundered almost all of Shadowed Star's space spirit crystal reserves before leaving, the amount needed to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array was simply too great. Yang Kai only had enough space spirit crystals left to arrange a single space array. He had to find a way to replenish them. Azure Tree Star was Sword Union's cultivation star, and Yang Kai had now established a relationship with Gu Jianxian, the young Union Master. Yang Kai could use Gu Jianxian's strength to purchase some space spirit crystals as a backup. Before that, Yang Kai could take a trip back to the Or Star to see if Qian Tong, Yi Shiyun, and the others had found a space spirit crystal lode. If they did, it would save him a lot of trouble. Staying in his room, Yang Kai counted his gains. His harvest was not much, after all, he had only killed 3 people in this conflict. There was no need to mention the space rings of Jianghu and Ludong. The things stored in these rings were basically not of much interest to Yang Kai. They could be used as part of High Heaven Sect's treasury. Li Minghai's space ring, on the other hand, contained a lot of wealth. In particular, the Origin King Grade Soul Breaker Spear had now fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Origin King Grade artifacts could be found throughout Star's territory. They were all priceless treasures. However, Yang Kai was not interested in this artifact. Among the people he knew, There seemed to be no suitable person who could use it. Yang Kai could only put it aside for the time being. While he was counting his gains, a knock suddenly came from outside the door, causing Yang Kai to be startled. Yang Kai called out casually, "Come in." The door opened and two beautiful figures walked in one after another. Big Brother Yang. He Miao greeted in a crisp voice as she and Hizeo placed the things in their hands on a nearby table. Yang Kai glanced around and found that these were some exquisite food and wine, but he didn't care too much about them. With his strength reaching this level, delicacies and fine wines were nothing more than food to satisfy his appetite. Unless it was some kind of special food that could increase his strength. "Are we disturbing you?" Hizeo was more mature, so seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be occupied with something, she couldn't help but ask worriedly. "No," Yang Kai smiled lightly and motioned, "Sit." "No need," Hizeo waved her hand. Hizeo waved her hand, "We're here to serve you. Just stand there. If you have any orders, you can tell us." "Did Gu Jianxia send you?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Hizeo lowered her head, while He Miao looked around curiously. Obviously, this was the first time she had entered such a noble room. "Sit down first, these are my orders," Yang Kai chuckled. Hizeo hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly and sitting down with her younger sister. However, her sitting posture was extremely restrained, and when she saw He Miao's restless appearance, she glared at her fiercely. He Miao stuck out her tongue and finally calmed down. "It seems that every time I meet you, your situation isn't very good," Yang Kai said with a smile. The first time he met these two sisters in Star's territory, they were being chased by a purple star cultivator. Now, the second time he met them, they were ambushed by Li Minghai. Although the circumstances were not quite the same, their situation was very similar. Hearing Yang Kai teasing her like this, Hizeo blushed and He Miao muttered, "We should be the ones saying that." He Miao. Hizeo immediately glared at her little sister. He Miao said with dissatisfaction, "Just say it, Big Brother Yang won't mind." Hizeo wore a helpless look and looked at Yang Kai apologetically, "Little sister has been spoiled, Big Brother Yang, please don't lower yourself to her level." "It's fine, you don't have to be so nervous." Yang Kai waved his hand. When he first met these two sisters, because their strength was almost the same and their cultivations were higher than his, they could still get along with each other as equals. Now that the gap between them had suddenly become so big, Hizeo found it somewhat difficult to adapt. After all, even their honored master was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but Yang Kai had suddenly become a third-order origin returning realm master and even called their young union master a brother. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai could only change the subject and casually ask about their situation over the years. There was nothing to hide, so Hizeo immediately told him everything. After leaving the floating continent, everyone had separated. Yushi took the two sisters back to Sword Union because they had suffered huge losses in that operation. Not only had a starship been destroyed, but Sword Union's cultivator had also been killed or injured. As the person in charge at the time, Yushi had almost caused a disaster, but in the end, a high-level cultivator from Sword Union spoke up for her and was exempted from punishment. It was for this reason that Yushi and her two disciples began to follow Gu Jianxia, because the high-level cultivator who spoke up for them was Gu Jianxia's supporter. Chapter 1741. This time, Gu Jianxia had set off from Sword Union's home star to Azure Tree Star for some business. The master and disciple trio had followed along, but none of them had expected to be involved in such a battle and almost die. After saying all this, Hizeo did not ask Yang Kai about his experiences over the years as she knew what kind of questions she should ask. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "By the way, how much do you know about your young Union Master Gu Jianxia?" "Young Union Master?" Hizeo was startled. "Does Big Brother Yang want to know more about the young Union Master?" Yang Kai saw that she was so intelligent and was very satisfied. Tell me what's convenient for you to talk about. If it's not convenient for you to talk about it, then forget about it. He Zhao smiled lightly. I don't know much, so there's nothing I can't say. The young Union Master can be said to be the most talented genius Sword Union has produced in the past 1,000 years. This year, his true age is less than 60, but he has already reached the peak of the origin returning realm. It is rumored that if he is given 3 to 5 years, he will be able to break through to the origin king realm. Yang Kai nodded while sipping his tea, motioning for her to continue with his eyes. He had learned about this from Lu Dong before. The young Union Master is modest, loyal, and righteous. He is the successor Union Master has high hopes for. Not only is his cultivation profound, but his strength is also quite powerful. It seems that among the younger generation of Star Territory, only Xueyu's third young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and Zidong of Purple Star can compare to him. Is that so? Hearing this, another figure suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Su Bin Bai. The very interesting young man he met outside Green Mountain Star's blood prison that day. It was said that he was the disciple of an origin king named Wu Dao. Wu Dao's cultivation was so high that even Green Mountain Star's star master, Luo Hai, feared him greatly. He was even called Master Wu Dao. Wu Dao was a genuine third-order origin king, an old monster who had lived for countless years and whose whereabouts had never been seen before. A disciple personally taught by such a person would likely not be worse than Gu Jianxian, Xueyu, or Zidong, perhaps even slightly stronger. However, this thought only flashed through his mind, and he did not say it out loud. He Zhao had been in the Sword Union for a long time, and her strength wasn't high. The things she came into contact with were very one-sided, so her horizons were naturally not too broad. The young Alliance Master has a good reputation in the Sword Alliance. If not for this, his master would not have chosen to follow him. Yes, the young Alliance Master also has the left and right sword attendants. I heard that the left and right sword attendants have cultivated with the young Alliance Master since they were young. They are as close as brothers and sisters. It's not as simple as brothers and sisters. Yang Kai chuckled. When the left and right sword servants looked at Gu Jianxian, the affection in their eyes was obvious, almost to the point of dripping. He Zhao pursed her red lips. A trace of redness flashed across her face as she pinched the corner of her clothes. She did not answer this question and continued, the left sword attendant is called Lingyu, and the right sword attendant is called Anxing. The young Union Master and the left and right sword attendants have cultivated a secret technique called the Sun, Moon, and Star Secret Technique. When the three of them joined forces, they could unleash a battle prowess that far exceeded their own cultivation realms. However, even without the assistance of the left and right sword attendants, the young Union Master's personal combat power is extremely high. An ordinary third-order origin returning realm master would not be his opponent. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. A cultivator. Whether one was strong or not could often be understood at a glance. Gu Jianxian gave Yang Kai a strong feeling. He was an elite among elites. That's about all I know. After He Zhao finished speaking, she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai, seemingly waiting for his next instructions. What is Gu Jianxian's purpose on this trip to Azure Tree Star? I don't know, we were just following orders. Before the young Union Master told us his destination, we didn't even know where he was going. He Zhao shook her head. Big brother Yang, why are you asking so many questions? Are you planning to become an enemy of the young Union Master? He Miao asked with some worry. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head, how could that be? I have no conflict of interest with Gu Jianxian, so how could I become his enemy? Also, Gu Jianxian should be a good person. It's just that now that I've boarded this starship, I naturally want to learn more about him. You don't need to be so nervous. He Miao relaxed a lot, patting her towering chest with her small hands as a look of fear appeared on her face. A cultivator like He Zhao and He Miao, who were only third-order Saint King realm cultivators, although they were young and might become pillars of sword union in the future flowing time Great Emperor, their current cultivation was still too low to access high-level information. For them, everything could be summed up in 2 words. Acting according to orders. There was no need to ask too much, no need to think too much. Once orders were given, all they had to do was follow them. Even if they had to carry out a certain death mission, they had to brace themselves. This was the tragedy of a cultivator at the bottom of a great force. These cultivators seemed to have excellent protection, but they had also lost a part of their freedom. If Yang Kai really wanted to become an enemy of Gu Jianxian, He Zhao and He Miao would be put in a difficult position. Later, Yang Kai spoke with He Zhao and He Miao for a while before letting them leave. Big brother Yang. Before leaving, He Zhao suddenly turned around and called out. Is there something else? Yang Kai looked at her. He Zhao bit her red lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, she shook her head and said, "It's nothing. Rest well. If you need anything, just tell us. We live in the 5th room next door." "All right." Yang Kai nodded suspiciously. After sending off the 2 sisters, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while. He Zhao must have had something to say to him, but for some reason, she hadn't said anything. Although he had only interacted with the sisters twice in the past few decades, after the experience of going through hardships together on the floating continent, they could be considered to have quite a good relationship. The chance encounter this time allowed their friendship to ferment and become even more intense. If He Zhao really had something to ask of him, Yang Kai wouldn't refuse. Unfortunately, she might have some concerns and didn't say anything, so Yang Kai naturally didn't ask. "Elder sister, did you want Big Brother Yang to put in a good word for us just now?" After returning to her room, He Miao looked at He Zhao and asked. He Zhao nodded lightly. She whispered, "Now, only Big Brother Yang can help us. Even Honored Master can't solve this matter." "But why didn't you say anything?" "Big Brother Yang is a very good person. If you had told him, he definitely wouldn't have just sat back and watched. He wouldn't have ignored us." He Zhao sat down on the edge of the bed, "But this has nothing to do with him, it's just our own business." "Elder sister." He Miao squatted down and rested her head on He Zhao's lap, saying sadly, "But if things continue like this, we really will have to." He Zhao stretched out her hand. Stroking He Miao's hair, a trace of sadness appearing on her pretty face. What happened that year? If it weren't for Master Qin speaking up to protect us, Honored Master and us would not have been able to escape punishment. Perhaps we wouldn't have lived to this day. That person is Master Qin's son. It's precisely because of this that Honored Master Qin couldn't refuse Honored Master Qin's offer. Just think of it as repaying Master Qin's kindness. Over the years, Master Qin has taken great care of us. I don't want to. He Miao suddenly stood up and clenched her fists fiercely. If that day really comes, I will kill that little brat Qin Qi Yang. He Zhao was shocked and stared at He Miao in shock, shouting in a low voice, "You are not allowed to speak such nonsense." He Miao pouted but didn't say anything else, squatting down again. She then squatted down and rested her head on her elder sister's lap. Inside his room, Yang Kai had just turned around and sat down to meditate for a moment. Just as he was about to sit down, he heard a knock on the door. This made him frown, standing up with some displeasure, and opening the door, a beautiful but somewhat flustered face suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai was stunned. "Can I come in?" The person who came asked in a low voice, glancing around as she spoke, a sneaky look on her face, as if she was afraid of being discovered. What the hell is she doing? Yang Kai was even more confused. However, seeing the other party's rather embarrassing appearance, Yang Kai did not refuse and simply stepped aside. The person who came immediately rushed into the room wrapped in a fragrant scent. Closing the door, Yang Kai turned around and looked at the beautiful woman inside the room, asking suspiciously, "Madam Yu, is there something you need from me?" The person who came was none other than He Zhao and He Miao's honored master, Yu Shi. Yang Kai was also confused. The two sisters had just left his room, yet their honored master had followed them in. What was she trying to do? If someone who didn't understand saw this, they would think that there was some kind of unspeakable and shameless affair between him and this master and apprentice trio. This mistress greets young Master Yang. Yu Shi gracefully bowed and lightly opened her mouth. This mistress thanks young Master Yang for his life-saving grace. If you have something to say, then say it. Yang Kai looked at her faintly. Yu Shi's face stiffened, immediately revealing a wry smile, biting her thin lip and hesitating for a moment before bluntly saying, "This mistress would like to ask young Master Yang to show mercy and save He Zhao and He Miao from this sea of suffering." What happened to them? Yang Kai frowned. They look fine to me, without any signs of injury or poisoning. What is it that they need my help with? It's not injury or poisoning. Yu Shi shook her head. It's just that one of them may have to marry a complete stranger, a man who isn't normal at all. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Yu Shi. This oppressive gaze put a lot of pressure on Yu Shi and her expression gradually became unnatural, her expression gradually becoming awkward and guilty, but after a short while, she raised her eyes again and met Yang Kai's gaze. "Sit down and talk." To Yu Shi's surprise, Yang Kai actually called out to her before walking to the side and pouring her a cup of tea. "Thank you." Yu Shi quietly gasped for breath before taking a seat. "I don't quite understand, please explain it in detail." Yang Kai sat down on the other side and asked. Yu Shi said, "I didn't explain it clearly, the situation is like this." After listening to her story, Yang Kai understood the whole story. This matter was actually related to the events of the past. When Yang Kai first met Yu Shi and the others, she was a third-order Saint King and was already qualified to take charge of a Saint King grade starship, allowing her to carry out some non-dangerous activities within the territory of the Star Alliance. During that time, Sword Union suffered huge losses, and in the end, only Yu Shi and her two disciples managed to escape. After returning to Sword Union's home star, they faced an unresolvable disaster. Chapter 1742. According to the Union's rules, in a situation like Yu Shi's, a heavy punishment would be to directly kill her as a warning to others, while a light punishment would be to cripple her cultivation and expel her from Sword Union. As for He Zhao and He Miao, they would not be able to avoid the fate of being reduced to menial servants. At the last moment, a senior member of Sword Union named Qin Wuhui spoke up for them, saving their lives and status. Qin Wuhui was a master who followed Gu Jianxian, so Yu Shi and her two disciples were indirectly connected to Gu Jianxian. Qin Wuhui was a very good person. Although he had put in a good word for Yu Shi and the others, he didn't threaten them. Over the years, he had also taken care of the master and apprentice trio, making them very grateful. However, Qin Wuhui had a good-for-nothing son named Qin Qiyang. This guy relied on his father's power and influence to act like a tyrant on Sword Union's home star. Although it could not be said that he had committed all kinds of crimes, he was not a good person. Qin Wuhui followed Gu Jianxian all day long and neglected to discipline his son, so he could only let him do as he pleased. On the Sword Union's home star, there were many people with power and influence. Finally, one day, Qin Qiang provoked an opponent that was difficult to deal with and fell for his scheme. He fought fiercely with his opponent, but in the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. Although he didn't die, his divine sense was damaged, and he was almost turned into an idiot. Although his son had always been a good-for-nothing, he was still his own flesh and blood. Seeing Qin Qiyang turn into an idiot made Qin Wuhui feel extremely pained, but as a result, this little brat became more well-behaved and no longer acted recklessly and acted like a tyrant in the market. Many years passed in a flash, and Qin Wuhui wanted to arrange a marriage for his son. so that he could have children. But with Qin Shi Yang turned into an idiot, who would take a fancy to him? In addition, he had a bad character when he was normal, so no woman was willing to agree to this marriage. Qin Wu Hui's status was not low, so he did not take a fancy to ordinary women. In desperation, Qin Wu Hui could only set his sights on He Zhao and He Miao. In his opinion, as long as either of the two sisters could marry Qin Shi Yang and give birth to an heir for him, it would be enough to ease his worries. He had also prepared a lot of compensation for this. He did not directly go to Yu Shi to discuss this matter, but instead reported it to Gu Jianxian. In a sense, this was very despicable. Qin Wu Hui had also considered this for a long time. That was why he put aside his pride and did this. For so many years, Qin Wu Hui had followed Gu Jianxian, working hard and making great contributions. Now, all he wanted was a grandson to continue his bloodline. How could Gu Jianxian not agree? He immediately summoned Yu Shi. She told her to tell the sisters He Zhao and He Miao to discuss among themselves which one of them would marry Qin Shi Yang. Now that Gu Jianxian had interfered, there was almost no room for maneuver. For the past year or so, Yu Shi had been delaying the matter, and Qin Wu Hui also knew that he was being unreasonable, so he didn't urge her. But delaying like this was not a solution. There would come a day when He Zhao or He Miao would be forced to submit. The appearance of Yang Kai gave Yu Shi hope. She couldn't ask Gu Jianxian to retract his order. Qin Wu Hui had shown kindness to her and her master, so she couldn't deal with this matter. However, Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai was not a member of Sword Union, and in this matter, Gu Jianxian wanted to befriend Yang Kai. Perhaps as long as he said a word, he could resolve the tragic fate of the two sisters. It was because of this consideration that Yu Shi had secretly visited Yang Kai and asked him to step in. After listening, Yang Kai nodded gently, so that's how it is. He somewhat understood why He Zhao had hesitated before leaving just now. It was probably because of this, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Young Master Yang, can you please show mercy and save these two girls? The two of them are already desolate and have no father or mother. This mistress raised them from childhood and treated them as her own. This mistress really can't bear to see either of them jump into a pit of fire. Yu Shi pleaded, tears welling up in her eyes. Master Qin has shown us kindness. If this mistress wanted to repay him, even if it meant climbing a mountain of blades or crossing a sea of flames, this mistress would not hesitate, but this matter concerns the future of these two girls, so this mistress really cannot agree. And, this matter is not your fault. Yang Kai's tone was much gentler. When he heard her request before, Yang Kai had some misunderstandings, but after listening to Yu Shi's explanation, he understood that this was not something she could control. With Gu Jianxian pressuring her, how could she resist? For Gu Jianxian, satisfying Qin Wu Hui's wishes was naturally a priority. After all, he wasn't very familiar with He Zhao and He Miao. What's more, Qin Wu Hui had prepared a lot of compensation. With his status as a third-order origin returning realm master, the compensation he could provide would certainly be extremely generous. As for marrying into the Qin family, for an ordinary woman, it was no different from flying up a branch and becoming a phoenix. It could be said that Gu Jianxian had not considered this matter thoroughly, but given his position, the decision he had made was reasonable. However, this kind of matter, it didn't seem right for him to rashly intervene, causing Yang Kai to frown secretly. Young Master Yang. Yu Shi saw Yang Kai tapping his hand on the table and pondering for a long time without saying a word, so she couldn't help saying, if young Master Yang can get young Union Master to cancel this marriage, this mistress will definitely repay him with her life. There's no need to be so serious. Yang Kai waved his hand, but if I really step in, where will you go in the future? Yu Shi heard this and was stunned, seemingly unable to react. Let's put it this way. That Qin Wu Hui has shown you kindness, so if this matter is really ruined by me, the three of you may carry a reputation of being ungrateful. How will you establish yourselves in sword union in the future? Not everyone knew the truth, and those who didn't know the truth would only see the surface. What Yang Kai said was very likely to happen. Those unrelated cultivators would definitely think that Yushi and her two disciples were repaying kindness with enmity. Yushi thought about how those sword union cultivators would point fingers at her in the future and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and grit her teeth. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, you might as well directly ask young Union Master for the two girls. They are only third-order Saint Kings, so young Union Master won't refuse you. In the future, whether they be slaves or maids, or even concubines, is up to you. Forget about that. Yang Kai was taken aback. Yushi pursed her lips and smiled. This mistress can also see that these two girls still have a good impression of young Master Yang. Presumably, they won't reject you. After all, young Master Yang is a dragon among men just like young Union Master. Your honored master. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Then, young Master Yang, this matter. Yushi looked at Yang Kai nervously. Before she received a definite answer from Yang Kai, she couldn't relax. This matter isn't easy to meddle in. Yang Kai frowned. Yushi's heart sank. Tell me, what is the situation with that Qin Chi Yang? Also, what is Qin Wu Hui's character? What is his status with Gu Jianxia? Half an hour later, Yushi left Yang Kai's side room. The worry that had lingered on her brow for the past year had actually dissipated, and her footsteps had become much lighter. Obviously, she had obtained a good answer. The next 2 days passed uneventfully as the starship sailed through the void towards Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai also cultivated in his room and took some time to refine a furnace of spirit pills. 2 days later, a knocking sound came from outside the door. After receiving Yang Kai's answer, the door opened and the sisters Hizeo and Himiao walked in together. Big Brother Yang, young Union Master has arranged a banquet and has invited Big Brother Yang to attend, Hizeo said. Good, Yang Kai nodded and stood up. Lead the way. This way. Hizeo and Himiao immediately led the way. After walking for a while inside the starship, they soon came to a magnificent hall. Inside the hall, there were 2 rows of cultivators sitting in front of each of them with food and wine placed in front of them. Gu Jianxia sat directly in front of them, his complexion ruddy, with the left and right sword servants standing behind him. It seemed that Gu Jianxia had fully recovered after a few days of meditation. Seeing Yang Kai, Gu Jianxia immediately got up and greeted him with a smile. The other cultivator also quickly stood up and cupped their fists to salute. Many of them only knew of Yang Kai's existence and knew that Yang Kai was the reason they were able to kill Li Minghai a few days ago. They had never seen him with their own eyes, but seeing Gu Jianxia acting so cordially, they naturally did not dare to neglect him. Yang Kai did not lack etiquette either, cupping his fists and exchanging greetings with a smile on his face. His gentle smile left many Origin returning realm masters with a good impression, feeling that this young man was strong but not arrogant. No wonder the young Union Master treated him so well. Brother Yang, this way. Gu Jianxia called out. Hizeo and Himiao led Yang Kai to the table next to Gu Jianxia before taking a step back and standing obediently. After Yang Kai sat down, Gu Jianxia smiled heartily. Brother Yang, this Gu has been recuperating these past few days and has been neglecting his duties. I hope Brother Yang will not take offense. Brother Gu is too polite. Naturally, healing is more important. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Brother Yang is magnanimous. Today's banquet is just to thank Brother Yang for saving me. If it weren't for you, Ling Yu, and Xing, and I would have been killed by old dog Li. From now on, Brother Yang is this Gu's friend and benefactor. The eyes of the many Origin returning realm masters below flashed with a strange light. Gu Jianxia was indeed a forthright person, but he would not easily say the word friend. Now that he had said it, it meant that he sincerely wanted to become friends with Yang Kai. What's more, after the word friend, Wuxia Xianxia had added the words benefactor, so these origin-returning realm masters naturally smelled something unusual. This cup is a toast to Brother Yang. Wuxia Xianxia picked up his full glass and downed it in one gulp. Hizao immediately stepped forward and filled Yang Kai's glass before returning with the wine jug, fully fulfilling her role as a maid. Yang Kai picked up his glass and smiled. Since Brother Gu is so forthright, this Yang will not be polite. Raising his glass, Yang Kai also downed it in one gulp. Good, let's drink until we're drunk. Wuxia Xianxia laughed. Wind instruments played in unison, and young girls walked in from the outside with light and agile dance steps. They sang and danced, and waiters brought in delicious dishes and placed them on the table. The entire hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Chapter 1743. Toasts were exchanged as cultivator after cultivator came forward to propose toasts. Yang Kai did not refuse any of them, smiling modestly and looking calm as he exchanged toasts with those who proposed toasts, making everyone have a good impression of him. From time to time, he would chat and laugh with Wuxia Xianxia, occasionally glancing at the beautiful dance scene below. Time flew by and the atmosphere in the hall became livelier as the wine reached its climax. Most of the cultivator present were bold and unrestrained people, so this kind of unrestrained banquet naturally became a good place for them to express their temperament. The cultivator following Wuxia Xianxia all drank and laughed heartily. Although Wuxia Xianxia drank a lot, he was not drunk and had been observing Yang Kai all this time. A dazzling figure like Yang Kai had suddenly appeared in star territory, so Wuxia Xianxia was naturally very curious about him and wanted to find some clues through this banquet. But to his disappointment, he did not find any useful information. When Yang Kai looked at the young women dancing below, his eyes were clear, without the slightest desire, and when he drank with his subordinates, he also behaved very appropriately. In short, Yang Kai was indeed a person worth befriending. After 3 rounds of wine, Wuxia Xianxia suddenly said, "Brother Yang, this Gu has a presumptuous request, but I don't know if I should say it." As soon as these words came out, the hubbub in the hall suddenly subsided. Although the cultivators present seemed to still be drinking and drinking, everyone had undoubtedly heard Wuxia Xianxia's words and had diverted some of their attention away from him. "Brother Gu, just say it." Yang Kai put down his wine glass and smiled slightly. He was a little surprised. Throughout the banquet, he had been looking for the right opportunity. He had wanted to discuss Hizao and Himiao with Wuxia Xianxia, but before he could find an opportunity, Wuxia Xianxia had spoken first. He did not know what the other party's presumptuous request was. "It's like this." Wuxia Xianxia's expression turned solemn. This Gu was ambushed by Old Dog Li and suffered a great loss. Although Old Dog Li deserved to die, he was still an elder of my sword union. As for the soul breaker spear he used, my sword union spent countless materials and even dispatched an Origin King grade artifact refiner to refine it for him, so it can be considered the property of my sword union. Now that he is dead, it stands to reason that this Gu should bring the soul breaker spear back to the home star. Report everything to the Alliance Master. At this point, he looked at Yang Kai with a troubled expression. Yang Kai immediately understood what he meant. Brother Gu wants to take back the soul breaker spear? Yes. An awkward smile appeared on Wuxia Xianxia's face. This Gu also knows that this request is a bit ridiculous. Since Old Dog Li was killed by Brother Yang, then the soul breaker spear should belong to Brother Yang. But, without the soul breaker spear, this Gu cannot report back after returning, so this Gu wants to take back the soul breaker spear. Of course, Brother Yang can rest assured, this Gu can guarantee that the value of the soul breaker spear will be enough to offset the loss of the soul breaker spear. As for the rest of Old Dog Li's belongings, Brother Yang can keep them for himself. Those things do not belong to my sword union. So that's how it is, Yang Kai gently nodded. A contemplative look appeared on his face. Gu Jianxia did not urge him and simply waited quietly. Inside the hall, it had become silent at some point as everyone was paying attention to the situation. After a while, Yang Kai said, "Good, the Soul Breaker Spear is an Origin King grade artifact and is not cheap. Brother Gu, if I return the Soul Breaker Spear to Sword Union, what kind of compensation can I ask for? As long as the value does not exceed the value of the Soul Breaker Spear itself, this Gu will do his best to fulfill it." Gu Jianxia replied solemnly. Yang Kai chuckled, since Brother Gu is so sincere, this Yang won't be polite. In any case, this artifact is of no use to me. He did not know how to use this spear-shaped artifact himself, and none of the people he knew were suitable to use it, so returning the Soul Breaker Spear would not be a burden to him. Saying so, Yang Kai took out the Soul Breaker Spear from his space ring and placed it in front of Gu Jianxia. Gu Jianxia gestured and his left sword servant Ling Yu immediately stepped forward and took away this Origin King grade artifact. Brother Yang's righteousness is something this Gu is grateful for. I wonder what kind of compensation Brother Yang wants. To tell you the truth, although my sword union is not one of the top forces in the Starry Sky territory, it is still quite good. We have a variety of rare cultivation materials and pills, so even if Brother Yang wants some kind of secret art or secret technique, this Gu can find a way to obtain it for you. Yang Kai took out the Soul Breaker Spear without hesitation, preparing to make up for Yang Kai's losses as much as possible. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Compensation is not urgent, I will explain it to Brother Gu later. Not urgent? Gu Jianxia was stunned. And, this Yang wants to ask, which one is Senior Qin Wu Hui? Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk inside the hall, almost everyone's eyes turned towards a certain direction. Yang Kai followed their gazes and found that the person who spoke was a thin old man dressed in grey robes. He looked quite inconspicuous as he sat in the first position directly below Gu Jianxia. Being able to sit in the first position was enough to show how high his status here was. Yang Kai suddenly asking for his name caused a puzzled look to appear on Qin Wu Hui's face. Standing up, he cupped his fists and said, "This old master is Qin Wu Hui. What advice does young Master Yang have for me? Senior is too polite." Yang Kai smiled, "It's like this, I would like to give Senior something. I hope Senior won't refuse." Give this old master something? Qin Wu Hui was confused and at a loss. He was sure that he had never met Yang Kai before and had no interaction with him, but now the other party suddenly said he wanted to give him something. Even though Qin Wu Hui was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still confused by Yang Kai at this moment. Before he could figure it out though, Yang Kai casually tossed a jade bottle towards him. There was no trace of Saint Qi inside this bottle. Qin Wu Hui caught this jade bottle with one hand and asked in surprise, "Young Master Yang, this is, Senior might as well open it and take a look." Yang Kai smiled, "Naturally, you'll know what's inside." Qin Wu Hui frowned and turned an inquisitive look towards Gu Jianxia. The latter laughed and said, "Since it's a gift from Brother Yang, old man Qin should take a look. This young master is also very curious as to what kind of medicine Brother Yang is selling in his gourd." Qin Wu Hui nodded before opening the lid of the jade bottle in front of everyone's eyes and pouring out a spirit pill. This spirit pill was snow-white in color and was only about the size of a soybean, but when this spirit pill entered Qin Wu Hui's eyes, his expression suddenly brightened and his originally bewildered expression became one of excitement, surprise, and disbelief. Immediately, he put this spirit pill under his nose and sniffed it carefully, even sticking out his tongue and licking it. Then, he exclaimed, "This is, a 7 orifices exquisite pill?" What? Inside the hall, it was as if a pot had exploded as many cultivator exclaimed. Everyone stared at the spirit pill in Qin Wu Hui's hand before turning to Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to get an answer from Yang Kai. Gu Jianxian's eyes flashed as he glanced over at Yang Kai thoughtfully and asked, Brother Yang, is this really a 7 orifices exquisite pill? Senior Qin's eyesight is quite good, this is indeed a 7 orifices exquisite pill. Receiving Yang Kai's affirmation, Qin Wuhui was so excited that he almost lost his composure. Even Gu Jianxian took a deep breath and quickly said, Brother Yang is quite generous. It's just 2 trivial spirit pills, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Young Master Yang, why are you? Qin Wuhui recovered and gripped the jade bottle tightly as he stared at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he would suddenly give him 2 7 orifices exquisite pills. I heard that young Master Qin fought with someone many years ago and injured his soul. This 7 orifices exquisite pill should be able to treat the illness. Although I dare not say it will completely cure young Master Qin's soul, it should be able to slowly restore it. Yang Kai smiled towards Qin Wuhui. In the future, as long as you recuperate, you should be able to fully recover. Qin Wuhui stared back at Yang Kai with a look of excitement on his face. Qin Qi Yang's matter had always been a sore point in his heart. Over the years, he had been searching for a spirit pill to treat his worthless son, but unfortunately, even with his status and the support of Gu Jianxian, he had not been able to make any progress. An injury to one's soul was not a simple injury. It was not something that could be healed by ordinary elixirs. If it had been a minor injury, it would have been easy to treat, but Qin Qi Yang had been injured to the point of becoming an idiot. It was rumored that there were only a few spirit pills in this world that could completely heal such injuries, and without exception, these spirit pills were all nearly extinct. Either the pill recipe had been lost or the materials were unavailable. The 7 orifices exquisite pill was one of these spirit pills. Qin Wuhui was able to recognize this spirit pill because he had been reading ancient records for so many years and knew that the main ingredient needed to refine this spirit pill was the monster core of a 7-colored elk. The 7-colored elk was an ancient variant that had long since disappeared from the territory of the star and was simply impossible to find. Even if there was one, the monster core of a 7-colored elk could be used to refine a treasure like the 10,000-year incense, so who would use it to refine a 7 orifices exquisite pill? Yet Yang Kai had suddenly taken out 2 of them. Qin Wuhui gripped the jade bottle tightly as his lips trembled, not knowing what to say. Brother Yang, I heard that this 7 orifices exquisite pill is an ancient spirit pill that can enhance a cultivator's perception and possibly even improve their aptitude. Is this true? Gu Jianxian suddenly asked. Enhancing one's perception and improving aptitude, this kind of spirit pill was already a heaven-defying existence. Generally speaking, perception and aptitude were innate and could not be changed by external forces, unless one had some kind of extraordinary fortuitous encounter. So, after hearing what Gu Jianxian said, all the cultivator present wore solemn expressions. They realized that if this was true, then the value of these 2 spirit pills far exceeded the value of the Origin King grade soul-severing spear. Artifacts were external forces, but aptitude and perception were the foundation of a cultivator, so it was obvious which was more important. Chapter 1744. A few days ago, a smug thought suddenly popped up in his mind. I haven't caught a cold for a long time. My body has become much stronger. Then, yesterday, tragedy struck, a stuffy nose, dizziness, throat inflammation. What kind of dream was this? Kai Yang laughed heartily. Brother Gu even believes in such rumors. The 7 orifices exquisite pill is indeed a good spirit pill, but it's not heaven-defying. As far as I know, this spirit pill is useless in enhancing one's perception and aptitude, but it has an unexpected effect in repairing one's soul. So that's how it is. Brother Yang knows so much about the alchemic Tao. Is he also an alchemist? Gu Jianxian's eyes lit up. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. I'm not an alchemist. These 2 spirit pills were something I brought out from the Emperor Garden. He had already found an excuse for where these 2 spirit pills had come from. The Emperor Garden. Qin Wuhui muttered, realizing more and more how precious these 2 spirit pills were. So that's how it is, Gu Jianxian nodded. Gu Jianxian also wore a relieved look. Only a place like the Emperor Garden would have this kind of ancient spirit pill. It seems that when the Emperor Garden opened a few years ago, Brother Yang went there? A look of longing appeared on Gu Jianxian's face, but he soon sighed. On the day the Emperor Garden opened, this Gu was in retreat. What a pity, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been able to make friends with Brother Yang a few years ago. It's not too late now, Yang Kai smiled and said. And, the look of regret on Gu Jianxian's face suddenly disappeared. Young Master Yang. Qin Wuhui stood below with a worried expression on his face. Such a great gift, this Qin is ashamed to accept it. Senior doesn't need to say that, Yang Kai interrupted him. I gave you these 7 orifices exquisite pills because I wanted to ask something of you. Please speak, young Master Yang. Qin Wuhui quickly said. He was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't ask for anything from him. As the saying went, one should not accept a reward without any effort. The value of these 2 7 orifices exquisite pills was immeasurable. It wasn't something that could be taken casually. Now that he heard Yang Kai's words, he felt a lot more at ease. It's like this. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. The sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, and I have known each other for several decades. It can be considered fate that we were able to meet each other in the territory of the boundless stars. Furthermore, I heard that they seem to have an agreement with your noble young master, and the contents of that agreement. Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He believed that Gu Jianxian and Qin Wuhui already understood what he meant. On the other hand, He Zhao and He Miao, who had been standing behind him the whole time, were stunned for a moment before their eyes widened in surprise. Even his breathing was slightly hurried. I see. Gu Jianxian chuckled meaningfully, as if he had learned some incredible secret. Qin Wuhui, on the other hand, showed a look of embarrassment and guilt as he cupped his fists and said, this old master was too selfish and did not ask for He Zhao and He Miao's opinions before acting on his own. It was this old master's fault. Since young Master Yang has given my son 2 ancient spirit pills to help him recover, this old master guarantees that the previous agreement will be written off. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Kai picked up his glass and got up with a smile. Senior's words are straightforward. This junior proposes a toast to Senior. This junior wouldn't dare. Qin Wuhui also quickly raised his glass and said with a solemn expression, my son was ignorant. Encountering such a disaster is only natural. Now that young Master Yang has saved him, this old master thanks young Master Yang. This old master will definitely discipline him strictly in the future and set him on the right path so that he will not fail to live up to young Master Yang's good intentions. The 2 drained their glasses of wine. Only then did Yang Kai take a seat. Sitting in a seat in the corner of the hall, Yushi cast a grateful look towards Yang Kai. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be able to resolve this matter so easily. Originally, this kind of matter was very offensive, no matter how easy it was to persuade Qin Wuhui. No matter how high Yang Kai's position in Gu Jianxian's mind was, this was still a matter that would cause others to lose face. But under the premise that Yang Kai had given him 2 ancient spirit pills, not only had Qin Wuhui not lost face, he had also gained a lot. It could be said that everyone was happy. However, this kind of price was something only Yang Kai could casually take out. He Zhao, He Miao. Qin Wuhui stood in place and did not immediately take a seat, instead calling out to them before waving his hand and sending 2 streams of light towards the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters had not yet recovered from their excitement and joy, only reflexively grabbing the 2 streams of light in their hands before looking up at Qin Wuhui. This old master has made you worry for some time, so these 2 things can be considered compensation. I hope you can assist young master wholeheartedly in the future and not bear any grudges against this old master, Qin Wuhui said sincerely. Disciple wouldn't dare. Disciple thanks Elder Qin for this reward. He Zhao and He Miao bowed together before beginning to examine the things in their hands. At a glance, they quickly discovered that both of them were origin-grade mid-rank artifacts. Both of them were curved daggers that seemed to be able to be combined into one to form a round blade. From the looks of it, both of them were extremely valuable. With their current cultivation, it was impossible for them to obtain origin-grade mid-rank artifacts under normal circumstances, unless they were gifted by their honored master or elders. However, Yushi herself was not very rich, so how could she possibly bestow so many artifacts? Only a person like Qin Wuhui could casually take out 2 origin-grade mid-rank artifacts. The two sisters knew that being able to receive such treatment was all thanks to Yang Kai. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could Qin Wuhui have given them 2 artifacts so casually? Standing behind Yang Kai and staring at his back, the 2 pairs of beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Brother Yang. Gu Jianxian smiled bitterly to the side, rubbing his forehead as he muttered, with you acting like this Gu doesn't know how to compensate you. We still haven't finished discussing the Soul Breaker Spear. Before, he had wanted to compensate Yang Kai for the loss of the Soul Breaker Spear, but Yang Kai had not immediately made a request. Now, although the matter between him and Qin Wuhui seemed to be a fair trade, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yang Kai had suffered a big loss. After all, whether it was Qin Wuhui, He Zhao, or He Miao, they were all members of Sword Union. Yang Kai had given them 2 spirit pills, but he hadn't received anything in return. What's more, those were 2 extinct ancient spirit pills. So, Gu Jianxian suddenly felt that he owed Yang Kai a great deal. Brother Yang, tell me, what kind of compensation do you want? This brother is already mentally prepared to be slaughtered by you, Gu Jianxian joked. That won't be necessary, Yang Kai smiled. In fact, I have already thought about the compensation. It will be a piece of cake for Brother Gu. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Gu Jianxian put on a serious look while the others also turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering what exactly he wanted from him. Especially Qin Wuhui, his expression was very focused, as if as long as Yang Kai stated the conditions, he would be willing to do his best to satisfy them. We're going to Azure Tree Star this time, right? Yang Kai asked. Yes. May I ask, is Azure Tree Star fully under the control of Sword Union? Yes. The entire Azure Tree Star belongs to my Sword Union, Gu Jianxian proudly said. My Sword Union is in charge of 3 cultivation stars like Azure Tree Star. Then it's simple, Yang Kai smiled slightly, I want a territory that covers an area of 10,000 kilometers. I won't occupy rich ground. As long as it's not too barren, it's fine. 10,000 kilometers? Gu Jianxian raised his brow. 5,000 kilometers is fine as well, Yang Kai added. Huh, Brother Yang, you're too polite, not to mention 10,000 kilometers, even 100,000 kilometers is fine. Gu Jianxian laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder, 100,000 kilometers is nothing to Azure Tree Star. To the Azure Tree planet, it's nothing much. It's settled then. When we reach the Azure Tree planet, I'll send someone to negotiate with you. As for where to choose, you can make your own decision. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he didn't react much, simply smiling and saying, since Brother Gu says so, then I won't be polite. After all, he was the Star Master of Shadowed Star, a trivial 100,000 kilometers was not too big of a shock to him. There's no need to be polite between you and me. Gu Jianxian stretched out his hand. Ling Yu immediately stepped forward and filled the cups for him and Yang Kai. Brother Yang, may I ask, what do you want this territory for? Do you want to settle down on Azure Tree Star? Gu Jianxian asked with great expectation. If Yang Kai really thought so, then this was definitely good news for Gu Jianxian. This was undoubtedly good news for Gu Jianxian. He had been worried about not being able to win over Yang Kai, but if Yang Kai decided to settle down on Azure Tree Star, wouldn't he have many opportunities to interact with him in the future? It's not necessary to settle down, it's not a bad idea to use it as a temporary residence, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Brother Yang is quite ambitious. Brother Gu, how about I discuss another business deal with you? Please speak, Brother Yang. I need a large number of space spirit crystals. I wonder if Brother Gu has any way to obtain them? Of course, I can use Saint crystals to buy them or exchange them for some other things. I won't let Sword Union suffer a loss. Brother Yang is too serious. Since it's a business deal, this Gu naturally won't refuse, but space spirit crystals are a scarce commodity in the entire star territory. How about this, when we arrive at Azure Tree Star, I'll help you inquire about them. Good, then I'll have to trouble you. The banquet went on for an entire day before it was finally over. Yang Kai returned to his room and took a bath to dispel the smell of alcohol from his body. Afterward, Yushi, Hizeo, and Himiao visited him together to thank him. This kind of thing was a trivial matter to him. The materials used to refine the 7 apertures exquisite pill were all things he had collected himself over the years. The only precious thing was the monster core of the 7-colored elk. This was the harvest he obtained after killing a variant 7-colored elk monster beast in the Emperor Garden. He had no use for it until now, so this time, he decided to use it to refine a spirit pill. However, for the master and apprentice trio, this was a major event that would affect their future. Yang Kai could feel the heartfelt gratitude from the master and apprentice trio, which made him feel somewhat emotional. Because of their different positions, the power they possessed was different, and the things they could do were also very different. It was like an iron rod that an ant could not move even if it tried its best, but a mortal could reach out and pick it up. After sending off the master and disciple trio, Yang Kai closed his door and refused to entertain any guests. Taking advantage of the time he still had to travel, he began cultivating his various secret techniques. Whether it was his golden blood threads, his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, or his space force, all of them required time to accumulate and consolidate. The road ahead was safe, and after encountering the sneak attack of Li Minghai and the others, the starship did not encounter any further trouble. It was not until more than 20 days later that they finally arrived at Azure Tree Star. Chapter 1745. Within star territory, there were many cultivation stars, and because of their different world principles, there was still a huge gap between them. Whether it was the world energy, the materials produced, the number of cultivator living on a cultivation star, or the achievements they could achieve, there was a huge disparity depending on the cultivation star. For example, on Tongxian realm, the world energy there was extremely thin, and a cultivator could only reach the Saint realm. On some cultivation stars, the limit of a cultivator was the Saint King realm, origin returning realm, although Shadowed Star was rich in world energy, enough for a cultivator to break through to the origin king realm. Because of the suppression of world principles, the cultivator could not sense the mysteries of the origin king realm and could only sigh. Among the many cultivation stars, the most fertile ones would be regarded as the home stars of the various great forces. For example, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's Water Moon Star, Sword Union Sword Star, Purple Star's Glorious Purple Star, these main planets were superior to other cultivation stars in various aspects. Azure Tree Star, on the other hand, could only be regarded as an ordinary cultivation star, about the same size as Shadowed Star, but about half the size. In front of Azure Tree Palace, Gujian Xian starship slowly landed, and Sword Union's cultivator had already arrived to greet it. The one in the lead was a beautiful woman. She had a pretty face and a graceful figure. She wore a long black robe, and her soft breasts were about to burst out of her clothes. Her graceful waist was weak, and her legs were straight and slender. She had an amiable smile on her face, and her watery eyes contained a myriad of emotions. A mature aura lingered in the surroundings. As soon as Gu Xianxia disembarked from the starship, he greeted enthusiastically, "Aunt Lan. Long time no see." The beautiful woman called Aunt Lan smiled and said, "Greetings, young Union Master. Subordinate has been waiting for you for a long time." Saying so, she bowed gracefully, and the cultivator behind her also hurriedly bowed in greeting. "There are no outsiders here, Aunt Lan doesn't need to be so polite," Gu Xianxia said with a smile. It was obvious that he had a good relationship with this beautiful woman. Etiquette cannot be ignored. Aunt Lan smiled sweetly, her pair of beautiful eyes seemingly able to speak as she glanced behind Gu Xianxia before gently nodding to Qin Wu Hui as a greeting. Only then did her gaze settle on Yang Kai. A hint of suspicion appeared on his face. She was very clear about the people around Gu Xianxia, but Yang Kai's face was unfamiliar to her. He scanned the area with his divine sense. He discovered that Yang Kai was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Naturally, she had some doubts. "It's windy outside, let's go in first." Gu Xianxia did not immediately introduce Yang Kai to the beautiful woman, instead saying such a sentence. Aunt Lan's beautiful eyes flashed. She pursed her lips and smiled, "Yes, young Alliance Master, come this way." As he spoke, he led the way. The Azure Tree Palace was a symbolic building on the Azure Tree Star. It was the headquarters of the Sword Alliance on the Azure Tree Star and the place where they managed the Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai quietly followed behind and observed the beautiful woman called Aunt Lan. Although he did not release his divine sense to investigate carefully, from the feeling he got from this beautiful woman, he could tell she was an Origin King Realm Master. After all, Azure Tree Star was extremely important to the Sword Alliance, so it was understandable that there would be an Origin King Realm Master here. This beautiful woman called Aunt Lan should be a first-order Origin King cultivator because her aura was almost the same as Li Minghai's, but far from Luo Hai's. The Azure Tree Palace covered a large area, so after entering and dispersing the crowd, Gu Xianxia introduced Yang Kai. Through Gu Xianxia's introduction, Yang Kai learned that this beautiful woman was called Luo Lan, and as he expected, she was indeed a first-order Origin King. Aunt Lan is the Star Master of Azure Tree Star and is responsible for all matters of the Sword Alliance here. Gu Xianxia said. "Star Master?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Brother Yang, there's no need to be surprised." Gu Xianxia seemed to have known what kind of reaction Yang Kai would have and said with a smile, "This Star Master is not the kind of Star Master you think she is, it's just a title." So, it's just a title, Yang Kai felt relieved. After all, in his understanding, any Star Master was a third-order Origin King, and it seemed that only third-order Origin Kings were qualified to refine the star sources of stars. Luo Hai being able to become the Star Master of Green Mountain Star was nothing more than a stroke of luck, while Yang Kai becoming the Star Master of Shadowed Star was all thanks to Yang Yan's help. Luo Lan was just a first-order Origin King, so if she could become a Star Master, it could only be said that she had a great opportunity. However, if it was just a title, then it was not a big deal. Any Origin King sent by Sword Alliance to Azure Tree Star to manage everything here could be called a Star Master. This Star Master was just a position, a title, and did not have the convenience or advantages of a real Star Master. "Little brother, you look very surprised. Have you met a Star Master before?" Luo Lan had the keen intuition of a woman and immediately inferred something from the change in Yang Kai's demeanor. A few years ago, I was fortunate enough to meet Master Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star, Yang Kai explained casually. "Luo Hai?" Luo Lan murmured, "A few years ago? It seems that little brother participated in the blood prison trial?" Brother Yang, you even participated in the blood prison trial?" Gu Xianxia was shocked as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. It seemed that Yang Kai's achievements were not just due to good luck. Gu Jianxian had learned from Yang Kai that he had been to the Emperor Garden when it opened, and he had also participated in the blood prison trial. To be able to escape unscathed from 2 danger zones in a row, one would not be able to rely on luck if one did not have some ability. Admirable, admirable. Gu Jianxian said sincerely as he cupped his fists, a look of admiration filling his face. Ha! Kai Yang's mouth twitched. Unfortunately, less than 2 years after the blood prison trial, Luo Hai seemed to have been killed. This matter shook the entire Star territory, Luo Lan said faintly. This young master has also heard about this matter. I never imagined that a master like Luo Hai would be killed. I wonder who did it. Kai Yang remained silent, his face unperturbed. By the way, Auntie Lan, when I came here this time, I was ambushed by Li Minghai. Gu Jianxian changed the subject. What? Luo Lan's beautiful face paled. Were you injured? My injuries have been healed, and it was all thanks to Brother Yang's help. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape. Him? Luo Lan glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. Although she did not know what had happened, since Gu Jianxian said that Yang Kai had helped them out of danger, she naturally would not question him. Wearing a serious expression, she said, "Many thanks for little brother's help, this mistress will definitely repay this kindness. Senior is too polite, Brother Gu and I have become old friends at first sight. This is just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning," Yang Kai said modestly. A trivial matter. Luo Lan's expression became extremely strange. Being ambushed by an Origin King Realm Master was not a trivial matter. She could almost imagine what kind of amazing risk it was. If anything had gone wrong, Gu Jianxian would not be standing in front of her at this moment but instead buried in some unknown corner of Star territory. What about that bastardly Ming Hai? Luo Lan turned her gaze to Gu Jianxian again, her expression cold as murderous intent flashed across her beautiful eyes. He actually dared to do such a thing. There will be no place for him in Star territory. He's dead. Gu Jianxian quickly said. Luo Lan's mouth fell open for a moment before she asked, "How did he die?" Gu Jianxian glanced over at Yang Kai. Luo Lan turned her surprised gaze towards him. Yang Kai smiled and said with a harmless look on his face, "While he and Brother Gu were fighting like a raging fire, I secretly attacked him." Luo Lan was suddenly rendered speechless, but after a long time, she suddenly smiled and said, "Little brother is truly hiding his strength." He was a little too complacent at the time. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing his casual expression, Luo Lan immediately knew that Yang Kai did not want to talk about this topic any longer, so she tactfully said, "Li Minghai courted his own death, so he can't blame others for it. However, young master was able to escape this time thanks to the help of a benefactor, so don't be so rash in the future." "I know." Gu Jianxian nodded solemnly. Auntie Lan, I brought Brother Yang here this time mainly because I wanted to talk to you about something." "What is it?" "Brother Yang wants to build a palace on Azure Tree Star and needs an area of 100,000 kilometers. Auntie Lan, do you have a suitable location?" 100,000 kilometers. Luo Lan pondered for a moment before saying, "There are many places, but I don't know what kind of location little brother would prefer. How about this? Tomorrow I will have someone bring a map of Azure Tree Star for little brother to choose for himself." "Good, then I'll have to trouble Senior. Little brother doesn't need to be so polite. You saved young master's life, so 100,000 kilometer territory is nothing to Sword Union. Then this junior will take his leave first, I will disturb Senior again tomorrow." Yang Kai knew that Gu Jianxian had brought him here to meet with Luo Lan so that they could discuss the 100,000 kilometer territory. They would definitely have some confidential matters to discuss next, so it would not be appropriate for him to stay. "I'll see you out." Gu Jianxian stretched out his hand and led Yang Kai out. Outside, a maidservant led Yang Kai to a certain room in the Azure Tree Palace to rest. After Yang Kai left, Luo Lan released her divine sense before reaching out and activating the many barriers in the room to ensure that no one could spy on them. Only then did she ask seriously, "Young master, that young man named Yang Kai, is he trustworthy? And, according to my observations along the way, he has nothing to do with my sword union." He appearing at the place where Li Minghai ambushed me was just a coincidence because when he was passing by, he was attacked by Li Minghai. He was attacked by Li Minghai but didn't die. Luo Lan's expression changed slightly. I can't imagine how he resolved it. Gu Jianxian slowly shook his head, however, there is no doubt about his strength. He said what he said before just to give me face. The reason why Li Minghai died can almost be said to be his own strength. Although there is some suspicion of a sneak attack, but... Auntie Lan, have you ever heard of an Origin returning realm master killing an Origin king? Chapter 1746. No. Luo Lan shook her head solemnly before glaring at Gu Jianxian. What's wrong? Has Auntie Lan lived long? Is Auntie Lan old? Gu Jianxian scratched his head awkwardly, but soon put on a serious expression and said, moreover, according to my observation, when he attacked and killed Li Minghai, he seemed to have used his space force. Luo Lan's attention was really diverted and she whispered, Space force? He can use that kind of power to fight his enemy? More than that. Gu Jianxian recalled the scene at that time, his expression constantly changing as his voice gradually lowered. His attainments in the Tao of space seemed to have reached an unprecedented level. He was able to condense space force into a blade that could swallow and banish Li Minghai's body. Luo Lan could not help covering her mouth. In short, I just want to make friends with this person, not offend him, so I'll have to ask Auntie Lan to pay more attention to him in the future. Don't worry, since he asked for 100,000 kilometers, there will always be opportunities to meet him in the future. Luo Lan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, as if she was very interested in Yang Kai, and, tell Auntie Lan about the battle between you and Li Minghai in detail. It's quite interesting. Sword Union moved quickly, or rather, Luo Lan's efficiency was very high. Yang Kai stayed in Azure Wood Palace for a day, and on the second day, a servant suddenly came to report to Yang Kai that Luo Lan had invited him over to discuss something important. This immediately reminded Yang Kai of the 100,000-kilometer boundary, so he did not delay and left the room with the servant. Following the other party around the Azure Wood Palace, after a short while, Yang Kai saw Gu Jianxian standing in a corridor in casual clothes, smiling and waving at him. Left sword servant Ling Yu and right sword servant and Xing stood behind him. Brother Gu. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. Is Brother Yang used to living here? Gu Jianxian asked enthusiastically. Extremely. Yang Kai replied. That's good. This Gu was worried about not being a good host. Since Brother Yang is living here so comfortably, then I'll leave. Then I'm relieved. Yes, Senior Luo called me over because, just as you think. Gu Jianxian winked at Yang Kai before enthusiastically putting his arm around his shoulder and saying, Come with me. Walking in the corridor. Soon, they arrived at the end of the path. Ahead of them was a curtain of light that prevented them from seeing the scenery in front of them clearly. It was like a curtain of water was blocking them. On the curtain of light, there were countless rice-sized talismans and patterns that swam back and forth like fish, appearing profound and complicated. Gu Jianxian ignored them completely and continued to move forward, instructing the left and right sword servants, You stay here. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without question. Yes. Ling Yuan and Xing replied in unison, not moving forward. Gu Jianxian, on the other hand, took Yang Kai directly through the light curtain. His vision blurred, and Yang Kai found himself in another world. It was silent here, except for a huge spherical object. There was nothing else. The sphere was about 10 feet in diameter. On the surface of the sphere, there were some irregular patterns of earthy yellow, water blue, and green wood that intertwined with each other, forming the surface of the sphere. When Yang Kai arrived here, the spherical object was still rotating clockwise at a subtle speed. As for Luo Lan, she stood to the side and greeted with a smile, "Little brother." "Senior Luo." Yang Kai hurriedly returned the greeting, but his attention was soon attracted by the spherical object in front of him. Neither Luo Lan nor Gu Jianxia seemed to have any intention of explaining. Instead, they were observing Yang Kai's expression with great interest. After a while, Yang Kai showed a look of realization and turned to look at Luo Lan and Gu Jianxia. He asked in surprise, "Is this the shape of the azure tree star after it has shrunk countless times?" "Little brother has good eyesight." Luo Lan nodded with a smile. "It is indeed the shape of the azure tree star after it has shrunk countless times. Our sword union spent 100 years and dispatched countless cultivators to survey the geographical environment of the entire azure tree star. It took a lot of effort to measure the size of the various regions' territory. The map Senior mentioned yesterday, was it referring to this?" Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. "Yes." Gu Jianxia smiled and nodded. "The map Aunt Lan mentioned yesterday was referring to this object, which is why we waited until today to let Brother Yang see it. With this, it's much more convenient." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder and circled around the spherical object. Soon, he figured out what the various colors on the spherical object represented. The earthen yellow color undoubtedly represented the land. As for the water blue color, it was the sea. As for the cyan color, it was the forest. There were also a small number of colors that did not belong to the three colors, which presumably corresponded to some rare territory such as swamps, deserts, and so on. The Sword Union's method was quite amazing, but it took 100 years. Only such a great force could do something like this. Taking a closer look, there were many large and small city-like symbols on the spherical object, which obviously represented the places where the cultivators on the azure tree star settled. With this, it would be much easier for Luo Lan to manage the azure tree star. While Yang Kai was observing, Luo Lan took the initiative to explain to him. As Yang Kai expected, the different colors did indeed correspond to different geographical environments, and depending on the depth of the color, one could also see the richness of the world energy in a certain place. The lighter the color, the thinner the world energy, and vice versa, the richness. After briefly explaining to Yang Kai, Luo Lan said, "Because little brother wants a place with a radius of 100,000 kilometers, neither too big nor too small, this queen has also selected a few locations for you to choose from. Of course, this is only this queen's humble opinion. If you are not satisfied, you can choose from any place on the azure tree star." Yang Kai was slightly moved and cupped his fists. This junior does not dare to disobey senior's kindness. "Please give me some pointers." "Little brother, you don't have to be so polite," Luo Lan smiled. With a wave of her hand, the spherical object in front of her spun faster and soon came to a stop. Luo Lan then pointed to a place and said, "This is the first place this queen has chosen for you. It is surrounded by mountains and faces the Peace River. The resources produced here are quite abundant, and the world energy here is relatively rich. There is also a peace city nearby, which can also belong to little brother." "A city? Is that okay?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. He just wanted a piece of land that was not too barren. He did not expect the other party to be willing to give him a city. "It's not a big deal, it's just a city," Gu Jianxia grinned meaningfully. "Yes, on the azure tree star, there are at least 8,000 such cities. It is little brother's good fortune to have taken a fancy to it," Luo Lan said with a smile. Yang Kai did not know what Gu Jianxia had said to her yesterday, but Yang Kai felt that Luo Lan's attitude towards him had changed slightly today, as if she had become much more enthusiastic. "If little brother is not satisfied with this place, then take a look here." Luolan waved her hand again and the spherical object began to spin again. After coming to a stop, Luolan pointed to a certain place and said, "This place is also good. This queen has been there before. The scenery is beautiful, the people here are illustrious, and there are many beautiful women here." Seeing Yang Kai's indifferent appearance, Luolan immediately introduced the next place to him. After introducing 7 or 8 places in succession, Yang Kai still had no reaction. Strictly speaking, the places Luolan chose for Yang Kai were indeed quite good. The world energy here was extremely rich, and she had considered all aspects thoroughly. However, Yang Kai did not seem to be satisfied with any of them, causing Luolan to wonder what Yang Kai wanted. "Senior Luo, is there a suitable place on the sea?" Yang Kai saw that Luolan was about to introduce another place and quickly interrupted her. "The sea?" Luolan raised her brow and smiled, "So little brother wants to live across the sea. What do you think of this location?" Half an hour later, Yang Kai walked out of the mysterious place with a satisfied look on his face. After some investigation and comparison, he finally chose a place called Twin Shark Island. This place could be said to be 2 islands, but it could also be said to be one because they were connected to each other. Looking down from above, the 2 islands were like 2 sharks swimming side by side in the sea. The image was vivid and lifelike. This was why it was called Twin Shark Island. The area it occupied was in line with Yang Kai's requirements, not too much and not too little, about 100,000 kilometers. 500,000 kilometers away from Twin Shark Island, there was also a city near the sea. This island was relatively remote on the Azure Tree Star. Luolan and Gu Jianxia didn't understand why Yang Kai chose such a place. After all, compared to the locations that Luolan had introduced to him before, Twin Shark Island didn't have any major advantages other than its good world energy. Yang Kai had given up what was close at hand to seek what was far away, so no matter how they looked at it, this was a losing deal. But since Yang Kai had agreed, they had nothing to say. As a result, Twin Shark Island would become Yang Kai's territory from now on. As long as Gu Jianxia's sect was still in charge of the Sword Union, no one could take Twin Shark Island from him. This was also Gu Jianxia's promise to Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not care too much about it. In any case, the territory was now in his hands, so if anyone dared to try and snatch it from him in the future, they would first have to consider whether they were strong enough. The next day, Yang Kai bid farewell to Luolan and Gu Jianxia and prepared to set off for Twin Shark Island. Outside the Azure Tree Palace, Gu Jianxia said with some guilt, "Brother Yang, this Gu is unable to personally send you there. This time, I came to Azure Tree Star for an important matter, so I really can't spare any time. Brother Gu, you don't need to be so polite. I know how to get to Twin Shark Island. Moreover, with Senior Luo's handwritten order and token, it will be very convenient to deal with matters there. Brother Gu, you don't need to worry about it." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Gu Jianxia said, "That's good." He then smiled mysteriously, "However, Brother Yang, there are a few people who want to go to Twin Shark Island with you. I hope you won't refuse." Chapter 1747. Someone wants to go with me? Who? Yang Kai frowned, he hadn't heard anything about this before. Gu Jianxia looked to the side and Yang Kai followed his line of sight and saw 3 familiar faces. Young Master Yang. Yushi walked over slowly and stood not far away. Big Brother Yang, He Zhao and He Miao also called out. Yang Kai looked at Gu Jianxia, who shrugged his shoulders and smiled, "I have expelled them from Sword Union. As the young Union Master, I still have the right to do so." Yang Kai's expression changed. "Then I asked them what they plan to do in the future and they said they want to follow you, but I don't know if you're willing to take them in," Gu Jianxia added with a grin. This Yang thanks Brother Gu for his kindness, Yang Kai said seriously. With his shrewdness, how could he not see that Gu Jianxian was helping him? After all, he was alone on Azure Tree Star, and although he was strong, there were some things that were inconvenient for him to handle personally and there were no capable helpers to help him. However, if Yushi and her 2 disciples followed him, the situation would be different. Some trivial matters could be handed over to them to handle, and if it was inconvenient for him to show up, they could do it for him. This would also prevent Yushi and her 2 disciples from encountering any embarrassing situations in Sword Union in the future. As Yang Kai had said before, after the incident with Qin Shi Yang, it would be difficult for Yushi and her 2 disciples to gain a foothold in Sword Union. No matter where they went, they would be accused of being ingrates and would inevitably be pointed at by others. Now that they had been expelled from Sword Union, such a thing would naturally not happen again. Gu Jianxian was thoughtful. It could also be said that he wanted to leave a good impression on Yang Kai, which was why he had facilitated this matter. Towards his good intentions, Kai Yang naturally had no reason to refuse. He looked up at Yushi and her 2 disciples and asked solemnly, "Are you willing to follow me? As long as young master is willing to take us in, Yushi is willing to serve you." Yushi quickly replied. "We are also willing." The 2 sisters said in unison. "Well, from now on, you will follow me." Yang Kai nodded. "Many thanks, young master." Yushi gracefully bowed, her face overflowing with joy. "Little brother." Luo Lan, who had been standing to the side, only interjected at this moment, "As for the space spirit crystals you need, they're quite valuable. For the time being, this consort is unable to gather too much. However, this consort will do her best to collect them. After some time, I'll have someone send them to you. How about it? Then I'll have to trouble you, senior." After Yang Kai chose Twin Shark Island as his territory, he proposed to Gu Jianxian and Luo Lan to purchase a large number of space spirit crystals. However, this thing was really rare. Luo Lan couldn't find too many in a short time. However, with her promise, he would be able to get some Yang Kai sooner or later. Subsequently, Yang Kai led Yushi and her 2 disciples away. Summoning his star shuttle, Yang Kai left the Blue Wood Palace. Gu Jianxian and the others watched Yang Kai disappear into the distance before returning. Even if they used the space arrays on Azure Tree Star, it would still take half a month to reach Twin Shark Island. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the token given to him by Luo Lan. With this token, all the space arrays of the major cities were open to Yang Kai. According to the route Luo Lan had set for him, Yang Kai constantly used the space arrays and finally arrived at Twin Shark Island in less than half a month. Although Twin Shark Island was remote, there was still a space array that connected it to the outside world. When the figures of Yang Kai and the others appeared on the array, the leader of the cultivators responsible for guarding this place immediately stepped forward and looked them up and down before routinely asking, "What brings you to Twin Shark Island?" Yang Kai glanced at him and found that this person was just a third-order Saint King cultivator. The other cultivators responsible for guarding this place were also not very strong. From the strength of these cultivators, it could be inferred that the total strength of the entire Twin Shark Island should not be very strong. Yang Kai did not answer and instead took out the token given to him by Luo Lan and waved it in front of the cultivator. "What is this?" The cultivator's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the object. "You don't know?" Yang Kai frowned. If you don't know, then forget it. What is the name of your island master and where is he? Take me to him." The cultivator was shocked by Yang Kai's aggressive attitude. Although he did not know what the token represented, he could faintly guess that Yang Kai's background was not small. Immediately, he restrained his previous carelessness and replied suspiciously, "My island master is Zhu Yang. May I ask where these friends are from and if you know the island master's master?" Yang Kai did not answer, but Yushi coldly snorted, "Is my young lord's identity something you can ask? Hurry up and lead the way." While speaking, she inadvertently released her shi, causing the cultivator's complexion to change drastically. Realizing that this man and 3 women were not people he could contend with, he hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and led the way. This was one of the benefits of having subordinates. Yushi could act like a bully, elevating Yang Kai's identity and status, thus eliminating some of the need for complex inquiries. Yang Kai cast a look of approval at Yushi, who pursed her lips into a smile. The strength of Twin Shark Island's island master, Zhu Liang, was not high. He was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. On such an isolated island, it was difficult for a powerful cultivator to appear. After Yang Kai showed the token and Luo Lan's order, Zhu Liang immediately submitted to Yang Kai and acknowledged him as his master. Taking over Twin Shark Island so smoothly made Yang Kai very satisfied. You will still be the island master in the future. You will manage Twin Shark Island the same way you used to manage it. I will not interfere. If there is anything you need to report, just tell Madame Yu and she will convey it to me. Yes. Seemingly realizing that Yang Kai was easy to talk to, Zhu Liang gradually became less nervous. Island Master Zhu, subordinate is here. Zhu Liang quickly responded, I dare not accept the title of Island Master. Master can just call Zhu Liang by name in the future. Yang Kai gently nodded, tell me about the situation of Twin Shark Island. Yes. Zhu Liang pondered for a moment, seeming to be organizing his words. After a while, he said, Twin Shark Island covers an area of about 100,000 kilometers. The world energy on the island is quite good, but the resources it produces are somewhat lacking. Currently, the island has a permanent population of about 200,000 people. Their cultivations are generally not high. This subordinate is not talented, but although I am only a first-order origin returning realm, I can be considered the strongest on Twin Shark Island. In addition to this subordinate, there are 3 other first-order origin returning realm masters, who are the island's vice-island masters and elders. This subordinate has set up an elder council to jointly manage Twin Shark Island with several other elders. 500,000 kilometers east of Twin Shark Island, there is a city bordering the sea. My Twin Shark Island space array is connected to that city. To the west and south, there are several other islands several dozen to 1,000,000 kilometers away. The situation is roughly the same as Twin Shark Island. The relationship between these islands can be considered peaceful, with occasional exchanges. The biggest danger here is the sea beasts. Every time the sea beasts attack, many people will die, but with Master here, I think Twin Shark Island will be much safer in the future. While he was introducing Yang Kai, Zhu Liang also flattered him without leaving a trace. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Zhu Liang continued, the biggest output of Twin Shark Island and the nearby islands is the monster cores of sea beasts. Every year, many foreign cultivators come to Twin Shark Island to hunt for sea beasts. After half an hour of questioning, Yang Kai gained a slight understanding of Twin Shark Island's situation. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this place, which was very suitable for his next plan. However, he still needed to choose a place here before he could begin implementing his plan. Yang Kai decided to investigate it himself. After letting Zhu Liang leave, Yang Kai greeted Yushi and her 2 masters before flying his star shuttle alone and beginning to investigate the terrain of Twin Shark Island. This round of investigation took him 8 days to go around the entire Twin Shark Island. In the end, Yang Kai chose a territory in the southeast that was close to the sea and had good scenery. Most importantly, there was a large open space with few traces of any cultivator. Yang Kai found Zhu Liang again and asked him to recruit some cultivator from Twin Shark Island to build a palace for him. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't let others work for free and would pay them saint crystals as a reward. How could Zhu Liang not agree to such a good thing? Even if Yang Kai didn't pay him saint crystals, he would still do it for Yang Kai, not to mention Yang Kai being so reasonable. There were 200,000 people on Twin Shark Island, so under Zhu Liang's orders, 1,000 of them were casually recruited and began to build the land chosen by Yang Kai. The speed at which the cultivator worked was naturally extremely fast, and in less than half a month, a magnificent palace covering an area of more than 10 kilometers was completed. Zhu Liang even added some furniture and decorations to the palace out of his own pocket. It wasn't until this time that Yang Kai took Yuxi and her 2 masters to move in. The palace was very large, and with only 4 people living in it, it was extremely quiet. Yuxi and her 2 masters didn't know why Yang Kai had built such a huge palace here, nor did they dare ask, so they just obediently followed Yang Kai and served him wholeheartedly. That night, Yang Kai called them to his room. "What instructions does young lord have for calling us over?" Yuxi asked curiously. "It's nothing important, sit down," Yang Kai gestured. After they were seated, Yang Kai said, "Since you have chosen to follow me in the future, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. I have a sect called High Heaven Sect, and I am the sect master. The headquarters of this sect is on a very distant cultivation star. Are you willing to join High Heaven Sect?" The 3 masters and disciples glanced at each other before turning to Yang Kai and nodding almost without thinking. "Naturally, we are willing." "Good. Then, from now on, you are also members of High Heaven Sect." Yang Kai smiled and said, "The sect's headquarters is a long way from here, so I'm afraid you won't have a chance to visit it anytime soon, but rest assured, one day, I will take you there. High Heaven Sect will not be weak in the future." Chapter 1748. Next, Yang Kai inquired about the secret arts and artifacts Yuxi and her 2 disciples cultivated. The 3 of them explained in detail, not concealing anything. In terms of secret arts, Yang Kai could not give them too much advice and could only let them explore and cultivate on their own. As for artifacts, he was not stingy. Yuxi originally had 2 origin-grade artifacts, but both were origin-grade low rank. Although they could improve her combat power, it was still limited. Yang Kai gave his feather spirit arrow and the array plate that sealed the spectral cloud array to Yuxi. With the improvement of his strength, these 2 artifacts had become somewhat useless to him. It was a pity to throw them away and useless to him. Needless to say, the feather spirit arrow was a powerful artifact. Once Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it and activated it, it would release a powerful burst of power. Unfortunately, the Saint Chi stored in this artifact could only be used twice. After that, it would need to be recharged again. With Yang Kai's current means, he didn't need to use these artifacts when facing a third-order origin returning realm master, and if he encountered an origin king, the power of the feather spirit arrow would not be ideal. It was a perfect gift for Yuxi to enhance her strength. The same was true for the array plate that sealed the spectral cloud array, which was of little use to Yang Kai. However, if these 2 artifacts were given to Yuxi, they would greatly enhance her strength. With these 2 artifacts, Yushi's first-order origin returning realm cultivation would be enough to pose a life-threatening threat to a third-order cultivator. With these 2 artifacts in hand, Yuxi was overjoyed. Although she had Qin Wuhui to look after her in sword union, she was also following Gu Jian Xian. But how could she have the opportunity to obtain such good things? Kai Yang's generosity and wealth made her secretly shocked, but at the same time pleasantly surprised. Yang Kai did not give He Zhao and He Miao any artifacts because the 2 sisters had just received an artifact reward from Qin Wuhui. The 2 origin-grade mid-rank scimitar artifacts had been refined by them for a period of time and had gradually figured out how to use them. When the 2 scimitars were combined into one, they could form a circular blade. The grade of this artifact was comparable to origin-grade high rank and its lethality was astonishing. Something like a secret treasure. More was not always better. It had to be useful. Yang Kai handed the 2 origin condensing pills to He Zhao and He Miao. With their current situation, as long as they accumulated enough strength, they would be able to break through to the origin returning realm. Other than that, Yang Kai also gave the three of them a large number of saint crystals and pills for their cultivation. Thus, he sent them off to cultivate in seclusion. Next, Yang Kai began to set up a super space array here, preparing to connect to the transit station he had left behind. He purposely chose the innermost palace as the location to set up the space array. With great familiarity, he refined all kinds of materials and engraved the formation. Infusing spatial energy, in just a few days, a super space array was formed. The space spirit crystals in Yang Kai's hand had also been used up after he finished setting up the spirit array. The number of space spirit crystals was almost insufficient to meet the requirements of the spirit array, but fortunately, Yang Kai's luck was good and he didn't make any mistakes in his calculations, allowing him to complete the spirit array in the end. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai checked the situation of Yu Shi and her two disciples and found that they were still in retreat. Only then did Yang Kai insert some saint crystals into the spirit array and activate it. After another transit station, Yang Kai soon arrived at the Ore Star. In the underground ruin that Yang Kai had discovered before, it was brightly lit and countless cultivators were bustling about. Yang Kai found that not only were there disciples from High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall here, but there were also people from Clear Sky Sect and Colored Glass Sect, as well as many cultivators from other sects that had good relations with High Heaven Sect. It seemed that Yi Shiyun and the others had established a foothold here, which was why the cultivator from other sects had come here to mine. Sect Master Yang? Just as Yang Kai was observing, a surprised call came from not far away. Yang Kai turned his head and found that this person was actually MOU of Clear Sky Sect. Senior MO, Yang Kai greeted with a smile. It really is Sect Master Yang. MOU was overjoyed and quickly walked over. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else, but I didn't expect it to really be you. Where did Sect Master Yang come from? Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai replied casually. Sect Master Yang is truly a genius. MOU said with a look of admiration, if it weren't for you, my Shadowed Stars cultivator would have been trapped in one place forever, but now we can actually transmit between stars at will. This kind of feat, I'm afraid no one in Stars territory except for our Shadowed Stars cultivator can achieve, right? Yang Kai chuckled but did not deny it. In fact, this was indeed the case. Without his space force as the foundation, a space array could not support ultra-long distance transmission. In Stars territory, there might be a few super arrays, but they were definitely remnants from ancient times and were far less stable and secure than the ones personally arranged by Yang Kai. No one dared to use these super arrays unless it was absolutely necessary. Sect Master Yang, did you come here to find Great Elder Yi? MOU asked again. Where is Great Elder? Come, I'll take you there. MOU quickly led the way. On Shadowed Star, because of the rise of High Heaven Sect, countless sects and families had benefited greatly from it. Not to mention the last time Corpse Spirit religion plundered Star, it was High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall who turned the tide. This time, Clear Sky Sect was given the opportunity to come to this Ore Star to mine rare ores because of their good relationship with High Heaven Sect. MOU and Yang Kai's friendship was not shallow, so at this moment, he was naturally very enthusiastic. Soon, Yang Kai met Yi Shiyun and Xian Tong somewhere in the ruins. After learning that Yang Kai had now arrived on a cultivation star called Azure Tree Star and had his own territory, everyone was extremely excited. This meant that a cultivator who had reached the limit of cultivation on Shadowed Star could finally break free from the shackles of world principles and try to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. He believed that a great force like Sword Union would definitely collect some space spirit crystals for him. As long as he had enough space spirit crystals, Yang Kai could set off again and spread cross-cultivation star space arrays across the entire territory of Shadowed Star. When that time came, the cultivator of Shadowed Star would be able to go wherever they wanted. Distance would no longer be a barrier for Shadowed Star's cultivator to travel across the territory of Shadowed Star. This was especially true for Tongxian realm. Yang Kai was very eager to connect Shadowed Star with his homeland. Unfortunately, there was no news from Sword Union. It was not until 2 months later that Yang Kai, who was in the middle of cultivation, received a report from Yushi, someone from Sword Union has arrived. Yang Kai was very excited and quickly got up to greet them, secretly looking forward to how many space spirit crystals he could obtain this time. He thought that Luo Lan would casually send someone to come and meet him, but to his surprise, the person who came was actually Luo Lan herself. It is only natural that some people want to use that place to break through to the Origin King realm. Having said that, Luo Lan continued, that's all the information I know. I came here this time to ask little brother to lend me a hand. Of course, this will also be beneficial to you. Benefits are also accompanied by risks. You have already reached the third order Origin returning realm at such a young age. Could it be that you have not encountered many risks along the way? Luo Lan chuckled lightly. When a cultivator cultivates, they compete with the heavens, compete with others, and compete with themselves. They must forge ahead. It seemed that the other party was definitely from the faction of Sword Union's Vice Union Master, otherwise, Luo Lan would not treat him so coldly. The cultivator surnamed Shui stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, like a poisonous snake, his eyelids opening and closing as he asked, "Who is this boy to Elder Luo? Why has this old master never seen him before? Did Elder Luo bring him here because she wants him to gain something in the severed world, or is she expecting him to break through to the Origin King realm?" No matter what kind of young elite, they would feel inferior in front of him, as if he was born to be superior. He was simply synonymous with perfection. This guy, if not Shui Yu's third young master, who else could he be? The last time Yang Kai met Shui Yu was in the Emperor Garden, where they had fought fiercely. Fortunately, after the Emperor Garden closed, Yang Kai successfully got rid of her entanglement, but he had not expected to meet her again in the severed world. However, this was not surprising. The severed world's opportunities and risks coexisted. Although its existence was only known to a few masters, Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce, as one of the most powerful forces in the Star Territory, obviously knew about the severed world. This time, a master like Ni Guang had been dispatched, so bringing Shui Yu along for life experience was understandable. In a flash, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, allowing him to understand the current situation. Immediately, he sighed, raised his head, and looked directly into Shui Yu's eyes, grinning at her like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Shui Yu was startled, as if she had not expected Yang Kai to be so bold, even daring to look at her with Ni Guang by her side, causing her to become a little annoyed and glare at Yang Kai fiercely. With her current handsome appearance, it was somewhat inappropriate for her to make such a gesture. Those who did not know the truth would likely think that Shui Yu had some kind of mental problem. However, Yang Kai was very clear about her background, so seeing her suffer such a setback, Yang Kai smiled even more happily. Yang Kai had always been somewhat confused about his relationship with Shui Yu. Although they were enemies, they had not reached the point where they had to fight to the death. It was nothing more than Yang Kai knowing one of Shui Yu's biggest secrets, so Shui Yu wanted to silence him. However, Shui Yu had not really taken action to silence him. Even when she had sent people to chase Yang Kai on Rainfall Star, she had held back, only sending 2 cultivators who were not very strong, but in the end, they had been killed by Yang Kai. Although they were friends, it was impossible for them to treat each other with sincerity. The most likely explanation was that Shuaiyu felt that she had been taken advantage of by Yang Kai, so she was angry and wanted to teach him a lesson so he would remember this. However, her life was saved by Yang Kai, so between being grateful and venting her anger, Shuaiyu was caught between a rock and a hard place. Yang Kai did not know how to deal with his relationship with her, but Shuaiyu was also very confused. If she was an ordinary woman, it would have been fine, but she was the successor of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's president AIO. Perhaps Shuaiyu would become the leader of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce in the future, but her identity as a woman would not allow her to stand at the top of the Chamber of Commerce. The secrets she had hidden could not be exposed. Why would I fall in love with a shameless guy like you? You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he rubbed his chin and pondered. His serious and focused appearance caused Shuaiyu's heart to skip a beat, thinking that her words had hurt Yang Kai's self-esteem and she couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai suddenly said in a serious tone, "Shouldn't women have special feelings for their first man? Am I wrong? Who is your first man?" Shuaiyu grit her teeth and roared word by word. "Although there hasn't been any substantial progress between you and me, at the very least, we've had skin-to-skin contact and treated each other honestly." Before Yang Kai finished speaking, his face changed and he stretched out his hand to grab at the void in front of him. From the void, a surge of Saint Qi suddenly erupted as Shuaiyu's hand wrapped in a deathly aura reached out towards him. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body trembled, but he also took this opportunity to grab Shuaiyu's small hand, and with a twist of his body, he leapt behind her and wrapped his arms around her neck, restraining her movements. Shuaiyu still wanted to struggle, but Yang Kai moved like a bolt of lightning and grabbed her other hand. In an instant, Shuaiyu was subdued. Her face changed slightly as she whispered, "You're so strong now. Don't look down on me, beauty." Yang Kai blew into her ear and held her tightly. "Also, it's not good to fight as soon as we meet. Let go." Shuaiyu bit her thin lip lightly. The hot breath in her ear made her itch all over, and the body pressed against her back also gave her an astonishing amount of heat, instantly reminding Shuaiyu of all the things that had happened with Yang Kai on that dead star. Every time she thought about it, she would feel hot all over. "Don't be like this." Shuaiyu struggled for a while but found that she couldn't break free from Yang Kai's grip, her voice lowering as she asked, "If someone saw this, how would I explain it?" Yang Kai stared at her red earlobes and laughed maniacally. "Your mouth says you don't want to, but your body is quite honest." These ambiguous words made Shuaiyu feel even more ashamed. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her tone and said, "Don't make trouble. If you let go of me, I promise I won't do anything to you." Yang Kai thought about it seriously for a while before nodding. "Good." Shuaiyu's attack just now had no murderous intent, so obviously she didn't really want to take his life. Of course, Yang Kai didn't take this to heart. As he spoke, he released Shuaiyu's hands. The moment she was free, Shuaiyu leapt forward several dozen meters, quickly opening up some distance between her and Yang Kai, gritting her teeth as she glared at him with an expression that said she couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. After a while, Shuaiyu straightened her somewhat disheveled clothes, and with this action, her mood gradually calmed down. "Tell me, what is your purpose?" Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious, completely different from his previous vulgar self. Shuaiyu felt quite uncomfortable. "Why did you ask Ni Guang to invite me for no reason? It's for your own good, you don't believe me?" Shuaiyu raised her brow. "You really do like me?" Yang Kai said solemnly. "Shameless." Yang Kai laughed. "I was just joking, don't get so worked up." Shuiyu took a few deep breaths before doing her best to speak in a calm tone. Last time in the Emperor Garden, the transaction between you and me was not completed yet, did you forget? Chapter 1753. A deal? Yang Kai frowned. What kind of deal? You haven't really forgotten, have you? Shuiyu looked at him and sneered, so that's how it is. It seems that you were too busy flirting with that dragon lady from Monster Star to remember what I said. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. Why do I smell a sour scent? Stop pestering me. Shuiyu shouted angrily. But, how do you know she's from Monster Star? Did you inquire about her later? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. So what if I did? Shuiyu raised her chin slightly and coldly snorted, that shameless dragon lady, besides being from Monster Star, where else could she have come from? I really did inquire about her. Yang Kai muttered to himself, forget it, let's not talk about this. I remember the deal you mentioned. Good. What about that thing? You mean the thing inside the stone tablet? Yang Kai frowned slightly. He naturally remembered the scene at that time and also remembered the deal he made with Shuiyu. Shuiyu said at that time that as long as he gave her the stone tablet inside the stone tablet, all grievances between her and Yang Kai would be written off and she would never bother him again. At that time, Yang Kai also agreed, but before he could hand over the stone tablet to Shuiyu, the Emperor Garden closed without warning, causing the transaction to fail. Later, Yang Kai learned that the stone tablet contained a shocking secret technique, the star refining art. This was a supreme secret technique that allowed a cultivator to become a star's star master by refining their star essence. Little senior sister Xia Ning Chang was able to refine Tong Xian realm star essence as a Saint King realm cultivator not only because Tong Xian realm was on the verge of collapse, but also because of the star refining art. Otherwise, with Xia Ning Chang's cultivation at the time, she may not have been able to successfully refine Tong Xian realm star essence and become the star master of Tong Xian realm. This secret technique was undoubtedly enough to shock the entire star territory. The value of a secret technique that allowed the masters of Tong Xian realm to set off a sea of blood was immeasurable. Shuiyu did not know about the star refining art, but Yang Kai did. So naturally, she could not easily. Even if the other party was Shuiyu. Was the relationship between Shuiyu art and Yu? Shuiyu was you Shuiyu of course. I don't know. Shuiyu shook her head. Shuiyu's father was naturally President AIO of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had heard a lot about this master of Man Xing's territory. It was just that Yang Kai had never seen him before. He knew that AIO was a second-order origin king but had never been able to break through to the third order. Even so, AIO, who had the backing of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, was not an existence to be underestimated. Yes, that's why I hope you can give me the stone tablet. Let me give it to my father. Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. How can you be so sure that the things recorded in that book will allow your father to break through to the third order? You don't even know what that thing is for. Shuiyu smiled and said, my Hangluo Chamber of Commerce has existed for so many years, so there is always some information that others don't know about. There is no need to tell you about this. Yang Kai nodded. He began to ponder. In a sense, Shuiyu was right. The star refining art might really be the key to AIO's breakthrough to the third order. After all, with AIO's identity and heritage as a veteran origin king, coupled with the star refining art, it was not impossible for him to refine the star source of a cultivation star. The difference in cultivation was obvious at this moment. First-order origin kings like Luo Lan and Shui Hong were all sweating profusely as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Only second-order origin kings like Ni Guang and Zi Long were able to maintain their calm. More and more void cracks were fixed at the entrance, and as Saint Qi was poured in, the fluctuations coming from these void cracks gradually dissipated, showing faint signs of stabilizing. Seeing this, Yang Kai roughly figured out how everyone would enter the severed world. Indeed, as he guessed, when the number of stabilized void cracks at the entrance to the white light reached a certain number, Ni Guang suddenly shouted, "It's done." As soon as his voice fell, all the origin kings stopped what they were doing and each chose a different void crack, turning into a stream of light that rushed into the entrance. After they entered, the spatial cracks that had been stabilized suddenly began to move violently, and began to move back and forth. Ni Guang and Luo Lan stood side by side and beckoned to Yang Kai and Shuiyu. After the two of them flew over, Ni Guang and Luo Lan each released their Saint Qi and wrapped it around one of them before rushing towards the largest void crack. To the side, a purple light flashed and Zi Long's laughter rang out, "Brother Ni, this old master will take his leave first. Don't die in there." As soon as these words fell, Zi Long took Zi Dong and disappeared into the entrance. Ni Guang coldly snorted before rushing in after them. In an instant, the void, which was originally filled with people, was completely empty. After everyone disappeared, the entrance began to distort and more void cracks appeared, gradually becoming more and more dangerous. It was conceivable that even if there were as many origin kings here as before, there would be no way to open the entrance again. If one wanted to enter, they would have to wait for the next opportunity, and no one knew when that would happen. After Yang Kai followed Luo Lan into the void crack, he felt a sense of weightlessness, as if he was falling into an endless abyss. His divine sense also felt great pressure, the most obvious sign of a space transmission. He could perceive that Luo Lan was circulating her strength to resist the pressure coming from all directions, but this kind of transmission was nothing to him. After all, he was proficient in the Tao of space, so this kind of pressure from space principles was nothing to him. The entire transmission process was very fast, and almost as soon as they entered the entrance, Yang Kai saw the scenery of another world appear in front of him. The sky was dim and there seemed to be a chaotic power surging above. There was no sun, no moon, no stars, and the earth was desolate and dry, barren, and cracked. The position where everyone appeared was mid-air, so as soon as they arrived here, they began to fall involuntarily. Time flew by, and Yang Kai was now 18 years old. His father, Yang Yingfeng, and mother, Dong Suzhu, arranged a marriage for him. The other party was a woman from his mother's family, so they could be considered a good match. Yang Kai didn't have much choice. His persistent pursuit of the martial Tao didn't bring him much harvest. As a member of the Yang family, when one reached a certain age, they had to make contributions to the Yang family. At the very least, they had to reproduce and maintain the Yang family's prosperity. He married the woman and had a child. During the day, he worked hard for some of the Yang family's businesses, and at night, he returned to his mansion to enjoy the happiness of his family. His wife was obedient to him and his children were also well behaved. This was a very happy family. But, a certain part of Kai Yang's heart had been restless for a long time. He felt that his life shouldn't be like this. He should have another opportunity, another earth-shattering achievement. He tried to dispel these absurd thoughts, but found that these thoughts were like wine in a cellar, the more he hid them, the stronger they became. Not only could he not dispel them, but they also wanted to burst out all the time. Chapter 1756. In addition, there were also some faces that Yang Kai had never seen before flashing through his mind. There were men and women, old and young. Although Yang Kai had never seen them before, he felt that he was very familiar with them and could even call out their names. Old Demon, Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Xiao, Fei Yu, Rimaru, Fei Jian, Zhangyan, Li Rong, Han Fei, Shuiyu, Wu Yi, Yishi Yun, Dai Yuan, Qian Tong. These people occupied Yang Kai's mind, each of them opening and closing their mouths, constantly trying to tell him something, but Yang Kai could not hear them no matter how hard he tried. The days passed without any surprises or dangers. Yang Kai entered the indomitable state, entered the no doubt state, reached his 50s, reached his 60s, at the age of 70, he had many children and grandchildren. His parents had long since passed away, so many things had changed. The only thing that had not changed was the faces that constantly flashed through his mind over the years. These faces became clearer and clearer, and faint voices could be heard vaguely. The sudden onset of a serious illness had destroyed Kai Yang's vitality. Lying on the hospital bed, the sound of crying came from outside the room. It was the sound of his children and grandchildren. Yang Kai knew that his days were numbered. The wife who had accompanied him all his life had long since lost her flower-like appearance. At this moment, she was just an ordinary old woman, but in this final moment, she still stayed by his bedside and took care of Yang Kai's daily needs. Such a life seems to be quite good, right? Kai Yang thought dispiritedly. Using his cloudy eyes, he looked at his wife who was by his bedside. Decades of hard work had caused her hair to turn white. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile at her. But what Yang Kai did not expect was that his wife, who had always been obedient to him in the past, suddenly had a cold expression. At this moment, she was staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. You. Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a word. The other party's voice was crisp and pleasing to the ear. It was not the voice of an old woman at all. Instead, it sounded like the voice of a young woman. I'm finally free. I've been burdened by you all my life. Only now can I be free. You, why do you say that? Yang Kai looked at her in confusion, his eyes full of pain and disappointment. Then what should I say? The other party sneered. Should I thank you? If it wasn't for the fact that your young family was powerful, you would have been killed. How could I have married into this family decades ago? You, Yang Kai, are just a mediocre person. If you weren't born into the Yang family, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be as good as an ordinary person. Even so, you've only wasted your life. Is this what you think? Yes. Are you disappointed? The other party continued to sneer. His smile was cruel. It was like a sharp knife. He wanted to stab Yang Kai in the heart. Yang Kai chuckled and closed his eyes. The old woman sitting by the bed laughed even more coldly. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and said, "It's not a dream, it's not an illusion. Honestly, you've done a good job these past decades, but I know, this is just an illusion." What? The old woman's face changed greatly. She stood up and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? At this time, shouldn't you be tearing off all pretense of cordiality with me, ruthlessly attacking my satisfaction with this life and making me fall into despair? When Kai Yang opened his eyes again, the turbid look in his eyes had long since disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a glint of light as he sneered, "Even those guys who are preparing to cry at my funeral, shouldn't they also rush in and give me a good scolding? Shouldn't they be telling me off for the past few years so that I can die with grievances? How could you?" The old woman's face was extremely pale. Why couldn't I notice? As early as 30 years ago, I already noticed. This is not real, I remember everything I should remember. Since you noticed, why are you still so cooperative? The old woman's face became fierce. Huh. Yang Kai smiled and sat up straight on the bed, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Because this life is something I have never experienced before. Since I have this opportunity, of course I want to experience it. This can also temper my state of mind, isn't it?" The familiar and strange faces that constantly flashed in Yang Kai's mind, the words that constantly rang in his ears, finally made him remember everything from several decades ago in this illusion. At that time, Kai Yang was shocked. He didn't know when he was hit, nor did he notice the existence of any enemy. He remembered that he was protecting Luo Lan and Ni Guang with Shuiyu, and there was no trace of any enemy around. This situation was too strange. This meant that the unknown enemy's spiritual energy was unimaginably powerful and could invade his knowledge, see without him knowing, tamper with his memories, and influence his thinking, making him forget everything he should remember and instead believe in this distorted life. So he didn't rush to act. Firstly, he didn't know who the enemy was, so it might not be appropriate to act rashly. Secondly, as he said, this life was something he had never experienced before, so it was really good. Of course, if this wife, who had accompanied him all his life, could remain calm until the end and send him off, that would be the best. But at the last moment, she wanted to destroy Yang Kai's rare and precious experience, making him feel despair. A person would always only have one life. A second life was just an extravagant hope, and reincarnation was ethereal and unreliable. Even if reincarnation really existed, who could reincarnate with the memories of their previous life and become a new person? Yang Kai had experienced it once, although it was only a short 70 years. When his voice fell, the group of crying children and grandchildren outside stopped their meaningless cries. Then, there was a burst of ghostly wailing and wolf howling, which made one's hair stand on end. The old woman sneered, "Do you think you can sit back and relax after seeing through this illusion? You think too highly of yourself. If you had uncovered it earlier, you might have been able to escape this place. However, in your mind, so much time has passed. Now, you will never be able to escape this place. Your divine soul will only sink in this place forever. Is that so?" Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he grinned meaningfully. "It seems that you don't have any ability to directly attack and can only influence others by manipulating their memories?" This sentence obviously exposed the old woman's ability, causing her face to change dramatically. Yang Kai shouted at her, "Senior Luo, if you don't want to die, wake up quickly and use your spiritual energy to deal with them." "Them?" Luo Lan frowned slightly. "Who are they?" There was no need for Yang Kai to answer. Amidst the howls, many black shadows rushed towards Luo Lan and Yang Kai. Luo Lan let out a strange cry as she finally reacted. Stretching out her hand, she summoned a hiltless short sword that exuded a dazzling light. Under her control, this short sword danced up and down, and any black shadow that approached it was cut down and reduced to nothingness. In the end, she was an Origin King Realm Master, and this dazzling short sword was obviously a powerful soul-type artifact. Driven by her spiritual energy, it was the nemesis of these black shadows. Seeing this, Yang Kai relaxed and shouted, "Hold on, I'll go wake up Senior Ni and Shuiyu." "Hurry up." Luo Lan's forehead oozed cold sweat. Although she had only fought with these black shadows for a moment, she had already realized how difficult it was to deal with them. There were simply too many of them. Luo Lan retreated as she fought, rushing towards Ni Guang and Shuiyu together with Yang Kai. Along the way, the black shadows that tried to block their path were all destroyed by Yang Kai's spiritual energy. Although he did not have a soul-type artifact like Luo Lan's, his own divine sense was very strong, so he was able to pass through unhindered. A moment later, he arrived at Ni Guang's side and used his spiritual energy to attack the humanoid shadow behind Ni Guang. After 2 attacks, Ni Guang was saved. The moment the black shadow was defeated, Ni Guang opened his eyes, a monstrous anger flashing across them as his robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. Standing up, Ni Guang shouted sternly, "You dare disturb this old master's state of mind? You almost succeeded." Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that Ni Guang's situation was much better than Luo Lan's. At the very least, even if Ni Guang had been hit, he was aware of his situation. The reason he had not woken up on his own was definitely because he could not escape from this illusion. After receiving Yang Kai's help, Ni Guang immediately recovered his strength. With a flick of his sleeve, countless attacks shot out in all directions, accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds. "Senior Ni, these things do not fear Saint Qi or artifacts, so you must use your spiritual energy to attack them." Yang Kai saw Ni Guang stunned and quickly reminded him. "So that's how it is." Ni Guang suddenly understood and opened his mouth, spitting out a round bead. As soon as this bead appeared, it immediately bloomed with light. Although this light was dazzling, it was extremely soft, and in an instant, the depths of the underground became as bright as day. With this round bead as the center, everything within a 10-meter radius was illuminated. All the black shadows that rushed into the area covered by this light were distorted and distorted. In the blink of an eye, they had formed an incomparably huge black shadow. Furthermore, with the addition of the smaller black shadows, this huge black shadow was still continuing to grow in size. Its head seemed to touch the sky while its feet touched the ground. This posture alone gave off a strong sense of oppression. After only 3 breaths of time, this huge dark shadow took shape. Everything she had experienced in that illusion felt like it was real. Even after being awakened by Yang Kai, she still hadn't been able to adapt to the real world in a short time. "I don't know. I have never heard of such things in the severed world. Has Elder Luo ever heard of them?" Ni Guang shook his head and asked Luo Lan. "This mistress doesn't know much about the severed world, so I have never heard of such strange things. It seems that the people who encountered these things before didn't survive. As such, no information about them has been leaked." Ni Guang said thoughtfully, "But fortunately, based on the previous situation, although they are extremely stealthy and even this old master was unable to detect their existence, they can only live in the dim underground. As long as we don't go underground again, we shouldn't encounter them again. Moreover, we weren't delayed for long. In that illusion, this old master seemed to have spent many years, but judging from our current state, we only wasted 1 or 2 hours at most. These things are truly terrifying." Hearing what he said, the other 3 nodded slightly. "Elder Luo, you should heal your wounds first. When you're almost done, we'll set off." Ni Guang turned to Luo Lan and said. "Then I'll have to trouble you." "This mistress will do her best to hurry," Luo Lan said gratefully. She did not have much of a friendship with Ni Guang, but Ni Guang was willing to wait for her at this time, so she was naturally grateful. This also proved Ni Guang's character and that he was a suitable person to cooperate with. Ni Guang was stronger than her, so cooperating with such a person was naturally something Luo Lan wished for. However, it might also be related to her taking the initiative to bring up the rear just now, but Ni Guang's attitude towards her was obviously much more pleasant than before. Luo Lan also did not realize that she had brought Yang Kai into this severed world because she wanted to rely on Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space, but because of this, she had received Ni Guang's help. If it weren't for Yang Kai, Ni Guang would not have invited her to act together. Next, Luo Lan took a pill and began to repair the wounds to her soul. Yang Kai, on the other hand, cast his eyes towards the void not far away. He could feel that somewhere in the void there were faint space force fluctuations, and he could even infer from the traces of these energy fluctuations that there was a hidden void crack in that location. It seemed that Luo Lan was right. This severed world was really a dangerous place, and there were indeed some invisible void cracks. But if someone rashly passed through them, they would definitely be cut in half by these void cracks and die with everlasting regret. "What are you looking at?" Shuiyu suddenly leaned over and asked softly. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but since just now, Yang Kai noticed that Shuiyu's attitude towards him seemed to have changed subtly. If Yang Kai heard this, he would definitely pale in shock because he didn't know who this Origin King Realm Master was, but from his words, it wasn't difficult to infer that this person obviously knew him and was very concerned about him. There was no way to resist it. Seeing this, the Origin King Realm Master wrapped in black chi waved his hand reluctantly, and the 10,000 soul banner reappeared and flew back into his hand. On the surface, the 10,000 soul banner had not changed much compared to before, but the evil it exuded was obviously stronger. Heh 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 heh. The Origin King Realm Master let out a creepy laugh as he played with his artifact. Nodding repeatedly, he muttered, not bad at all. We've only just entered and we've already obtained such a harvest. As expected of the severed world, this king is looking forward to it. It was as if he had lost his mind. After uttering such crazy words for a while, he laughed and put away the 10,000 soul banner before wrapping himself in a cloud of black chi and leaping out of the gully, accurately chasing in the direction Yang Kai and the others had left. Somewhere in the severed world, Sword Union Elder Chui Hong was desperately urging his artifact to fight a several dozen meter-long monster beast that resembled a winged serpent. His luck was not very good. Not long after entering the severed world, he had broken into the territory of this monster beast. After being discovered, he naturally began fighting with it. In the severed world, the most dangerous thing was the invisible void cracks. These void cracks were scattered irregularly and could not be seen with the naked eye or sensed with one's divine sense. Even if an Origin King Realm Master encountered one, even if they did not die, they would suffer severe injuries. The second most dangerous thing was the monster beast that lived here. The monster beast here had inherited the bloodline of an ancient species, and under the influence of the world principles of this place, each of them was unable to become stronger. Even monster beasts of the same level were stronger than those in the star territory by at least 30%. The one Chui Hong encountered was a genuine 10th order monster beast. From its appearance, it was obvious that it had inherited the bloodline of the flying feather-winged dragon, but with the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor, the changes in the world principles, and the changes in the tidal force, it had lost the majesty of its ancestor. Otherwise, Chui Hong would have been turned into a corpse in a single blow. However, it was still a 10th order monster beast. In the entire star territory, a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master, an extremely rare existence. Fortunately, this monster beast seemed to have broken through not long ago, and as a Sword Union Elder, Chui Hong's artifact armor and artifacts were not low grade. In the process of fighting with this winged snake, he did not fall into a disadvantage. Instead, he gradually gained the upper hand by relying on various secret techniques. This winged snake was several dozen meters long and had a pair of bat-like wings on its back. Its long forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth, and its body was extremely agile. It may appear once every few hundred or thousand years, but life-revitalizing jade cream and immortal source liquid have long since gone extinct. At least, in all the years your father has lived, I have never heard of anyone obtaining these two treasures. Each of the three great divine waters has its own special effects and is a supreme treasure that every cultivator can only dream of. Soul-cleansing divine water can cleanse one's soul and make it more condensed and vigorous. It is a supreme treasure for tempering one's spiritual energy, while life-revitalizing jade cream can enhance a cultivator's physique and vitality. A single drop can allow one to be reborn, cleanse their meridians, and make their physical strength extremely powerful. However, compared to the immortal source liquid, these two treasures are far inferior. Father, what does this immortal source liquid have to do with the immortal tree? Zidong asked curiously. Naturally there is a relationship. Zilong, as an overlord, naturally had a dignified air about him, but when facing his son, he maintained a pleasant expression. After all, Zidong had never failed to live up to his expectations and was the successor he had placed high hopes on. Please enlighten me, father. Zidong said solemnly, putting on an expression of humility. Chapter 1760. Zilong pondered for a while before replying, the immortal source liquid is the condensation of the essence of the immortal tree's leaves over countless years. For the immortal source liquid, regrowing a severed limb is nothing more than a waste of talent. It is a natural pills capable of bringing one back from the dead. Bringing one back from the dead. Zidong's face was filled with shock. If this trivial do has such a miraculous effect, then the immortal tree itself, if I can obtain the immortal tree and refine it, I can obtain an immortal and indestructible body and live as long as the heavens themselves. What? Zidong was truly shocked this time. Even as the young master of Purple Star, he could not help feeling shocked, unable to believe these words if they were not coming from his father's mouth. If I can obtain an endless lifespan, then your father will achieve something unprecedented. At that time, I will surpass the Origin King realm and peer into the mysteries of the realm of the great emperors. When Zilong said this, his whole body was filled with excitement and fanaticism. Zidong stared at his father in a daze. He had not seen such an expression on his father's face for a long time, so he could imagine how great the temptation of the immortal tree was to his father. Father, is this information only known to our Purple Star? Zidong asked again. No. Zilong shook his head, a look of dread appearing on his face. I am not certain about others, but Hangluo Chamber of Commerce definitely knows about the existence of the immortal tree because 2,000 years ago, your great-uncle and the previous president of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce entered together. So, this time, that old fart Ni Guang is likely also eyeing the immortal tree. Zidong could not help but frown as he asked suspiciously, if that's the case, why don't you gather more masters? Zilong faintly smiled, this kind of matter isn't something that can be handled with more people. Moreover, there is only one immortal tree. When the time comes, what if we succeed? Who will obtain it? In front of such a supreme treasure, only you can trust yourself, everyone else is your enemy. Zidong pondered for a moment before nodding, this child understands. Good, you are still young. There's still a long way to go. Father brought you here this time to temper you and expose you to some unimaginable dangers as soon as possible. This will be of great benefit to your future growth. I hope you won't disappoint me. This child will do his best. Zidong said solemnly. As the sect master of Purple Star, Zilong had countless children, but the one he favored the most was still Zidong. Among his countless children, only this child stood out. Of course, he had to raise him well. Zidong was also well aware of this, so he had worked even harder these past few years, not daring to slack off in his cultivation. Entering the severed world this time was extremely dangerous, but it was also a good test. As long as he passed this test, his position in Purple Star would be unshakable from now on. Zidong secretly clenched his fists and decided to perform well this time. At the same time, somewhere far away, Yang Kai's group of 4, led by Ni Guang, was advancing through the severed world. Along the way, they did not encounter any great dangers. The exiled grounds did not seem to live up to its name either. However, Ni Guang took out something that Yang Kai was particularly interested in. It was an artifact similar to a communication artifact, but it was somewhat different because there was a needle-like object in the center of this artifact. Ni Guang had taken it out 2 hours ago. He had been holding it in his hand all this time, shaking it from side to side from time to time. As it shook, the needle would occasionally undergo some subtle changes. Elder Luo, I'll have to trouble you to take this corpse with you. I'll pick up that spirit flower, Ni Guang ordered. Okay. Luo Lan nodded, not taking this matter lightly. Instead of directly touching the corpse with her hand, she sent out a wisp of Saint Qi to wrap it up and quickly withdraw. Anyone who tried to touch the spirit flower was bound to be attacked by it. Tail-crowned snake? Ni Guang's eyes lit up as he called out the name of this monster beast. Fortunately, he was knowledgeable and held a high position in Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, allowing him to come into contact with many ancient books. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to recognize this strange monster beast that had only existed for a very long time. Tail-crowned snake? Luo Lan frowned. Looking at Ni Guang with some admiration, she said, "This mistress has never heard of so many extinct existences in the severed world." The black shadow they had encountered in the underground gully before was also unknown to them, only feeling that it was somewhat similar to a Yin soul. However, this tail-crowned snake was completely different. The other 3 people had never even heard of it before. The severed world opened up for them like a strange world that they had never come into contact with before. Ni Guang grinned, "Don't worry, although the tail-crowned snake is dangerous, its strength isn't very high. Its strength lies in its ability to conceal itself and launch sneak attacks. Since its sneak attack failed, it can only serve as this old master's prey." Saying so, he rushed straight towards the tail-crowned snake. He didn't use any powerful killing moves, he just approached the tail-crowned snake, his hands like claws, and started to fight with the tail-crowned snake. Yang Kai observed silently and found that this monster beast only had a strength of around the 9th order. In front of Ni Guang, such a creature naturally couldn't pose any threat. Even though it possessed an ancient bloodline, after 10 breaths of time, the tail-crowned snake that had leapt up from the ground and was about to bite Ni Guang was caught by him. Immediately, Ni Guang flicked his wrist like a whip and poured his Saint Qi fiercely into the snake's body. Within the long body of the tail-crowned snake, a series of crisp cracking sounds could be heard. Then, its straight body fell limply to the ground, directly becoming a corpse. Ni Guang stretched out his hand and flicked his finger towards the snake's belly, pulling out an oval-shaped, longan-sized, green snake gallbladder, opening his mouth and swallowing it before letting out a cheerful laugh. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of magical effects the tail-crowned snake's gallbladder had, but seeing Ni Guang's happy expression, it was likely to be of great benefit to him. After doing all this, Ni Guang casually threw the tail-crowned snake's body to the side and said lightly, "This monster beast does not have a monster core. The most valuable thing on its body is its gallbladder. In ancient times, if a cultivator took it for a long time, it was said that they would be immune to hundreds of poisons. Unfortunately, there is only one, but it's better than nothing." Chapter 1762. Because of these various reasons, the original version of the Golden Blood Thread Secret Technique, the Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique, was very difficult to display in Demon Blood Temple. In particular, its many transformations required the support of a massive number of blood threads. No one in Demon Blood Temple could meet this requirement. It could be said that the cultivator who created this secret technique had only put forward a beautiful idea but was unable to truly perfect it. But Yang Kai was different. This secret technique was simply tailor-made for him. In a sense, as long as Yang Kai had enough golden blood in his body, he could display the full potential of the golden blood thread's secret technique to a level that even its creator could not estimate. As for the blood beast's secret technique, Yang Kai had only condensed 2 so far. He had condensed them after killing the 2 thunder flame flying lizards of young Master Demonic Eye on Monster Star. The thunder flame flying lizards were just 9th order monster beast and couldn't play much of a role for the current Yang Kai, so he had never used them in battle. Only when the number of blood beasts reached a certain level could they cause considerable damage. 1 or 2 9th order monster beast blood beasts would definitely not pose a threat to an Origin King, but if there were dozens or hundreds of them, even an Origin King would have to avoid them. 9th order monster beasts were not easy to find, and Yang Kai had never paid much attention to condensing blood beasts, but in this severed world, he felt that this was a relatively easy task. This place was simply a paradise for high-order monster beasts, and all of them had ancient bloodlines, making it the best place to condense blood beasts. As such, Yang Kai did not avoid suspicion and directly used his golden blood threads to condense blood beasts. In any case, this was not his biggest trump card, so it didn't matter if it was exposed. Seeing that Yang Kai had taken care of everything properly, Ni Guang nodded again and did not say anything, simply taking out the artifact that could detect void cracks and leading the way. The severed world was filled with dangers, but it was also filled with opportunities. There were many extinct spirit flowers and rare grasses here, as well as countless ancient monster beasts that had long been lost in the long river of history. Under the nourishment of the special world principles of the severed world, they continued to reproduce and survive. Although there were 2 third-order origin returning realm masters in this group of 4, lowering the average combat power of the team, overall, the strength of Yang Kai's group was unquestionable. Along the way to the Medicine Valley, there were occasional gains. Just as Yang Kai had expected, there were all kinds of high-level monster beast here. Although Yang Kai dared not say that 9th stage monster beast could be found everywhere, he had not seen one below 8th stage since he entered. The 4 of them even encountered 2 10th grade monster beast. These 2 10th grade monster beast emitted an extremely powerful aura. Even Ni Guang was afraid of one of them and could only avoid it from afar. They didn't dare to provoke it rashly, but the other one met with great misfortune, and was killed by the 4 of them together. Every monster beast that was killed had valuable materials on it, such as its monster core, gallbladder, claws, and teeth. All of these materials were taken away by Ni Guang and Xueyu. After all, a 9th or 10th grade monster beast's body was already very valuable, so there was no reason to let it go. Luolan also received some monster beast materials as spoils of war. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't ask for anything else, just constantly using his golden blood threads to absorb the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood to condense his own blood beasts and expand their ranks. This incident had shaken all of Purple Star, and Purple Star had dispatched masters to hunt him down, but Su Wei had relied on his superb cultivation to carve out a bloody path and escape into abandoned lair. This incident caused Purple Star's face to fall greatly. Many years later, he had established a foothold in abandoned lair and taken the position of elder. These 2 could be said to be birds of a feather, jackals of the same feather. It was unknown how they had joined forces or why they were flying in the direction of Ni Guang. After recognizing these 2, Ni Guang not only showed no fear, but instead sneered, "Good, this old master can't act rashly outside, but since you're courting death, this old master will fulfill your wish. Elder Luo, I'll have to ask you to hold back one of them while this old master kills the other before joining you. Leave it to me." Luolan's pretty face went cold. "My sword union has many grievances with these 2. Since we've met here, there's no reason to let them go. You 2 stand back and pay attention to protecting yourselves." Ni Guang ordered Yang Kai and Xueyu. Yang Kai and Xueyu nodded at the same time and prepared to evacuate. A battle between 4 origin kings was about to break out, and Yang Kai had no interest in getting involved. Chapter 1763. Just as Yang Kai and Shuiyu were about to quietly withdraw, Kong Fa flew over and shouted, "Is that Senior Ni of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce?" He obviously recognized Ni Guang, but he did not show any intention of evading and instead greeted him head-on. This scene was very unusual because whether it was Kong Fa or Su Wei, both of them had extremely disreputable backgrounds and their hands were stained with the blood of many Hangluo Chamber of Commerce cultivators. Under normal circumstances, they would flee upon encountering Ni Guang, so why would they take the initiative to meet him head-on? Ni Guang froze for a moment before his brow furrowed slightly, wondering if the other party was plotting something. At the same time, he secretly gave Luo Lan a look, telling her to be careful as he coldly snorted, "Yes, it is this Ni." Kong Fa was overjoyed and immediately shouted, "Great, please save us, Senior Ni, this Kong will repay you generously in the future." "Save us?" Ni Guang was startled and seemed to realize something, his eyes instantly becoming deep as he looked behind Kong Fa and Su Wei. In the next moment, his face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Not good." He finally understood what Kong Fa and Su Wei had encountered and why they had taken the initiative to approach him even though they knew he was here. These two were actually being hunted down by a group of ancient divine spirit. At this moment, Yang Kai and the others also noticed this. Since Kong Fa and Su Wei appeared, there had been no disturbance behind them, but the two of them looked very distressed. Obviously, they had experienced a great battle and were slightly injured. At first, Yang Kai was quite puzzled as to what could cause two origin kings to suffer such a loss, but when Kong Fa shouted for help, a colorful light suddenly flashed less than 3 kilometers behind him. This light was so dazzling that at first glance, it was impossible to figure out what it was, but upon closer inspection, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually a swarm of butterfly-like insects. These insects fluttered their colorful wings and moved about in an unpredictable manner. Every time they flapped their wings, they would perform a teleportation-like movement, closing the distance between them and Kong Fa and Su Wei. From everyone's perspective, there were at least 1,000 butterfly-like insects chasing after Kong Fa and Su Wei. They gathered into a large group, as ferocious as a tide of bugs, not far behind them. "What is this?" Luo Lan's pretty face paled. Although she didn't recognize what this butterfly-like beast was, seeing how distressed Kong Fa and Su Wei were, she knew it wasn't easy to provoke it. "Illusionary void butterfly." Ni Guang quickly replied, "They're ancient insects that are born with the ability to manipulate space. Their bodies are harder than steel, and they're extremely ferocious. Once they're out, they're like a swarm of locusts." Before he could finish his sentence, behind Kong Fa and Su Wei, a wider range of 5-colored light flashed as more illusionary void butterflies appeared. That scale was more than 1,000, or even more than 10,000, there were at least several tens of thousands of illusionary void butterflies flying towards them. The scene was extremely shocking. Every time they flapped their wings, traces of visible ripples appeared in that expanse of space, and it seemed as if even space was affected. "Run!" Ni Guang shouted as he quickly pushed his Saint Chi, wrapped Shuiyu in it, turned around, and fled. He was different from Luo Lan. Before entering the severed world, Ni Guang had made a lot of preparations and knew about the existence of illusionary void butterflies here. He also knew how difficult and ferocious they were, so when he discovered that Kong Fa and Su Wei were being chased by such vicious beasts, Ni Guang no longer hesitated and only wanted to escape. Seeing him like this, Chapter 1764. An Origin King Great Artifact was extremely powerful, and Shuiyu was not an ordinary cultivator, so her strength was quite high. Even so, her attacks were unable to kill all the illusionary void butterflies, demonstrating just how terrifying the defenses of these insects were. At the same time as Shuiyu took action, Yang Kai also took action. With a single thought, more than 20 golden blood threads exuding golden and red light appeared and transformed into the appearance of blood beasts. Thunder flame flying lizards, tail-crowned snakes, steel flame ghost spiders, Zhu Zhen birds, star emperor turtles, eight-eyed demon toads, purple thunder sky leopards. As soon as these blood beasts appeared, they spread out and surrounded Yang Kai and Shuiyu, forming a strong protective circle. Immediately, under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, these blood beasts used various methods to attack the surrounding illusionary void butterflies. The blood beasts had inherited most of the abilities of these monster beasts when they were alive, and although they needed to be controlled, making them somewhat inflexible, they were undoubtedly excellent helpers at this time. As soon as the 20 or so blood beasts of different sizes moved out, they instantly formed an impregnable defense, greatly reducing the pressure on Yang Kai and Shuiyu. Asterisk wang wang wang, asterisk the sound of the illusionary void butterflies flapping their wings rang out incessantly as they charged forward without fear of death, as if they had no fear of death and only had an instinct to kill the living. The blood beasts, which exuded strong blood aura fluctuations, became the best targets to attract the illusionary void butterflies. Yang Kai and Shuiyu were in the middle, so for a time, they were safe. Seeing this, Shuiyu could not help feeling overjoyed and quickly began manipulating her artifacts to kill the illusionary void butterflies. Yang Kai did not remain idle either. The remaining several dozen golden blood threads shot out and crisscrossed through the void, cutting one illusionary void butterfly after another in half. However, as time passed, Yang Kai found that the situation had not improved. The four origin kings were still fighting on their own, surrounded by countless illusionary void butterflies. The corpses of the illusionary void butterflies piled up on the ground, forming a thick layer. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. The current situation made Yang Kai realize that it was impossible to kill all these illusionary void butterflies. If they continued to fight like this, Yang Kai's group would eventually run out of strength and be slaughtered by these illusionary void butterflies. As for his 20 or so blood beasts, most of them were also injured, even though they were all transformed from golden blood threads. These blood beasts were not living creatures, but under the constant consumption of the illusionary void butterflies, the vitality fluctuations emanating from their bodies were becoming weaker and weaker. Shuiyu, we have to leave this place, Yang Kai whispered to Shuiyu. But uncle and I. Shuiyu hesitantly looked in Ni Guang's direction, but she couldn't see him at all. Everything was wrapped in gorgeous colors, and one could only vaguely sense the intense energy fluctuations coming from within. Mr. Ni's cultivation is very high, you don't have to worry about him. As long as we can escape, he should be fine, Yang Kai comforted. Are you sure you can escape from here? Shuiyu asked. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, whether or not I'm confident, I have to try. It's better than sitting here and waiting for death. Hearing him say so, Shuiyu nodded and grit her teeth. Good, I'll go with you. She had been warned by Ni Guang in advance and had a hunch that such a situation would happen, so she did not hesitate. Then follow me. While killing enemies, she stuffed pills into her mouth to restore her Saint Qi. Even her symbiotic demon spirit, Xia Ji, was released by Shuiyu. This symbiotic monster spirit was extremely powerful, and in terms of combat power alone, it was not inferior to Shuiyu's. Many years ago, in the Emperor Garden, Shuiyu had used this symbiotic monster spirit to fight Shan Qing Luo's heavenly moon demon spider to a draw, demonstrating just how ferocious it was. Even so, the situation was still unsalvageable. The light on the blood beasts' bodies flickered, as if they could collapse at any moment, causing their defensive perimeter to shrink. "How come you don't look worried at all?" Xueyu suddenly turned her head to look at Yang Kai and asked with a strange expression. Her hands did not remain idle as she sent out a series of powerful secret techniques, killing a large number of illusionary void butterflies and relieving the pressure on the blood beasts. It wasn't until this moment that she discovered that Yang Kai's face was completely calm, without the slightest trace of nervousness one would expect from someone who had reached a dead end. "What are you worried about?" Yang Kai chuckled and asked rhetorically while manipulating his golden blood threads to accurately harvest the lives of the illusionary void butterflies. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Seemingly infected by his demeanor, Xueyu's expression also calmed down. "Nonsense." Yang Kai spat disdainfully, "Who isn't afraid of death? But, there is a saying that if one dies under a peony flower, even a ghost can die a happy death." Xueyu was taken aback for a moment before immediately glaring at Yang Kai. "At this time, you're still in the mood to joke around?" Yang Kai just chuckled dryly and did not answer. Although the current situation seemed extremely dangerous, it was actually very easy for him to resolve. He had at least two ways to get rid of these illusionary void butterflies. The simplest method was naturally to summon the sealed world bead and take Xueyu to hide inside the sealed world bead. Once the two of them disappeared, it would be impossible for the illusionary void butterflies to remain here. In addition, he could also tear space and escape. Although the space force fluctuations here were chaotic and could interfere with his use of space force, escaping 100 to 200 kilometers at a time would not be a problem. The only concern was that he might encounter some kind of danger in the void. Both methods were very effective, and Yang Kai was fully confident he could succeed. However, this would inevitably expose some of his trump cards, especially the sealed world bead. This kind of thing had its own independent world, and its existence was simply too incredible, so Yang Kai did not dare expose it in front of Xueyu. Chapter 1766. Seeing Xueyu's unreasonable appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling angry. Staring at her coldly for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly snorted and took a step towards her, a fierce light flashing across his eyes, causing Xueyu's face to pale slightly. The next moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled Xueyu's tender body into his arms, and under her stunned and horrified gaze, he leaned over and kissed her thin and tender lips. At the same time, his other hand covered her private part and began to rub vigorously. His actions were extremely rough, as if he didn't have the slightest intention of showing any tenderness towards the fairer sex. "Ouch, you bastard!" Xueyu screamed in panic as she stretched out her hands to push Yang Kai away, but no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to push him away. The stalwart body that was pressed against her was like a towering mountain, unmoving. Amidst the pain, a strange feeling spread throughout her body. With a soft moan, Xueyu struggled a few times before her body soon softened. The surrounding illusionary void butterflies flapped their wings, making a buzzing sound as the colorful butterflies wrapped around the two of them. The blood beasts fought fiercely while the giant dark green dragon roared. After a long time, their lips parted. Yang Kai pushed Xueyu away and squinted at her, a look of abandonment on his face. Xueyu's cheeks were flushed red and her slender white neck was also flushed red. Her body seemed to have gone limp, and after leaving Yang Kai's embrace, she staggered slightly, but at this moment, she was looking around, her eyes drifting, no longer showing the aggressive posture she had before. "Satisfied?" Yang Kai snorted. "You." Xueyu's face flushed red as she opened her mouth but did not know what to say. "Damn, you're never done." Yang Kai cursed, "Why don't you take a look at when you're still bothering me? You really don't know what you're doing." Xueyu suddenly wore a look of grievance as her eyes turned red and she began to cry, but she quickly adjusted her mood and took a deep breath. Gritting her teeth, she said, "So what? I got what I wanted anyway. Is this what you want?" Yang Kai looked at her sarcastically. "So what if I am?" Shuayu pursed her red lips. "In this world, besides my father and the Chamber of Commerce's elders, only you know that I'm a woman. I don't want to die without experiencing what it's like to be a woman." "So you thought you were dead for sure?" Yang Kai suddenly realized why this woman was so crazy. "That's right. You said it yourself. Even if I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost. So what if I let you be a romantic?" Shuayu giggled like a beautiful fairy. "At the very least. If I really die here, I'll die as a woman. At least I'll have one of my wishes fulfilled." "Unreasonable indeed." Yang Kai shook his head slightly. Shuayu twisted her neck and snorted, "Whatever you say." After speaking, Shuayu seemed to relax a lot. Her whole person became more spirited, and even her face was brimming with a dazzling brilliance. "Let me say this first. You forced me to do this today, so I won't take responsibility." Yang Kai raised a finger and waved it in front of Shuayu's face, as if he had eaten her dry and wouldn't take responsibility. "Who wants you to take responsibility?" Shuayu curled her lips. "I know you have women, and more than one, but, as the saying goes, a wife is better than a concubine, and a concubine is better than a lover. You know quite a lot." Yang Kai chuckled before suddenly sighing and looking at Shuayu with a solemn expression. He whispered, "It's not easy for you either." Shuayu pouted, "It's good that you know." As she spoke, she took the initiative to lean towards Yang Kai and extend her jade white hand towards Yang Kai. After failing to obtain Yang Kai's denial, Shuayu grit her teeth and took the initiative to drag Yang Kai into the void crack. In a flash of light, the two of them disappeared. The illusionary void butterflies that were tailing them didn't stop until this moment, circled around a few times, and after confirming that there was no prey, withdrew like a swarm of bees. Chapter 1768. The void was vast and boundless, but it was dotted with stars arranged in a spiral shape, and at the center of this spiral, a terrifying power fluctuation was pulsing. Yang Kai and Shuayu stood above this huge spiral composed of countless space spirit crystals with dignified expressions. When they discovered that there were many space spirit crystals here before, the two of them had rushed over with great interest, but after arriving, Yang Kai discovered that this place was quite strange. The space spirit crystals were still the same space spirit crystals, but they seemed to be attracted by some unknown force and were arranged in a special shape, a spiral. Even Shuayu, who was not proficient in the Tao of space, could feel a dangerous aura coming from the center of this spiral, as if it was the source of everything. This place was already a void crack, but at the center of this spiral, there seemed to be a strange existence that could even swallow this void crack. Yang Kai. Shuayu whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "I'm a little nervous." "It's normal, I'm also a little nervous," Yang Kai comforted. Yang Kai comforted her. This was an instinctive fear, fear of the power emanating from the spiral. No one could avoid it, but, this thing seems to be of great use to me. "What are you going to do?" Shuayu looked at him in amazement. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while before patting Shuayu's hand and saying, "Help me collect those space spirit crystals first." Shuayu looked at him deeply, her beautiful eyes bright, as if she could see straight into Yang Kai's heart and understand his thoughts. After a while, Shuayu nodded meekly, "N." As she spoke, she flew out. Arriving at the space spirit crystals scattered around the spiral, Shuayu began collecting them one by one. Yang Kai still stood in the same place, staring at the center of the spiral, a dignified look on his face that had never been seen before. After a long time, he released his divine sense to investigate the center of the spiral. He wanted to see what kind of mysteries were hidden inside this spiral, but when his divine sense came into contact with it, he was shocked to discover an astonishing and terrifying attractive force coming from it. This attractive force was so strong that it was simply unheard of, and Yang Kai's mind was instantly drawn in. Not only that. Standing in place, Yang Kai felt as if his body was being held by an invisible hand. Yang Kai disappeared directly, and when he reappeared, he was already at the center of the spiral. Yang Kai. Shuayu was shocked and hurriedly called out. However, she did not receive any response from Yang Kai. From her position, she could see everything. Yang Kai was simply standing in the center of the spiral. Motionless. It was as if he had lost all sense of the outside world and was completely unresponsive. Shuayuyu's voice with Shuayuyu. Shuayuyu immediately understood Shuayuyu was not daring to act rashly. They could only stand in place anxiously, gazing in the direction of Kai Yang, secretly praying that he was safe. Spinning, endless spinning, Yang Kai felt as if his body and soul were about to be torn apart. The unbearable pain made him want to open his mouth and scream, but he found that he couldn't make a sound no matter how hard he tried. The moment he was pulled into the spiral, his mind was repeating the process of the spiral. This feeling was like being sucked into a violent tornado, and he could only passively endure the destruction of the spiral without being able to do anything to resist. His knowledge sea churning, Yang Kai only felt dizzy, as if his soul was being thrown out of his body by this spinning force. Ever since he had achieved success in his cultivation, he had rarely encountered such a situation that left him at a loss. At any time, in the face of any crisis, he could quickly formulate a reasonable countermeasure to resolve the danger he might encounter. But this time, he found that he was somewhat powerless. While being pulled in by the spiral force, Yang Kai was shocked to find that the strength of his knowledge sea was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking inside his body, Yang Kai found that the physique he was so proud of was beginning to show dense scars. Desperately urging his Saint Chi and spiritual energy, Yang Kai tried to break free from this strange spiral force. But he gained nothing. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. In less than a dozen breaths of time, his knowledge sea had dried up. The damage to his soul gave Yang Kai a splitting headache. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus, which was exuding a seven-colored glow, played a crucial role at this moment. While Yang Kai's knowledge sea was exhausted, it immediately began to nourish Yang Kai's soul and repair the damaged areas. The feedback and nourishment of the soul-warming lotus cleared Yang Kai's mind for a moment. But at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly had an unusual feeling. While the spiral force was destroying his body and spiritual energy, it was also adding another kind of force to his body. It was the Tao of space. This allowed Yang Kai to gain a new understanding of the mysteries of the Tao of space in a very short time. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly endured the unbearable pain while calmly perceiving his soul. Yang Kai suddenly gained a glimmer of understanding. At a certain moment, Yang Kai resolutely gave up resistance and allowed the spiral force to throw his soul out of his body. In an instant, another kind of vision appeared in front of him. At this moment, it was as if his soul had left his body. His soul covered the void, invisible and invisible, but he could see everything around him. He clearly saw that his body was still standing quietly in the center of the spiral, surrounded by countless space spirit crystals that exuded a faint light. Shuayu was standing not far away, constantly calling out his name. Her beautiful face was filled with anxiety, her beautiful eyes filled with panic, and her face was pale. Yang Kai tried to send his divine sense to her, but Shuayu didn't notice him at all and continued to scream. Yang Kai didn't continue because he knew that his soul wasn't truly leaving his body, and because of the influence of the Tao of space here, he couldn't transmit his thoughts to Xueyu. Yang Kai once again focused his attention on the spiral. Observing from this angle, Yang Kai was able to see more and obtain more. After a short while, Yang Kai thoughtfully urged his space force and released it in the direction of the spiral force. The pressure on him was greatly reduced. Whether it was from his soul or his body, Yang Kai suddenly felt much more relaxed. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Overjoyed, Yang Kai carefully experienced the various changes he had undergone. The more he experienced these changes, the more he found that his previous understanding of the Tao of space was too shallow, and the more he discovered that if he had any attainments in the Tao of space, the more terrifying the means he could display would be. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Chapter 1769. But now wasn't the best time to experience this. At this moment, it was as if Kai Yang was in possession of a rich treasury, and he had the key to it. In fact, he was already standing inside this treasury. But he had no time to examine and deal with his treasures. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of Xueyu. He did not forget that in such a place, there was a person who was worried about him, constantly calling his name and relying on him. But after looking around, Yang Kai could not help frowning because there was no one in that direction. Xueyu was nowhere to be seen. Looking around, as far as his divine sense could reach, there was no trace of Xueyu. Where did she go? Yang Kai frowned secretly. Yang Kai didn't think that Xueyu would abandon him. Although he hadn't had much contact with Xueyu and didn't know much about her, from the short time they had spent together, he could tell that she wasn't that kind of person. In this void crack, even if she was strong and had not cultivated the Tao of space, she would be like a headless fly. Even if she spent thousands of years searching, she would not be able to leave. As such, it was impossible for her to find a way out on her own. Did she encounter some kind of danger? Yang Kai's heart clenched as he thought of a possibility, but what kind of danger could there be in this void crack? Although this was a place of chaos outside the severed world, the two of them had not encountered any danger along the way. After standing in place and contemplating for a while, Yang Kai began to move. No matter what, he had to find Xueyu first. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai was already 100 kilometers away, his expression calm, every step taking in accordance with the mysteries of space. The previous Yang Kai. He had to tear space to move hundreds or thousands of kilometers at a time. Later, as his attainments in the Tao of space improved, although he was able to teleport short distances, it was only a dozen or so kilometers. Such a distance was nothing to him. But at this moment, Yang Kai could easily cross 100 kilometers in a single step, and this was far from his limit. As he moved, Yang Kai confirmed the insights he had gained after devouring the spiral force, further improving his understanding of the Tao of space. According to his thoughts, even if Xueyu left, she couldn't have run too far. After all, in this damned place, she couldn't run far. Therefore, he used the place where he was before as the center and expanded in all directions in a circle to search for him. This was indeed the case. About half an incense stick of time later, Yang Kai discovered Xueyu's figure. However, at this moment, she was in an extremely sorry state. She was fleeing in panic in the empty space, and her long hair seemed to be slightly disheveled while dark red blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth. Behind her was a strange monster beast that was 70 to 80 feet long. It looked like a sea lion. The monster beast's body was fat and bloated, and it had a wide tail. As it wriggled, it followed behind Xueyu at a leisurely pace, and from time to time, it would issue an ear-piercing cry. When he saw the monster beast, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he was shocked. This was because he clearly felt the fluctuations of power from the monster beast that came from the same source as his own, the Tao of space. Every movement of this monster beast, every movement of its body, contained the mysteries of space. It seemed to be able to slide its body along the tracks of space as it advanced. Therefore, although its movements looked very clumsy, it could still easily follow Xueyu, who was desperately fleeing. In other words, it didn't have the intention to immediately kill Xueyu. Instead, it was toying with Xueyu like a cat playing with a mouse. It took pleasure in chasing her. When Yang Kai saw Xueyu, this monster beast opened its big catfish-like mouth and spat out a burst of energy visible to the naked eye. This energy was like a sharp blade that easily cut through space and shot straight towards Xueyu. Perceiving the terrifying power behind her, Xueyu's beautiful face paled. Opening her mouth, she bit the tip of her tongue and summoned the phantom of her symbiotic monster spirit, the Xie, above her head. The Xie's body was covered with thick black hair, its eyes were bright and piercing, and it had a single horn on its forehead, giving it a powerful appearance. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth and let out a roar before charging forward recklessly. The Xie was a symbiotic monster spirit that was comparable to Xueyu in terms of combat power. An ordinary third-order origin returning realm master was no match for it. However, that attack easily cut the Xie's phantom in half. Amidst the mournful howls, the shadow of the Xie disappeared. Xueyu, who was the host of this phantom, also suffered a heavy blow and coughed up a mouthful of blood again. Her tender body trembled and even her speed of escape slowed. Xueyu didn't dare to look back, her beautiful eyes dim. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky and pulled her into his arms. Xueyu raised her head with difficulty and immediately saw Yang Kai's resolute face. Even in the darkness, she felt that his face exuded endless light, as if he had lit a beacon for her on the dim road ahead. "You're finally here." Xueyu squeezed out a smile as she gasped for breath. "There was an accident," Yang Kai nodded. While speaking, he pushed his Saint Qi to investigate Xueyu's body. His brow furrowed slightly as he found that Xueyu's situation wasn't ideal. He didn't know how long she had been entangled with this monster beast, but the Saint Qi in her body had almost dried up and her meridians and physique were damaged. If he had arrived a moment later, even if Xueyu hadn't been killed by the monster beast, she might have died of exhaustion. "How did you provoke it?" Yang Kai looked at the monster beast floating in the air and asked. "It appeared on its own." Xueyu leaned into Yang Kai's arms and replied softly, "I waited for you there for several days, but you didn't show any movement. I didn't know when this monster beast appeared nearby, but it seemed to have been attracted by you and rushed towards you. I was afraid it would disturb you, so you lured it away." Yang Kai looked down at her. Xueyu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yang Kai sighed softly as his heart filled with warmth. "Your body, what happened?" Xueyu suddenly exclaimed as she stared at the abnormalities on Yang Kai's body in a panic. The faintly discernible flesh and black lines on his body made Xueyu think that Yang Kai had suffered some kind of accident, causing her to be on edge. The stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai didn't hesitate at all. It let out a deafening roar and swung its heaven-shaking pillar to its left. The heaven-shaking pillar, which weighed several 100,000 kilograms, coupled with the stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai's violent strength, was capable of shattering space itself. The moment the stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai launched his attack, the shocking void beast's head happened to appear right where the heaven-shaking pillar was aimed at. It seemed as if the shocking void beast had taken the initiative to approach the stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai's attack. The shocking void beast obviously intended to attack the stone mongoose first, but its trick was easily seen through by Yang Kai and used to his advantage. At such a close distance, even if the shocking void beast was proficient in the Tao of space, it wouldn't be able to dodge such a sudden attack. If this blow landed on its body, even if the shocking void beast's strength was comparable to an Origin King Realm Master, it would definitely be smashed to pieces. The stone mongoose's full-powered attack was no joke. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly looked forward to the scene of flesh and blood splattering. But to his extreme surprise, the shocking void beast, facing this fatal blow, actually managed to twist its body and release a rich space force fluctuation from its body that transformed into a void vortex that blocked the stone mongoose's attack. The heaven-shaking pillar smashed the void vortex to pieces and the remaining power swept across the shocking void beast's body, causing blood to spurt out as the shocking void beast was sent flying 1,000 meters away. The place where its head was connected to its neck was a bloody mess with white bones vaguely visible. But in the end, the shocking void beast had survived, and its injuries weren't too serious. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Yang Kai grit his teeth and shouted as he stretched out his hand and pushed his Saint Chi forward, wrapping Lu Yen in his Saint Chi, and instantly arriving in front of the injured shocking void beast. The next moment, the master and servant pair launched a frantic attack on the shocking void beast. Hundreds of golden blood threads were infused with space force by Yang Kai, forming an inescapable net that completely sealed off a large area of space, cutting off the shocking void beast's escape route. At the same time, Yang Kai madly pushed his space blades towards the shocking void beast. On the other hand, Lu Yan's attack was much simpler. Flames mixed with thunder attribute energy gathered around the shocking void beast like falling petals, each of which contained terrifying power. The shocking void beast's body was scorched black the moment it came into contact with these flames. At the same time, fine arcs of lightning were also scattered across the shocking void beast's body, affecting its movements. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the shocking void beast's body began to dry up, as if its flesh and blood essence were being sucked dry by these Een souls. No matter how hard the shocking void beast struggled, it was unable to escape from this black curtain. It was obviously at the end of its rope. Ha ha ha. A burst of strange laughter suddenly came from nearby. Yang Kai's face could not help sinking as he secretly pushed his Saint Chi and looked towards the source of the sound vigilantly. Over there, a figure shrouded in darkness stood quietly, and in the darkness, there seemed to be a pair of chilling eyes that were staring at Yang Kai. "It's you," Yang Kai muttered, his expression becoming dignified. With it, your attainments in the Tao of space will be further improved, yes? Yang Kai didn't conceal anything and nodded, and, my purpose in coming here was to obtain this shocking void beast's monster core, and now I've obtained what I wanted. Boy, your courage is quite big, daring to enter this damned place. Gue Zhu looked at Yang Kai with some admiration. Since you've obtained what you wanted, I wonder if you can help this old master achieve the same? What can senior help with? If this junior can help, he will not refuse. Yang Kai carefully put away the shocking void beast's monster core before turning to Gue Zhu with a solemn expression. Although Gue Zhu didn't look like a good person, to be honest, he gave Yang Kai a good feeling. Especially after this meeting, Gue Zhu seemed quite approachable and amiable, so Yang Kai decided to return the favor. As for what happened in the void, Shuiyu did not dare to say anything. This person is called Guizhu? Ni Guang frowned. Why have I never heard of such a character in Star Territory? Elder Luo, have you ever heard of this person? This mistress has never heard of him. Luo Lan shook her head. Strange. How could a second-order origin king remain unknown all this time? Especially since this person's aura is so special. Ni Guangru couldn't figure out why he had never heard of the name Guizhu before. This person seemed to have jumped out of a rock without any warning, but his sudden appearance was simply too shocking. Uncle Ni, what's the situation here? Shuiyu asked in a timely manner. The situation doesn't look good. That bastard Kong Fa followed this old master and Elder Luo all the way to this medicine valley. After he arrived here, he used a secret technique to call Su Wei over. Zilong already knew the location of this medicine valley, and old man Meng Tong also came here. I don't know where he got this information from, but he also came here. Meng Tong? Shuiyu frowned as she turned her eyes in a certain direction and saw a short old man squinting his eyes and looking around like a thief, looking quite comical. However, this person was a genuine Origin King Realm Master, and although he was only a First-Order Origin King, he was at the peak of the First Order. It was rumored that Meng Tong had broken through to the Origin King Realm 1,000 years ago, but had never had the opportunity to break through to the Second Order. If he could obtain some kind of opportunity, breaking through would only take a blink of an eye. Meng Tong's origins were very mysterious, and no one knew where he came from. What's more, this person had not attached himself to any great force and had always cultivated alone. It was extremely difficult for a cultivator who did not belong to any sect to cultivate to a high realm because there was no one to guide them, so they had to rely on themselves to find their way forward. It was very likely that they would make mistakes along the path of cultivation and fall short of success. Not to mention this, a cultivator who did not belong to any sect had no resources to rely on, so they had to rely on themselves to find what they needed to cultivate, wasting a lot of time. As such, the achievements of such a cultivator would generally not be too high. Being able to cultivate to the origin returning realm was already quite remarkable. Meng Tong, on the other hand, was an origin king. It could be seen that his luck and opportunities in this life were quite good, and coupled with his perseverance and perception, he was able to achieve his current achievements. Therefore, although Meng Tong's cultivation was not the highest in Star Territory, his reputation was quite high. These were definitely spirit fruits that would greatly enhance his strength. Divine Nirvana Fruit. Yang Kai had been observing this fruit for a long time, and at the same time, his knowledge of the various spirit grasses and medicines he had mastered in his mind. After a while, he finally confirmed what these fruits were and could not help muttering to himself. These are divine Nirvana fruits? Guizhu raised his brow and asked in surprise, the kind of spirit fruit that can be used to refine the great Nirvana pill? He had obviously heard of the divine Nirvana fruit before and knew what kind of pill it could be used to refine. Chapter 1776. That's right, young boy. While waiting for the seven-colored radiant light to return, Guizhu suddenly asked, "This old master noticed that you seem to have studied pills quite a bit. Could it be you also know alchemy?" Although the two of them had only harvested the divine nirvana fruit and demon melting mushroom so far, Yang Kai was always able to describe the spirit pills these two herbs could be used to refine, and he also knew how to preserve them in detail. This made it easy for Guizhu to connect the dots. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, not trying to deny it. "Oh?" Guizhu looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "In just 30 to 40 years, you being able to grow from the Saint Realm to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm is already enough to surprise this old master, but you still have time to study alchemy? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to master it?" Yang Kai chuckled and replied, "My original intention in studying alchemy is to assist my cultivation. I have never given up on my pursuit of the martial Tao." "Good," Guizhu nodded in approval. Ghost looked at him approvingly. "The Tao of alchemy, artifact refining and array formation, although its power is unfathomable, compared to the Tao of martial arts, there is always a little bit of difference. As a cultivator of my generation, the pursuit of the martial Tao is naturally the most important task, and the rest can only be used as support." Guizhu spoke earnestly, so Yang Kai naturally nodded. But that being said, if you can achieve something in these three territories, it will still be a great achievement." Guizhu was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude and smiled slightly before asking curiously, "Tell this old master, what kind of pills can you refine now?" Hearing this question, Yang Kai thought about it seriously. Finally, he said solemnly, "Since Senior has asked, this Junior will not conceal it. This Junior is now an Origin King grade alchemist and can refine Origin King grade spirit pills." As soon as these words fell, Guizhu's body shook and he stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to speak for a long time. "Senior?" Yang Kai laughed dryly. Guizhu's reaction was within his expectations. After all, how many Origin King grade alchemists were there in the entire Star Territory? Which one of those alchemists wasn't famous throughout the world? Which one of them didn't have white hair? At Yang Kai's age, it was simply impossible for him to become an Origin grade alchemist. Guizhu was silent for a while before taking a deep breath and asking in a trembling voice, "Are you joking?" He thought that Yang Kai was just teasing him. She had been staring at Yang Kai just now. He also wanted to observe the changes in his expression. However, he didn't see any trace of a joke on Yang Kai's face. He immediately realized that Yang Kai's words might be true. "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "You're really an Origin King grade alchemist?" Guizhu exclaimed in surprise. He immediately turned his head and looked around, as if he was afraid that his voice would be heard by others. How could this junior joke about this kind of thing? Although I have only refined a few Origin King grade spirit pills, I have still refined some. According to the classification of alchemists in the Star Territory, this junior should be an Origin King grade alchemist. Guizhu sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Just how old was Yang Kai? Not only was his cultivation so high, but he had also reached the Origin King grade in the alchemic way. How did he do it? Even if he didn't rest or sleep all these years, it would still be impossible. Unless he could split into several dozen clones to cultivate together, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a feat. Guizhu couldn't figure it out. There are only a few people who know that I am an Origin King grade alchemist. Besides the women around me, only Senior knows, so I hope Senior can keep it a secret for me, Yang Kai said with a grin. He had concealed his identity as an alchemist before because his strength was insufficient and he was afraid of being targeted by others. But now, with the improvement of his strength, the exposure of his identity as an alchemist would not only not bring him any trouble, it might even bring him huge benefits. As such, Yang Kai did not intend to hide it any longer. Hearing this, Guizhu breathed a sigh of relief and said in a dignified voice, "This old master knows his strength, so naturally, he won't go around announcing it." What's more, this old master doesn't know anyone, so how could he do such a senseless thing? But, boy, why are you telling this old master the truth? Aren't you afraid this old master will be disloyal to you? You should know how attractive an Origin King grade alchemist is to people like me. If I can capture such an alchemist to refine pills for me, improving my strength will naturally be a cinch. Huh, Senior isn't such a person. Yang Kai touched his nose. If I didn't trust Senior, I wouldn't have told you the truth. Besides, between offending an Origin King grade alchemist and befriending an Origin King grade alchemist, which is better and which is worse, Senior must be very clear in his heart. Even if you capture me, I must be willing to refine pills for you. What if there is some kind of poison hidden in the pills I refine? Saying so, Yang Kai winked at Guizhu. He had chosen to tell the truth to Guizhu after careful consideration, not on a whim. Guizhu stared at Yang Kai deeply for a while before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. This old master is deeply honored. I never expected that the little brat this old master would not only have such great cultivation but also become an Origin King grade alchemist. If such a thing were to spread, this old master's face would be filled with glory. Senior's praise is too much, Yang Kai said modestly. So, the great nirvana pill and demon-suppressing pill you mentioned before can both be refined? Guizhu asked nervously, his mood surging. The great nirvana pill could help him improve his cultivation while the demon-suppressing pill could suppress his heart demons. Both were of great use to him. His original plan was to go out and find the few remaining Origin King grade alchemists in the Star Territory and ask them to help him refine these pills. However, this would undoubtedly come at a huge price, and he might have to wait many years before he had a chance. After all, which alchemy grandmaster did not have a full schedule? It wasn't as if he could ask them to refine pills just by taking these materials and paying them. This would depend on the other party's schedule. Guizhu, who had no way out, was a stranger to this kind of thing, but he had some common sense. Just how heaven-defying is that? Guizhu could hardly imagine what kind of sect this was, to have 3 Origin King grade alchemists at its helm. With such masters, wouldn't the disciples of this sect have no shortage of pills? If this news were to spread, Guizhu was certain that the entire territory of Tongxian realm would be in turmoil. Behemoths like Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union would definitely send people to win over Yang Kai's sect. After all, even these 3 great forces did not all have Origin King grade alchemy grandmasters. Among these 3, only Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and Purple Star each had one, while Sword Union had none. After leaving the floating continent, this old master didn't have a place to settle down. How about this old master go to your high heaven sect? This old master doesn't have any requests, just the title of honored guest elder will allow this old master to enjoy the care of an Origin King grade alchemist and occasionally refine a few spirit pills for this old master, heh. His words were very direct and honest. Yang Kai laughed. If a character like Senior wants to join high heaven sect, how could this junior refuse? So it's settled then? Guizhu's eyes lit up. Although he knew that Yang Kai would probably not refuse him, when he heard Yang Kai agree, Guizhu was still very happy. This way, he would be able to get close to an Origin King grade alchemist. In the future, as long as he could find the necessary herbs, he wouldn't need to worry about not having someone to help him refine pills. Wouldn't it be simple to improve his strength? Guizhu could already imagine the future. He would definitely be able to break through to the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm in his lifetime and stand at the top of Shadowed Star's territory. It's settled then. Yang Kai nodded happily, but I'm afraid this honored guest elder position doesn't quite match Senior's identity. How about Supreme Elder? Guizhu's body shook as he stared deeply at Yang Kai, unable to calm his heart for a long time. Although he had never joined any great force, he knew the difference between an honored guest elder and a supreme elder. Although honored guest elders were also worshipped by the sect, it was only in name and had no real power. Supreme elders were different. Supreme elders were existences with real power, and strictly speaking, their authority was extremely great, only second to that of the sect master. In some great forces, supreme elders were supreme existences who could easily mobilize the sect's materials and disciples. Their words were absolute orders and disciples had to follow them even if they had to go through water and tread on fire. However, being an honored guest elder also had its benefits. When the sect encountered an unresolvable danger, honored guest elders could choose to help or not depending on their own situation, giving them a high degree of freedom. On the other hand, supreme elders had to advance or retreat with the sect, living or dying together. Generally, only the person with the highest seniority in the sect had the qualifications to assume the position of Grand Elder. Guizhu hadn't expected that Yang Kai would directly give him the title of Supreme Elder. Although the risks he would have to take were greater, the benefits and treatment he would receive were far better. Young boy, since you treat this old master with courtesy, this old master will naturally treat you with sincerity. And, whatever this old master says now is nothing but empty words, please wait and see. This old master will make sure your sect's disciples willingly accept his position as Supreme Elder. Luolan gave a hollow laugh, realizing that this void crack might really be very small. At that moment, the seven-colored radiant light quickly struck again, covering the entire Medicine Valley. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived behind Yang Kai, passed through the void crack, and pushed forward like an angry horse. He had just dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart and was able to maintain his composure, but Luolan's actions made all his previous efforts go down the drain, especially when he felt the two small protrusions pressing against his chest harden. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Luolan became even more embarrassed. Luolan was so embarrassed that she lowered her head and buried it in her chest. "I'll turn around." After a moment of silence, Luolan suddenly suggested softly. The two of them facing each other like this was simply too awkward. If she turned around, the situation would be somewhat alleviated. Yang Kai nodded and loosened his grip on Luolan's waist. Luolan carefully turned around, lest she touch the seven-colored radiant light that was so close to her. After a while, she turned around and faced Yang Kai with her back. Yang Kai immediately found a new problem. When they were facing each other, he could only feel the majesty of Luolan's chest, but now he couldn't feel the other party's soft touch and amazing elasticity, but her round buttocks just happened to be pressed against his lower body. Her round buttocks were firm, and the touch was absolutely first class. Luolan obviously noticed this too, but after turning around, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning and completely froze in place, not daring to move at will. Time passed by, and the two of them felt like years. "Senior." Yang Kai suddenly spoke. "Huh?" Luolan was startled and her whole body trembled. In this awkward atmosphere, Yang Kai suddenly speaking really shocked her, especially when Yang Kai's breath brushed against her earlobe as if someone was gently stroking it, making her feel extremely ticklish. "I'll think about it carefully, but I'll leave," Yang Kai said. "Leave?" Luolan was stunned, where can you go now? After stabilizing her mind, she understood that Yang Kai's proposal was obviously to protect her purity and reputation, and she couldn't help feeling warm inside. She secretly felt that this little brat was pretty good, not taking advantage of her and instead remaining calm, which was quite commendable. But now that the entire Medicine Valley was covered by the seven-colored radiant light, Yang Kai had nowhere to go. Into the void crack. Yang Kai replied. Into the void crack? Luolan was surprised. Although she knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, she didn't know how profound Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space were, so when she heard Yang Kai say this, her first thought was that it would be dangerous. If they couldn't find a way out after entering, they would definitely be trapped inside. Yang Kai nodded. This place can accommodate one person to hide in, but for two, it's a bit too crowded. But, are you sure you can come out from there? I can come out, Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai nodded. He had already traveled through the void once before, so how could he not have confidence in this kind of thing? However, if the place he came out of wasn't the Medicine Valley, but somewhere else in the severed world, his losses would be huge. The only way was to wait for a while before tearing space and returning to the void. However, Yang Kai didn't want to explain this too much to Luolan. After all, the relationship between the two of them wasn't very close. Luolan was silent for a while before whispering, in fact, you don't have to take such a risk, we can just stay here for a while and wait for the seven-colored radiant light to dissipate. Since Yang Kai was considering her innocence, she certainly didn't want Yang Kai to take too much risk. Many thanks for Senior's kindness, but I'll be going now. Yang Kai smiled and said before preparing to escape into the void crack, but before he left, he suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, Senior, this junior wants to give you something. What is it? Luolan asked curiously. As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai reached out and gently tapped her shoulder. Good luck, Senior. Yang Kai said before his figure disappeared into the void crack, disappearing in the next moment. The sudden emptiness behind her caused Luolan to be slightly absent-minded, but after a moment, she moved back a little to make herself safer. It wasn't until now that she had the time to check what Kai Yang had given her. Using her divine sense to investigate her shoulder, Luolan exclaimed, "This is," she didn't know why, but when she used her divine sense to investigate the place where Yang Kai had just touched, she could clearly feel the surrounding space force fluctuations and perceive the existence of the hidden void cracks around her. She finally understood what kind of gift Yang Kai had given her. With this gift, she could travel unimpeded through the severed world and no longer have to worry about encountering the hidden void cracks. Luolan was ecstatic. Thank you. Although she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to hear her thanks, Luolan still thanked him for the sake of peace of mind. This encounter allowed her to thoroughly understand what kind of person Yang Kai was and how much potential he had. No wonder young Master Gu Jianxian admired Yang Kai so much. It turned out that he had such charm and ability. In the past, Luolan's attitude towards Yang Kai had been good because of Gu Jianxian and because she wanted to borrow his space force, but now, even without these factors, Luolan would not underestimate Yang Kai just because his cultivation was not yet at the Origin King realm. This little brat's character was not bad and he had great potential, so befriending him was definitely a good choice. She might need his help in the future. Thinking so, Luolan secretly made up her mind that after returning to Azure Tree Star, she would take good care of Yang Kai's palace on Twin Shark Island. Inside the void, Yang Kai stood alone. Leaving a space mark on Luolan's body so she could perceive the existence of the void cracks was not because Yang Kai was obsessed with her. From the beginning to the end, he had never had any thoughts about Luolan. He only felt that as long as Luolan was safe and strong, his palace and cross-cultivation star space array on Azure Tree Star would be protected. What's more, leaving behind a space mark was as easy as lifting a finger for him. There was no loss at all. Since that was the case, why not? After entering the void, Yang Kai did not stay in place and instead began searching around. In any case, the seven-colored radiant light would not return for half an hour, so Yang Kai had plenty of time to search for real space spirit crystals in the void. This way, he would not have to waste any time waiting. However, when he went out, he would have to determine his position so he wouldn't accidentally run out of the Medicine Valley. For this reason, Yang Kai deliberately left some traces in the same place to prevent such a thing from happening. If he really couldn't find them, he would return to the place where he and Luo Lan separated. Chapter 1782. Heh. While the three parties were in a stalemate, Yang Kai suddenly let out a sly laugh. Zilong frowned, turned his eyes towards him, and asked with some displeasure, "Boy, what are you laughing at?" Yang Kai just glanced at him coldly and did not say anything. Zilong narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed across them. A trivial origin returning realm master daring to ignore him, this brat simply didn't know how high the heavens were. Although he was annoyed in his heart, he was still able to endure. On the other hand, Zidong, who was next to him, turned to Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, didn't you hear my father ask you a question? Are you deaf?" Yang Kai glanced at him, pretended to pick his ears, then stretched out his hand in the direction of Zilong and Zidong and sneered, "Do I have to answer his question? What does he count for? And who do you think you are?" Yang Kai had no grievances with Zilong and Zidong, but just now, Zilong had directly attacked him. If it weren't for his strength, he likely would have suffered a tragic fate. The other party was a second-order origin king, so attacking him was already bullying him, not to mention a sneak attack. This annoyed Yang Kai greatly, and at this moment, Zidong was acting so domineering and arrogant, making him even more disdainful. As such, Yang Kai was not polite at all to this father and son pair. Hearing him speak so rudely, the murderous intent in Zilong's eyes intensified while Zidong laughed in anger. "Good, you've got guts. This young master hasn't met someone with such guts in a long time. Just you wait, in half an hour, this young master will personally take your life." "Zidong, is it?" Yang Kai squinted at him with a disdainful expression. "I don't know if you've ever heard of a saying." "What?" Zidong looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. "A dog that bites, doesn't bark. Dogs that bark like you generally don't bite." Kai Yang laughed mischievously. "You're cursing me?" Zidong's face suddenly became cold. His tone became cold. "So what if I scold you?" Laughing heartily, Kai Yang put on a deranged look and winked at him. Waving his hands, he continued to provoke him, "Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and kill me if you have the guts, you idiot." Zidong Lai's lungs were about to explode. As the young master of Purple Star, his status was extremely high. His cultivation was not bad, so no matter where he went, he would be praised and supported like a moon surrounded by stars. If he did not see eye to eye with someone, he would give an order, and that person would definitely not live to see the sun of the next day. When had he ever been instigated like this and been unable to do anything about it? If it was any other time, He had already rushed over to teach Yang Kai a lesson, but in this damned place, in this medicine valley covered by the seven-colored radiant light, even if he wanted to humiliate Yang Kai, no matter how much he wanted to vent his anger, he could only think about it. He didn't have the ability to pass through the seven-colored radiant light and reach Yang Kai. He had never encountered such a depressing matter before. He only felt extremely vexed. He couldn't wait to rush over and beat Yang Kai to a pulp. Zidong glared at Yang Kai viciously, his eyes blazing with hatred and anger. Idiot! Yang Kai coldly snorted and spat in the direction of Zidong and Zilong, a look of disdain filling his face. Just you wait. Half an hour later, I will let you know the consequences of provoking this young master, Zilong said fiercely. Do you only know how to shout? Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully. Zidong looked angry and seemed to want to say something, but Zilong glared at him and said lightly, why waste your breath with him? In half an hour, he will be a dead man. Zilong chuckled, not angered by his son's attitude at all, instead saying in a pleasant tone, this king attacked you before, it was this king's fault. When he spoke, he wore a sincere look. Father. Zidong looked at Zilong in amazement, his face filled with disbelief.